Балалайкой Федей. Это даже... Ты да балалайка, Федя. Так. Так, сайт у меня стрим, сегодня заходи в личный раз. Возьми, что тебе нужно, и выходи. Нет. Нет. Зайдешь в игру этот, скажи, хотел с толпы приехать.
Хорошо.
Ты долго там?
Да нет, тут последних добиваем, которые на краю карты спрятались.
О, корешпек, привет. Какие-то новые ники, которые вечером я не вижу. Всем привет, ребят. Всем ассаламу алейкум, всех приветствую. Решил днем поиграть бодрячком. Да, посмотрим. Давай балалайкой быстрее. Димон, привет.
Все уже, закончили. Да, сейчас Alt F4 сделаю и зайду.
Нет, мы в дуо будем. Я когда в соло бываю, я беру. Когда в соло бываю, да, приходите, я могу с вами поиграть. Если я когда с кем-то играю, я не беру с собой никого.
Ладно, потом прикол расскажу один.
Чего? Какой прикол? Без обид, но я в соло когда бываю, я беру, мне проблем не бывает с этим. Но когда я с кем-то, я с ними играю. Артем, валикум ассалам.
Все, запускаю. Про мышку. Мышку наружку. Жила такая мышка-наружка, бегала, прыгала, хвостиком махнула, яичко у Кощея упало и разбилось. Мышка Razer, которую я заказал.
Кощей, давай побыстрее.
Ты уже стрим запустил?
Давно уже донаты
Ой,
люди скинули.
как
О,
ты мог? Я тут
кстати,
про мышку
красивые вот
наружку.
эти вот.
И люди все это слышали, а ты стрим запустил.
У меня вот это
Ай-яй-яй-яй.
оружие было. Я его
В общем,
разобрал.
Razer, помнишь, я тебе говорил, заказал эту мышку?
Помнишь?
В общем, зашел я этот, ну, у меня программа была под Razer, которые раньше наушники вот эти, я этот подключал к ним, потом у меня этот другая мышка там под эту программку, короче, Razer Synapse, и заодно настрою там цвет, яркость на мышке, там чувствительность, все дела. Как тебе?
Эй, ты на натуре что за обезьяна?
Нормальная обезьяна, что тебе не нравится?
Еще нормально одеваться не умеешь. Как
Симпатичная
обезьяна
девочка.
одевайся. Так,
В общем, подключаю ее, а синапс ее не видит. Недолго думая, начал смотреть, пробивать эту модель, и так щупать, и так, и в диспетчере задач пощупал, через этот ID оборудования проверил ее, и, как выяснилось, нифига это не Razer.
подделку продали.
Да, это,
Ну и
короче,
все, можешь эту мышку отправлять обратно.
что отправлять? Я сразу же скинул все скриншоты, все, этот продавцу открыл спор, и
А, ты ее солишки?
Нет, не с Алишки, я ее через Озон заказывал. И там, короче, открыл спор. Вот, как-то возврат поставил. И продавец даже ничего даже не говорил, не спорил, не компенсировал даже частично, не попросил вернуть мышку, а просто сделал полный возврат. При этом мышку можно оставить себе. Шляпа, конечно, мышка. Не оригинал жалко.
Ну, поделок много. Очень много поделок. Толку от этих поделок.
Да,
Вот
ее
это у
чисто
меня
как
мышка Logitech,
офисную.
здесь тоже очень много подделок. Но эта программа видит. Камиль проверял, все нормально.
Куда прыгаем?
Ну, давай
Давай нашу
первый
место.
термин. А?
Да-да-да, все для
Первый,
разогрева терминал.
первый терминал.
Ну, в общем, меня огорчило, что, блин, так продать ей не оригинал, и при этом сам факт того, что продавец стопроцентную оплату
Возьми
вернул.
у Замира, ой, у Камиля
У Замира-то
мышку
я у Замира возьму.
Logitech, пока у него есть оригинальная, как у меня, возьми ее. Сколько там?
Че, хороший?
1800. Блин, я играю с ней, она удобная. 1800 рублей она стоит.
Ну, это представь, сколько мне еще доплачивать придется.
А ты свою почем брал?
1000 с копейками.
Ну ты хотел за 1000 рублей оригинальную Razer мышку, да? Ты
Ну, я думал, это
поверил это.
Китай, третья
А
смена на заводе
это,
Foxconn.
блин, фуфло, Замир.
С нами челики, по-моему.
Возьми мышку Камиля. Все. Аккуратно настрой ее. Вот замучайся, подстрой и все.
Алена,
Я на перезарядке, он на меня
я понял.
выходит. Где там лежишь? Куда он тут взялся? Я такой задний ход резко на тебя согрел его. Эх, Замирка, Замирка. Люди вот здесь. На желтое.
Я отхилиться ищу чем.
Я тебе информацию даю.
Спасибо.
Мне тоже бусты не помешали. Старый привет. Спасибо. Спасибо, спасибо. Что, не нашел аптеку?
Я только бусты нашел.
У меня есть аптека, поднесите, да.
Сейчас.
Давай быстрее, они сейчас нас впушат. О, вот и все. Вот здесь аптека, приди и возьми. Вот я тебе метку дал, второй этаж.
Все, спасибо, сейчас приду.
Да, он ушел или где он? Мне каска вторая нужна.
На первом этаже были.
Принеси мне. Да не, здорово. О, второй ключ нашел. Возьми его. Вот здесь. Вот я тоже ключ. Я бы поехал бы их лутать даже сразу эти ключи, потому что ВДшек наберем себе. Чем мы сейчас всосем и этот ключи кто-нибудь заберет. Есть такое желание у тебя?
Давай, никаких проблем, поедем.
Так, где это было? Вот здесь первое. Пойдем за мной тогда. Есть люди просто вокруг. Ломать-то не обязательно.
Ну, знает, кто как поломал.
Там тоже стреляются. Где тачка? Видишь вообще?
Давай левее возьмем на этот, на зелень, там никого не будет. И по дороге пойдем.
Тачка вот здесь нет, да? Блин, что, в кемпе тачки нету? Что за кем? Замер, не отставай только, пожалуйста. Если ты говоришь, что ты лутаешься, говори, что ты лутаешься.
Я коллиматор искал.
Ну, я тебе про это говорю. Если ты говоришь, что лутаешься, говори, что ты лутаешь, чтобы я понимал, что ты не играешь.
Нет, нет, нет.
Тачка вон там, УАЗик есть, Замер, я побежал к нему по зелени. Тиммейту отдельно. Так, здравствуйте, я
Привет,
стримеру с
привет,
тиммейтом один с
спасибо.
уважением. Так, ребят, лайки жмем за дневной стрим. О, Виталий Ушков пришел, как всегда, на работе. Где пропадал? Как делишки?
Хочешь, дымы кину на тачку?
Сергей Кузьмин, привет. О, Владивосток, Владивостоку привет. Что сказал, Замир?
Дымы кинуть на тачку.
Зачем?
Ну,
В
вдруг
меня
тебя
кто-то
выцеливают.
стреляет, кто-то делает.
Я любил раньше тачку контролить, там, её в
Он там по
голову
крыше
давать.
ходит. По крыше ходит НЕ-40. Там был. Он, походу, слез. Ладно, пофиг, поехали. Нашу миссию
Ключи
сделаем.
реализовывай.
Подожди. Первый вот сюда идем. А где еще были там? Посмотри по карте. Ты знаешь, где еще были?
Сейчас, от тюрьмы где-то было еще.
Много ли позже?
Машина же есть.
У меня АВДшка есть, ты сейчас забери себе тоже АВД. Что за тигр в катке? Тигр. Ай!
Типа вон там что ли было. Где
Не, я знаю, где есть, но недалеко. Там нет, куда ты поставил, там нет. В горах есть еще. Там тачка, прикинь. Это не респ.
Где-то там по дороге, в общем.
Тихо, у нас тачка. Там, видишь, лутаются. Они про нас не знают.
Есть. В кусты, в кусты, в кусты. Все.
Пойдем.
Я за
А
деревом.
вон он.
Чекай, за забором.
Я промазал. Я угла даю на тачке. Я на тачке угла даю. Ты сиди здесь, у меня вода есть.
Один в доме.
Тихо.
Еще тачка приехала. На мне.
Тихо. У меня стрелять в спину. У них АВД. Все, своих убил.
У меня
А он
здесь.
кидает мне через дорогу 340. Он же с твоей стороны, стреляй в него, Замир.
Просто у меня open. Мне тяжело сейчас будет уйти.
Я сейчас приду, помогу. Подысни его, подысни.
Сзади еще тачка ко мне.
Да ёлки-палки, иду заднему типа помочь. Там один нокнутый на камне. Сейчас. Сейчас пойму.
Сейчас подойду.
Аптеку ем я. Хорош. А теперь оттуда и бегает, где я убил двоих. Там один, где этот. Комната, там один есть. Нет бустов.
Блин, с 3 сторон чуть не зажали. Ай, блин, за камнем на твоей метке.
Ты в сейве же?
Да, в сейве.
Я аптеку 7. Он
Давай,
потому что идет. Он грену кинул. Тихо. Видишь, когда долго не думаешь, Замир, действуешь, это дает плоды. Резко... Там еще
два человека.
двое. Это все разные. Они что, больные
Да.
все, что ли? У меня бустов нету. Так, здесь
Я
пустой же есть. На, АВД тебе скинул. АВД заберу, у тебя 2 нока.
Да-да-да.
Вот это, на желтой тиммейте. На нас едут, горящие. Они там нас зацепили, и они пошли их душнить, короче. Спина у нас
Сзади
работает.
спина.
Я дым даю на них. Им там берил глушителем. Желтую главное дать на тачке.
Сейчас.
Ой, блин. Блин, вот он уже оттуда подошли. Не добивай, да, блин. Он уже рядом был, прикинь, да, я не писал. Мистер Чпок, валик салам. Как семья, как здоровье и топов. Спасибо, все хорошо, как у тебя. Что много людей здесь. Делаешь?
Дымы раскидал.
Ну а как ты чекаешь? Сядь и уедь, да и все. У тебя каски нету. У тебя на одну пулю тачка, выйди с нее.
Пофиг.
Да замер, там другая тачка была.
Она перевернутая же была. Ты о чем?
Ну эту сейчас зарут одной пулей тебе.
Ну пусть
Как
зарут, я
одну пулю
успею
попадает,
соскочить.
ручник даешь в сторону и сразу выпрыгиваешь.
Да уже никто не будет стрелять. Ты на возвращении или
Да
как?
какой?
А, уже все.
Добил. Черт.
Блин.
Я думал, он недалеко, он уже один, видимо, ближе поджался.
Ну что, доигрывать или слиться?
Доигрывай.
Я без тебя не хочу, братишка.
Покажи свой скилл.
А в смысле ползать, да, на этом, на брюхе?
Каску где-нибудь на ней. Шалит там сколько команд было, блин. Тут 4 команды минимум было.
Так, где этот есть еще будка такая?
Будка в горах есть.
Поставь метку, чтобы я поехал, ключ реализовал.
Тебе нужно тачку сменить сперва, каску лутануть. Я тебе метку поставил. Тоже мененная тачка была, чет.
Ну да, наполовину ушел.
Сзади мотак-то едет. Да что, соскакивал, да делай. С моста прыгай вот так. Я тебе нарисовал влево, с моста прыгай.
А чё она такая неповоротливая, блин?
Она в воздухе зависает.
Тачку этот, метку верни на гору.
Езжай.
Бензин закончился.
Вот ты животное. Да, правее вниз. Каньон падает.
Сейчас вдруг бензин повезет здесь будет.
А чё мне показывает, что у тебя каски нету, а у тебя каска одет?
У меня есть каска.
А, это
фулка.
багануло, значит. И дальше. По низу беги, Замир, по правой стороне. С кем?
Ну, чё это, кто-то стреляет, да, вот эти фигни?
Тебе надо было пострелять, когда меня нокнули, чтобы он меня не добивал.
Да, я хилился, у меня там своя суета была.
А, спасибо тебе, своя суета.
Да, пожалуйста. Да, меня напрягал вот этот за камнем еще, который меня нокнул. Он же мог в
Швед,
любой
привет.
момент там этот...
Вот все
звездюлем.
началось, миллион отмазок. Напрягали.
Ну,
Тебя
да,
напрягали, а меня убивали. Есть разница?
Ну, тебе было приятно в этот момент? Ты
Нет.
успел получить удовольствие?
Вот справа тачка была. Ты куда бежишь? Оружие в
Да,
руки
щас.
возьми. Ты в кем прошел уже?
Мне просто пополнить надо было пару припасиков и все.
Что, ты не едешь на желтую?
Да-да-да.
Ну бери тачку, она же слева была. Куда ты идешь? Слева по дороге оранжевая тачка была.
Где? Я же к дороге иду.
Налево иди, говорю, налево. Ты прямо бежишь. Тебе зачем по этой тропинке бежать? Налево, говорю, вон. Налево, блядь, тупой.
Ты
Налево
лево вообще знаешь?
посмотри. Знаю.
И где лево, по-твоему? Вот ты на
Посмотри,
меня...
как ты сейчас бежал, развернись обратно.
Ну,
Вот
и где?
налево теперь посмотри. Налево,
И,
вот левую руку возьми. Вот дорога, беги по ней. Ты
ты
лево-право
такой
не знаешь, что
тупой.
ли?
Такой тупой.
Ты бежишь прямо, я тебе говорю налево, после ты направо смотришь. Как это понять?
Раком, жопой кверху понять.
Дебил, я все в шоке.
Такой
Вот беги по
олень.
этой дороге.
И где ты эту тачку видишь?
Беги, вон она тачка, блин.
За 3-9 земель я давно уже пешком добежал бы, чем за этой тачкой идти.
Голова у тебя болит начал сразу. Лево-право
Рядом,
не
говорит,
знаю.
рядом. Иди убейся, я прекрасно знаю, где лево, где право.
Поэтому ты направо смотрел, потом назад начал смотреть.
Я налево посмотрел, там не было тачки. Лево это дорога
Я
была.
тебе сказал, налево
А не вот
беги.
это.
Я тебе не сказал, стой, смой, ты смотри там.
Изыди.
Ты за мира села солома, говори. Ты за мир, с тобой в психушку попасть можно. Так бывает, когда ты не оглядываешься, когда едешь. Здесь тоже люди, шире бери.
Да,
Шире бери.
вижу.
Надо было аптеку, за камнем сами аптеку прими вначале.
Не приму. У меня свое видение, я буду играть так, как я вижу.
Давай видение играй.
Советчик. Да и все в голову, все в голову.
Ну а чё, спрей? Чё не так? Каску не... А куда они должны стрелять, если у тебя голова торчит в жопу?
Жопу.
Ха-ха, залутали здесь.
Ага, я вижу.
Лошара ты. Налево посмотри. А чё сейчас посмотрел налево?
Изыди.
Солома, блин. Изыди кричит. Давай тащи. Там всего 17 человек осталось. Покажи, что ты можешь. Так, мне звонят. Алло. Кредитную карту впаять хотели. Это дело сами.
Аллаха в тебе увидел. почему бы и нет?
Погода? А как у нас погода? Да вроде нормально, там дождик, по-моему, ночью был вообще. Да, солнышко светит. Ночью дождь был. Подсохло уже все. Нормальная погода. Плюсовая у нас. Плюс там сколько, я не знаю. Справа люди. Еще один будет. Слева. А вот здесь. Ну, ты не попал по нему.
Спасибо, я заметил.
А ты их не услышал опять, да?
Нет, не
Вот
услышал.
интересно, почему так? У нас одинаковые наушники, но ты их не слышишь.
Может, потому что ты очень громко
Я молчал в
обсуждаешь.
этот момент.
Ты дышал
Молчал.
громко.
И что, я в микрофон дышу тебе в ухи?
Да.
В уши?
В ухи, в ухи.
А так тебе надо было направо вокруг камня крутить. Скакивать.
Да.
Давай я вообще не буду тебе подсказывать, ты будешь сам играть. Хочешь?
Отлично, вообще,
Да?
да.
Давай.
Просто
Ладно,
наконец-то. У меня уже голова перестала болеть после
Всё,
твоей фразы.
давай. Вообще слова тебе не скажу. Ну, имеется в виду, когда я умру. Ну, а
До
ты
этого момента.
до этого момента ты будешь исполнять мои приказы.
Приказы, да?
Да.
Здравствуй, армия, да? А будет там это доложить там и так далее?
Чё
Отдать
доложить?
честь. Ну, по уставу, по форме доклада доложить. Ну, приказы слушать.
Да. Пу-пу-пу-пу. Чё, где карта? Где динозавр тиммейта? Да тот еще динозавр, блин. Ой, слепой, немой, лево-право не знает,
Спасибо,
блин.
спасибо. Спасибо за поддержку, друзья.
Динозавр, блин.
У меня агрессивный учитель, у него
Какой
такие
агрессивный. Ты лево не знаешь, да?
агрессивно-регрессивные методы обучения
Ты лево
PUBG.
не знаешь.
Ничего тут так
Животное, блин.
Это мое место.
Животное.
Ах ты.
Ах ты животное.
Уйди отсюда. Царь горы я. Давай танцуй, попробуй.
Видишь этот ник? И далеко до него.
Шляпенцы это?
Ты привык с ботами играть.
Именно.
Где не надо не
Я
уклоняться.
жду, что они зад вперед будут бегать, такие боты, там за камушком сидеть, вставать, обратно бегать. А они почему-то так не делают, еще гранатами кидаются.
Голова в порядке была, блин. Из-за левого-то у меня она уже болеть начала.
Из-за чего? Лево?
Пока тебе объяснял, где лево, блин.
Ты просто как мелкий дождь себя ведешь, вот и все, поэтому у тебя
Как
голова
мелкий, блин. Ты радуйся, как мелкий, а не как крупный.
Никого.
Дальше в этот идут подземелье. Можно их не закрыть, если они нас не спалят.
На зажим что-нибудь.
У меня мутант на зажим. На улице по-любому сумочку.
И
где-нибудь
берил есть, блин, не хочу берил
будет.
забирать.
Где он? Где берил?
А вот же берил
Вот ему
валяется.
возьми. Так, где берил? Где
Мама.
берил?
Здесь же берил был.
Животное, блин.
Забрал берил свой?
Нет там берила. Этот, тебе 4 нужна?
Да.
На, возьми. А вот 6 и 4. Вот здесь выбирай якоря. Я пошел на тех ребят. Если ты идешь, идем. Кирилл лежит. Гаджи! Гаджи!
Один вход или разные входы чекать?
Я думаю, разные.
Ты к какому идешь, метку поставь.
Хер его знает, поднимусь вначале я. Вот здесь я.
О, у меня.
Ага. Они уже вышли, значит. Ну,
Да, слава крайнего
сиди
входа.
на этой позиции, не пикай. Раздражай их, я сейчас сухо посмотрю.
Да, это, по-моему,
Вижу, их,
нечестно.
вижу уже одно. До дерева добежит. Оба здесь на дереве. Один влево ушел в дымы, блин.
Хилюсь.
Ну как я гранату не докинул? Или... Один здесь в дымах может быть замер. Пушат тебя!
Нет, он за деревом.
Вот пуши!
Он не пушит, он убегал. Он за дерево
На
встал.
тебя вот человек бежал, ну что ты мне говоришь? Вот! Я отхожу.
Внизу слева.
Да я
Или
ничего не
возле-
могу уже сделать.
На мне оба.
Блин, я ему
Один
информацию даю, блин. Нет, он за дерево уходит, говорит.
Ты меня путаешь. Ты говоришь, пушат, не пушат.
Пушили тебя! На тебя бежал он, не на меня.
Рамис, я это слышу как вопрос.
Все, я не могу метку поставил, не поставилась.
Я подумал, ты спрашиваешь, пушат или нет. Я говорю, нет, он за деревом.
Я тебе говорю, тебя пушат, говорю.
Лучше не говори, да ничего.
Тогда нахер нам играть в дуо?
Ты понимаешь, что ты меня дезориентируешь? Я не понимаю,
Я
что
тебе
ты говоришь.
информацию даю, что на тебя бегут. Пушат тебя, говорю. Пушат тебя, говорю. И вижу, как человек на тебя бежит. Голова его бежит вот так. Он же там в нижнем низинке, а голова его бежит. Вот пересмотри вот сейчас стрим, вот пока ты этот, и посмотри, что
Я
я...
тебе не про стрим и не про то, что меня пушат. Не дезориентируй меня просто, и все.
Я дезориентирую тебе информацию даю,
Ты
когда
мне
на...
говоришь, пушат тебя, я считаю, что это вопрос. Тогда скажи, тебя пушат.
Короче,
Поменяй местами
все,
слова, да и все, чтобы я
все,
понимал,
да.
что это не вопрос. Кипятильник.
Домой. Ага.
А чё мутант не поменял?
На что?
Там же был этот автоматический.
А у меня
Гирил или
калаш ты
чё?
не видишь?
У меня показывает не калаш. А, все вижу.
Вот там вызвали. Так я не понял, когда он успел из-за дерева перебежать туда, я же дерево контролил. Блин, твой чип они, наверное, тоже забрали.
Вряд ли.
Хм. Вот так он на тебя бежал, я говорю, тебя пушат, говорю. Что за вопрос, блин?
Мой чип слева.
Да не будет там чипа замер.
Посмотри просто.
Твоя зеленая голова там и все, блин. И они его выбросили.
Да не парься, да, не играй.
В смысле, не играет?
Я говорю, не парься, не ищи чип. Нафиг тебе чип искать.
А от кого я буду подгорать, блин?
Не знаю, сам у себя спрашивай, тебя пушат или нет.
Я у тебя не
Спроси
вопрос
себя,
не
меня
задавал.
пушат. А я услышал как вопрос.
Ты дебил просто. С уважением. Они делись. Ну, вот они в низинке, я ничего не мог сделать просто. М.
По открытой бежишь, по лесистой слева не мог что ли пойти?
Нет, не мог. У нас разное видение игры. Что там за сделал?
А. Не, ну я это так вижу, да. Я думал, ты воспринимаешь как бы совет и все это. Я не воспринимаю. А давать могу, да. Сейчас скорика поймаешь.
Да нет, челленджа нету, никто не подкидывал. Просто что нашел, бегаю.
Справа баги забери.
Спасибо.
Всегда, пожалуйста.
Кто тут мне челлендж закинет? Он же тут. А меня смотришь? Или улыбаешься?
Боже мой.
Завтра посмотрим.
Я никак не комментирую, что ты ни разу не попал.
Андрей, здорово.
Заедь в красную зону, проверим твою степень удачливости. Тачка слева. Сзади. За тобой.
Надо было ей эту тачку развернуть, блин. Занеслась, блин. Я их обоих посадил, блин. Развернула ее, блин. Давай сказку рассказывай, Коль. Гуглить пошел.
Какую сказку, что ли, зачем? Что,
Не
ливаем?
на стриме, я недавно
что-то
проснулся.
Жди, вот что-то потом ливаем. Сказку про уголек рассказать тебе?
Скажи.
Жил-был Рамис. И решил как-то он днем зайти и постримить в паб. Но так сильно сгорел, что остался от него на стульчике только маленький уголек.
Спасибо.
Мораль грузинский басня прост. Надо поменять персонажу одежду.
Не, еще утро, а у нас уже 2 часа дня. И
Ты готов? Готов играть и не превращаться в ящик?
Я вас не знаю, сударь.
Ну чего?
Сударь, вас не знаю я.
А, сударь, да. Раньше летят, лучше летят.
Так, двое, еще сзади двое. 4 человек, короче. Нет. Да, 4. Ну что, в мой дом идет?
Да, в твой дом.
Я не успел.
Я в свой иду.
Надо его резко это вили делать. Он уже за забором. Пока друг не пришел, надо запушить его. Уже в доме кто-то. Или это он запрыгнул? У меня зажима ничего нет.
Он отошел, в дальний дом побежал.
Через дорогу?
Да.
Короче, без лута оставил. Куда ты?
Что, он внутри, что ли?
Да зачем ты пушишь? У меня ни каски, ни брони, ни зажима, ничего нету.
Ну и что, у меня тоже ничего практически нет. Каску только нашел.
Ты когда что-то делаешь, я говорю, говори, да я тебя умоляю.
Молей меня.
Я же тебе говорю, мы пушим или что делаем. Ты бежишь, я не понимаю, что ты делаешь. Все, оружие зажим. Есть там каска в этой херне?
Не знаю, пока не нашел.
Так, надо вычекать, где они. Пойдем, пока не стреляет, пойдем. Или это байт был? Вот в этом доме передо мной чел пробежал только что. И за забором слева есть. И в левом этом есть. И вот это за забором нокнули. В левом ангаре есть чел. Нокнул слева, который выбежал. Добил. Еще здесь должен быть возле дома.
У меня за забором.
Иду, я сейчас слева выйду сейчас. Ёп твою. А за домом нельзя было сказать, да?
Тихо.
Почему ты не сказал за домом?
Я за забором сказал.
Ну за забором там забор длинный есть. Я за ним посчитал, а не за домом. А он за домом был, получается.
Для меня за забором был Рамис. Я перед ним стою, перед
Я тебя
забором.
умоляю, точнее говори, да хотя бы за мир.
Хорошо.
Он за домом стоит. Ты сказал за забором. Я понимаю, что он вот этот кусочек маленького забора на той стороне, но он же за домом. Я бегу в открытую, блин, быстрее, чтобы тебя не нокнули, а он за домом стоит, меня ушатывает.
В следующий раз я буду представлять, как для тебя это выглядит. За домом или за забором. И буду говорить.
Не, хорошо. Забор, ты же видишь, там длинный забор, и возле тебя вот этот кусочек, который дома отделяет. Скажи,
Ага.
он за домом. И все, зачем ты говоришь за забором? Хотя бы метку дай.
Особенно метку.
Валикум салам. Блин, заходи до Шамиль, я не знаю, от него подгорает у меня, блин. Я пытаюсь быстро среагировать, чтобы тебя не нокнули, ничего, и сам в итоге встреваю, блин. Блин, нахер я начал играть сегодня? Мышка новая, метки ставь, да, блин?
Я не поставил эту мышку, я ее убрал.
А чё ты с ней не играешь?
Так
А?
что не говорю, зачем?
Для чего ты ее заказывал тогда?
Но она нормально не реагирует, понимаешь?
Ты мне кричал, что она нормально, лучше, блин. А сейчас ты говоришь, нормально
В
не.
каких-то моментах лучше, и кнопка работает, все, ну, по другим моментам она шляпа.
Все, понял. Ой, блин. 3 катки я уже высох просто. Я сейчас по-своему играть буду просто. Нет смысла на тиммейта надеяться. На информацию, на что-то, блин.
С нами есть челики. 4, 6. На зажим ничего нет.
Там калаш лежит возле двери. С той стороны. На углу прям, правда, 30 пуль было. Нашел? С
Нет.
наружной стороны. С наружной стороны. Выйди с двери, если ты снутри сможешь. И с левой стороны на углу будет. Ты куда ты на улицу вышел, что ли? Сейчас я тебе покажу, подожди. Иди сюда. Вот он лежит на углу. Я говорю, я думал, ты вот снутри, вот сюда выйди, говорю, и слева вот. Куда в тебя стреляли?
Да я не понял.
Дать
Меня
5
остановили.
бинтов мне, дать?
Нет, я этими энергетиками.
Если это они за затачкой мне.
Это как? Где он?
Да затачка, я же сказал я. Здесь двое. На тебя идут. На углу прям стоит.
Да вижу я, один за тачкой контролит, один там.
Не дай перебежать. Пока я прошел метку ставил на оружие, уже один под тачку подошел. И сидел там в третьем лице.
реально. Видишь?
Нет.
Смотри, крокодила, нет? Крокодил есть.
Слева или справа?
Сбоку.
Не вижу.
Если посмотреть прямо, то сбоку видно, что снизу ничего нет. С нами есть человек. Четверо.
С тобой летит человек. Пойди лучше.
Да блин, чё он затупил этот?
Он пошел туда, побежал. Кому помогать? Кто по мне стреляет? Гаджи!
Ты меня звал?
Кто кого вызвал?
Ты на стриме кричал гаджи.
Шамиль кричал, не гаджи.
Ну все понял. Ворвался на стрим.
Четверка нужна?
Нет.
Подходит
Если вот
за забором. Где КамАЗ, где забор там.
вижу, меня чекает. А еще на камне один. Один за деревом, один за камнем. Дерево вот это. Не торопись, Замир, там один за камнем. Валик сам,
Да я его убить хочу.
не успел. Честно говоря, чуть не убил он меня. Не заметил, как он под забор
Их 6
подошел.
здесь.
Есть у меня их 6. Только нужно.
Штук 30 могу скинуть.
Давай.
Надо аж 50. Аптечки нужны 6 штук есть.
Да, давай полы. Тачка, у нас есть через дорогу, поехали на полутать. Я, может, оговорился просто. Я Шамиль хотел сказать. Шамилю говорю.
Сейчас КамАЗ.
Если над Замиром подгорает моментом. Садись, да?
Лут есть, вон ее.
Да в доме залутаем все. Черт.
Пор для пальца скинулась надо.
Я знаю, что разный темп игры. И он просто не понимает, что я делаю. У него вообще другой стиль игры, но мне не с кем играть
Где-то
в
взрыв
любом
был.
случае. Вот, так получается, что я из-за этого подгораю сильно. Гаджи, я кричал на детей, кстати, швед правильно сказал. Не тебе, Гаджи. Я говорил, Гаджи, иди сюда, это своему ребенку. Он там орал, кричал с другим. Наверное, вот это и увидел, услышал. Или Страга Дэй. Я тут, короче, моего мальчика Гаджи зовут старшего. Я говорю, Гаджи, иди сюда, говорю. И этот
Да,
Гаджи
Гаджи,
залетел сюда сразу. Гаджи
Ладно,
имя
нормально.
поменяй. А я думал, он пришел, я Шамиля вроде, Шамилю говорил, когда Шамиль заходил в этот.
Шамиль это какой, который играть не умеет?
Лесобазарный. Да, он лучше, чем ты играет, который полгода не играл.
Сказал, да?
Конечно, сказал. Ты не слышал,
Так и
что?
запиши. Так и
Запиши.
запиши. Одинокий выстрел коряка.
Тачка едет.
Пробил колесо.
Да-да-да.
Занесло её.
Ты на тачке можешь угла дать.
Нет,
Отлично.
нет, нет. Иду. Слева за деревом.
Один вот здесь, блин, за забор. Да чё метки не ставятся?
Что тачка едет, блин?
Метку не могу дать. Тебе тачка едет. Я его нокнул.
Там же, короче.
А, там доер, да, было?
Да, двое.
Не вовремя всегда эти тачки.
Он его там поднимает.
Да, я понял, я пусть понимаю. Ее все равно убили. Так, этих закрыл, то чип в порядке будет. Теперь
Он
надо
там за
чип
забором видел?
забрать. Да. Метку не понимаю, не ставится иногда. Тоже мышку уже моросит, что ли.
Мой труп справа.
Он справа.
Дымак с ним.
Неожиданно. Да вы чё? Через дым стреляешь? Не забрал.
Чип не забрал?
Аптеки не забрал. Да, блин, видят меня они. Да иди ты нахер. Что за джинга? 100% китаец. 100% китаец.
Да, Джин Качуй.
Просто каждую пулю попадает. До тачки думал дойду и уеду до другой.
А на этой взорванной надо было доехать до той.
Я вначале думал, если я отступлю, они если подожмутся, да, туда, я ничего не кину. Валик Саналагов. Надо посесть, уехать. Блин, там BGC идет. А я здесь BGC хотел посмотреть. Она, оказывается, сегодня вот час начались катки. Да, старый, очень нервная игра, я поэтому детям стараюсь. У меня старший любит эту игру играть. Очень-очень редко даю, но чтобы он ее не хотел, мне самому надо перестать ее играть. А если мне ее перестать играть, надо стримами завязать. Очень-очень нервная игра. Нервная как? Если у тебя есть тиммейт, который понимает, что ты делаешь, как ты делаешь, а ты его понимаешь, и у вас... Вы просто идете, да, вперед, и все делаете как надо. И тогда на расслабоне ты играешь. Жена запретила ему. Такие вы, Жинкины, львы, блин. Завтра кушать ты запретить мне.
Так, есть много челиков. На мой дом, по-моему, пытается упасть.
Голубой летит там. Минус ты. Ты лучше упал, заходи в дом. Блин, он залетел. Блин. Короче, я, по-моему, наигрался уже. Не успел я его догнать. Он... Так,
Да,
ребят,
конечно, да.
замер, я наигрался, короче, не идет игра вообще абсолютно никак туда-сюда.
Ну,
Давай, тебе спасибо, сорян, если что.
Да нормально все, успокойся.
Лево-право, потом пообучаемся еще.
Да, я запомню.
Так, ребят, есть два варианта. Включить
Мелким
сейчас
шрифтом
PGC,
запишу на
смотреть
карте.
вместе, либо крашить стрим. Есть-то кому это интересно? Что-то не идет игра, видимо, вначале то, что подгорел, уже фигню буду делать. Ответьте, если интересно, можно включить PGC и смотреть, там турнир идет. Кто что скажет? Подождите пока. Где Twitch?
Today where they had the Everest Circle, wasn't it? There was several teams by this point already kind of vying for position.
Так, сейчас я с игры выйду.
But as you said, Group B a little bit more cerebral.
Включу.
Taking their time rather and
Сейчас, одну секунду.
Самир, ты в танке не хочешь поиграть?
Захват.
В танке не хочешь поиграть?
Я сгорел от них. Я зашел задание ежедневное выполнить. Пока их выполнял, просто сгорел.
Ясно, с тобой загоревший.
Так, все видно?
Что за нервная система у вас, у детей?
Ну да. Я смотрел твои стримы, ты вообще не горишь.
Но я же не выхожу, я как мужик продолжаю гореть, как...
Горелые.
Да.
Стрим идет, если чё.
А, все, давайте, я тоже запустил.
Этот...
Короче, Замир, что за...
Замир, я если что трансляцию смотрю, хочешь посидеть тут, включить на Твиче идет. Пробую сидеть. Очень интересно бывает, кто тут играет, сейчас будем смотреть. Весы есть, уже хорошо. Киомы есть, уже хорошо. Ребят, напишите, трансляция и все идет, все нормально?
Пойду я, чтобы не мешать.
Я тебе говорю, можешь со мной посидеть, посмотреть турнир. Про это говорю.
А где турнир?
На Твиче включи. Твич включи.
Сейчас,
У тебя там подписок нету на эти каналы?
сейчас гляну.
Там наши играют же вот эти, ну, СНГ коллектив, он Киома сейчас. Только началась, это первая катка, ребят. Комментатора звук громко не буду
Какой
делать.
канал?
Блин. Сейчас, подожди, Замир, секунду. Сейчас я тебе ссылку скину.
They were scouting it from pretty much a kilometer away and now realizing, well, I haven't seen any movement east, let's go for it. And here we go.
Так,
Full on
Twitch,
claiming it as
Twitch.
we speak. I don't think Foot are going to do too much to try and force them off. As we see Beamy bolt in hands. It's one of the few players that will still stick with a good old bold action despite Dragon Ups now being in play.
Absolutely love seeing it too. As T-Bone just sending a few shots across the bow, let them know that we're here. And now Legacy, they're getting a little bit.
Тебе на WhatsApp или на Telegram скинуть? Что у тебя на компьютере есть?
LG
Заметь.
should hear
На
these
компьютере
vehicles
нет.
coming.
На
Are they
WhatsApp
ready?
скину.
Are they
На WhatsApp
prepared for
скину.
this push?
It wouldn't be a start to a group stage if America's
А ты
teams
уже
weren't fighting one
разберись,
another.
откуда тебе
Let's see.
включить.
All this time.
LG, I think, now finding
А
themselves a bit
Дески на
pinned. They need to
трансляцию
make
я же не
space.
буду
They need to
включать.
officially get outside
Он
of
же
Nate.
комментирует
Nice
сам. Я
Nate
думаю, это
slapped them
неправильно
down
будет.
as Rello was able to find the first.
Не, а Дескин, у него своя трансляция, и его смысл ретранслировать чужой стрим. Танки не будут меня смотреть, старый лопух. Танки не будут меня смотреть.
They had a lot of real estate up there to themselves. All of a sudden, they have a lot of neighbors.
This is what we're talking about just before. You cannot leave those gates open for everyone to enter. You will lose all kinds of control. The idea of the Everest Hill altogether is to play wide, is to take space, is to play control. You can't do that with people all around
Так,
you.
что у нас от весов нули? Я всегда за весов более, и после них уже за QM.
Right now, no real need to push up any further just yet. Is Luminosity still trying to put some pressure here on?
Блин, вот мы когда играли Кубок Антиквара, вот вообще вот прям так понравилось. Вот я ничего не смог нормально сделать, но очень понравилось. И я вот люблю вот эти трансляции смотреть. Я люблю эти трансляции смотреть. Чар-футюр. Я на нем, по-моему, даже не играл, но как танк он мне, ну, мои любимые танки барабанные всегда были.
На английском?
Я, да, на английском смотрю. Ну, русскую трансляцию там только Одескин комментирует, но его стримеры транслировать я не буду. Английскую включил. Не, они в танке гоняют, но им лучше будет Юру смотреть, например, чем меня, потому что Юра чистый танкист, блогер. А мой уровень танков по-любому, я сколько не играл, он не тот. Я вообще буду там фигню делать, это никому не интересно не будет. PUBG хотя бы я могу там... Ну, я там тоже смогу, но не знаю, вряд ли меня будут танки смотреть. Не знаю, посмотрим. Блин, здесь такие замесы бывают, и я просто представляю, какой уровень игры вот здесь, на этих турнирах. Я вообще даже не знаю, можно вот так транслировать? На русском нет, нету трансляции на русском. Женис. На русском трансляции нету. На русском Коля стримит, можете перейти к нему, он комментирует, он на русском. На русском таких трансляций не бывает. Такой китайский или какой там LG. Кстати, купоны. Про купоны не забывайте. Там надо посмотреть, до какого числа последняя ставка. И посмотреть, кто как идет. А у меня там такие же, как в PUBG, пойти прорашить там. Я перед стримом сегодняшним одну катку сделал, сливная была. Ну, я последний выжил. Но я последним умер. На Т-77 играл. Мой любимый танк был Бураск. Картинка одинаковая будет. У него просто приглушенный будет вот этот стрим, и он сам его озвучивает. Вот весы уже -1. Эти тоже вроде сильные. Как они были? И вам привет. New Happy. Тоже такие вроде нормальные были. Из кого я здесь знаю, вот этот Seven, вот этот 17-й, QM, New Happy, Гены, Чамы, Весы, а других я Путы, других особо так не знаю, там новые команды бывают. Ай, ты соло убили. И QM мы убили, жалко. Первая катка это идет.
And 17 was perfectly positioned here. Purple Moon is going to clean up 2 from New Happy.
Блин, он их растоптал, блин.
Two more kills in the bag. Not now the only player left remaining.
Смотрите, болельщики какие. Если надо звук на трансляцию добавить, скажите. Ты смотришь замер?
Да, смотрю.
Ну вот эти твисов убили, которые СНГ коллектив и QM. А ты на кого, говоришь, уже поставил купон? Да,
Давай я промолчу.
почему?
Не хочу говорить, потому что...
Потому что
они
их здесь
мертвые.
нету, да?
Они есть.
Где?
Они мертвые.
Так,
Вон они, Чамы.
это первая катка. А, ты на Чама поставил? Это первая
Да,
катка. Хорошо, я, может, как-нибудь сделаю этот стрим по танкам. Привет, Роман. Поменял себе комплект, хочу поменять еще видеокарту. Какую посоветуешь до 30к? Роман, это новая до 30к или бэушная? Вот этот момент уточни. Лайки обязательно, ребят, жмите лайки.
Maybe keep their two knocked players alive, but T-Bone and the boys, they are having absolutely none of it. Beanie's gonna find Flood, and Snakers will go down as well, and that's Luminosity taken care of cleanly.
По первым каткам вообще судить ничего нельзя. Наверное, БУ, если БУ 3060 Ti, 3070, 3060 Ti, если вот этот бюджет ты укладываешься. Смотря откуда ты и какие цены у вас на БУ.
Ooh, he had to back off. There's only a hair of health left there on Tanawat. Thunder is just going to feed that information over to his player. He hasn't even tried to res. I don't think he has any heals. Tanawat is just operating with the only HP remaining to him. Hikari will find him over the top and they'll go down. But what a performance here from Purple Moon.
Indeed. Very, very difficult to push up that hillside, especially being the last one in, but their timing was absolutely perfect. So
Танки посмотрел.
very tricky for them. At least they come away with 5 points. Solid play here in game.
Тогда 3060 Ti. Роман, а что за процессор у тебя?
Flicking the on switch. They do have Suju knocked right now. Are down Xiaobei as well. They can get this res, get reset. It'd be good as we see, look at Pentagram. They're actually pulling away. They're off to the north. They're taking the fight with E36. So this should be 17 being able to reset here.
Trying to make themselves some space, and right now it's working out for them. But the team that's really, I mean, kind of being fed off of this is Fedey Sports. They know for a fact that their eastern side.
Ryzen.
Now they're starting to look.
Ну, я в Ryzen'ах особо не разбираюсь, но, наверное, это уровень примерно i5, 5600. Если это уровень i5, то 3060 Ti, 3070 тебе надо. Желательно 3070, конечно, но если не укладываешься, 3060 Ti. Монитор Full HD у тебя? Что за Е34 азлы? Блин, как жалко, что эти уже умерли. 2К хочешь? 2К нормально, да. Вот как раз вот, если ты 2К будешь ставить, то не меньше 3060 Ti надо тебе брать. Мне кажется, футы выиграют. Если не затупят, футы выиграют, мне кажется. Они наверху просто широко встали. Подняться к ним тяжело будет людям. Если, конечно, дичь не сделают они.
with a 4-piece for himself. And they are still 4 strong, complete control over that western side, not overstepping their bounds, not trying to put themselves.
Конечно, большая 1060 это древняя видеокарта. Большая разница будет. 1060 это очень старая
I
карта.
love how we came into this one saying this group is things are gonna slow down a bit, and not like yesterday where we had 21 alive in 20 minutes. Well, I mean now we're in phase 6 and we have 11 alive. But I like to think
It was slow until it wasn't, right?
Мне интересно, они на каких компьютерах играют, на каких мониторах вот эти. У них каждый раз новые мониторы бывают. Сейчас на MCI-ках они вроде играют.
I feel like it's been months, maybe years since the last time I saw an Everest circle, and then we get 2 in back-to-back days. Absolutely
Нельзя.
wild.
Все тихо, мне стрим идет.
We'll see how this one ends up. Right now, still feels like Foot's in the driver's seat. Star-Lord almost.
Смотрите, футы один прям в край ушел в синьку, чтобы за спину к ним никто не зашел. Контролирует, смотрит все.
This is exactly what they would have hoped for.
Well, they look like wily veterans at it right now. They're holding on. And fortunately for them, they don't have to worry at all.
Почему не понравится, что это их настраивать как-то надо? Этот я тоже настраивал, вот у меня Xiaomi 2К. Я его, ну, со старта... А, там ТН матрица. А что, она лучше, что ли, для киберспорта? Этот я настраивал, все по каждому пункту смотрел, как, что мне лучше глазам. Но мне кажется, футы здесь выиграют. Они не смогут никто туда подняться. Голову неделю ломаю. А что ты ломал голову? На какую видеокарту брать? 4060 тебе, ну, бюджет не позволит. Тебе только бэушка 3070, 3060 Ti. 3070 Ti у меня дома были 10 видеокарт. Мы их продали по... Брата карты были новые, в месяц использованные были они. Считай, новые карты. По 30... То ли по 29, то ли по 31 продали их. 3070 Ti. Картинка хуже, она быстрее все понял. Там, наверное, отклик получше, да, получается? Я монитор видел, LG, у него 0.3 отклик, блин, стоит тоже там бешеных бабок. Там Q-лед или что-то такое. Квант или что-то там. Ну, дорогие, короче, в общем. Блин, ну ты софт 0, они просто на последнем месте. Первый кат. Это очень плохо.
Cannot have this great position and then end up going down in third because you made a mistake.
Also reaching a point now where these guys have been set on the hilltop shooting at everything for a while, but I'm seeing 5 spare.
Хорошая цена, но я далеко из Луганска. А чё ты, скажи, БУ, какие карты и сколько стоят? Просто мне скажи, пожалуйста, я же не знаю у вас чё почем. Ну они держатся еще все 3 команды. Пульс показывает, да, им скорее всего датчики одели, и у них пульс. Что за мир? Кто выиграет? Путы?
Азла. 12 очков, 7 киллов.
Не выиграют они, у них зоны нет.
Не, ну так тогда просто они пока
Да,
ведут
да,
в
хватит.
турнирной таблице. А так футы выиграют, у них позиция лучше.
Да, к ним подняться не смогут. Если они там грены не словят, что-нибудь ног какой-нибудь ненужный, они выиграют. 800 ваттный был, да,
Видишь,
хватит.
опять-таки их даже в десятке нету, они тут...
Да пофиг, что их в десятке нету, они, у них позиция, это высота, блин. У них, они не должны пускать их. Как они поднимутся туда? Никак не поднимутся.
Откуда у них столько грен, дымов?
Это профессионалы.
can see Beamy is now starting to set up a bit of a flank around here. They know they have the numbers advantage, at least against Interforce 36.
Под дымы, смотри, поднимается. Сейчас сверх не должны тупить. Они их задымляют. Вот, смотри, вот если он сейчас нокнулся бы,
Да.
он и подпустил, вот он уже все подпустил под себя. Он его должен был, но он в голову ему хорошо попал. А, этих нокнули. А золотые этих. Вот а чё они левую сторону не контролят? Не, здесь сейчас жестко будет. Не факт, что фоты выиграют. Уже зоны нету, сейчас всех поджимать друг к другу будет. Здесь такой замес будет неконтролируемый.
Я думаю, будет перестрелка в дымах. Они дыма сейчас закидают и будут в дымах воевать.
Лучше тяй бери, 360 тяй. Не, фоты, мне кажется, все-таки настигнут сейчас.
Футы количественно держат.
Ни хрена он закрыл там, а нормально, в моем стиле, блин. Ва, нокнули одного. Второго почти нокнули. Неужели всосут? Да-да, всасывают, прикинь, да, 2-2 остались. Там один каленый. Нет, 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 один в один. Кто? Это кто такие?
Аза.
Азы
Аза.
выиграли? Да
Да.
ладно.
Аза
Азы,
пентаграмм.
блин, выиграли. Прикинь, да, красавчики. Вот они, всякие мониторы. Это эти футы, да? Такие расстроенные.
Вот они, Аза.
Там кто-то жестко тупанул у них.
That is a tilter for sure, but they do not have a lot of time to try to reset. They have kind of turned things around immediately. Let's throw it over to our analyst desk to hear what they have to say about game number one.
Я на Чамов поставил, они всосали одни из первых.
Это
Извиняюсь,
первая
проиграл.
катка, это первая катка за мир.
Не, ну я понимаю, но в любом случае первая катка, ну в ноль слиться просто ни одного очка.
We'll get there in just a second. But first, let's take a look back at the matches. It's time for the highlights.
It's highlights. And you just can't help yourself, and I like it. But it's beautiful, yeah. It's a little bit of a rough start for some teams.
Дмитрий Арен, привет.
But yeah, as the guys pointed out a little bit here.
Надо будет потом стрим переименовать, что ли, я не знаю. Два рака сосали, блин. Потом пошли смотреть.
It was a fair 3 versus 4, and yeah, it was crazy. Unfortunately, Foot Peak,
Один раз я помню, на этих LG-шек поставил купон, увидел, что они там на втором месте, ну, нормально тоже, они потом как насасывать начали. Лучше я на них не ставил бы. Блин, один купон. Кстати, здесь же эти... а где... Блин, я же не смогу это контролить. Здесь за просмотры тоже должны давать.
Там, по-моему, коды иногда бывают.
Но я не могу эти коды юзать, потому что у меня стрим включен. Это игру надо. То все, 3-10. Это без стрима только юзать.
But it felt like from that moment on, Foot was sort of chasing the lightning. They sort of had let them come in, and once the enemy's in the gates, there's nothing you can do to push them back out. So congratulations to Pentagram.
PGC 2023. Раньше я сломал здесь коды, эти купоны, короче, все здесь, короче, добывали.
They know how to do. And that's part of the first day, right? Like they come in, there's no jitters there. They know what to put up with. They're used to a crowd that's cheering for them or against them, depending on where we play. So they've got the pedigree, and I think that's where you talk about value of previous PGC experience. That'll wane though. You know, this is a month-long event. The non-experienced will eventually become experienced, and I think you can't lean into that forever if you're Pentagram.
No, for sure. Fantastic start for them, though. And I gotta say, Foot being the team that was absolutely first on Everest, them being able to get that many points out of
Ты можешь чат и игру на второй экран вывести. В принципе, да, могу.
to use their smoke, use their utility, and eventually put themselves into this spot tier to potentially have won the game.
Absolutely. If you took that recommendation at the start and said go add 8 to your team,
Да, наверное, сейчас это не буду делать.
it would have
Ничего.
worked out for you because they put up a lot of damage. Let's take a look at the top 4 teams here. Pentagram comes out with the win, 14 kills, 2,000 damage from the top of that mountain. E36 ends up in second because they managed to pull those 7 kills, whereas Foot had to play defensive. Lots of damage, but they weren't able to sort of finish a lot of those.
Yeah, also got a lot of damage taken here. Of course, good to see 7 kills.
У меня их прически просто
900 damage, almost the 1
такие прикольные посередине эти.
Good to see here from as the Pentagram. Super experienced.
Замер. Сделал вообще такой прическу?
So many events these guys played, but yeah.
Какой?
Ну, если ты PGC смотришь, и две прикольные прически были. Я раньше любил вот так прямые волосы делать.
Nice plays, well deserved. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard, which is technically your overall leaderboard. This is the first game of the day. Pentagram will start out with 24. E36 and be very happy with that 12. I think all 3 of those teams that finished in the top 3 are very happy with. Like, I don't know that a lot of people expected them to start so strong.
No, for sure not. How, of course, happy with the 5 points they're able to squeeze out of this game here after kind of a rough start in a compound that did not matter at all.
That's true.
We're not fighting for anything. It's just a random drive-by or random. They kind of stumble into each other.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. We are back once again, and it is I, Porsource. It is he, Toby, and we have one game in the books. We saw Pentagram pull out a miracle on Everest and leave Foot questioning themselves here as we head into game number 2. Again, though, Toby, I mean, it was just fantastic play on the part of Pentagram. We really can't really say anything about what Foot did. I mean, it was 2 knocks, and then all of a sudden it was over.
I mean, we saw it in the end of the game, the statistics there too. Foot didn't throw a single smoke the entire game. They threw one flashbang. I don't think they had one, as we said. I mean, they got up there early, they got ready to it, and, well, they didn't come out victorious. Another team who came up to a much stronger start than I would have expected was Interforce. Starlord leading the team. The second time he qualifies as a Korean player, went to Japan to play PUBG. Second time he brings the team through to PGC. Last time around it didn't go too well. Nothing to write home about for them in Dubai in 22. This time around though, off to a solid start. Hoping to see them play with this ferociousness for the rest of the tournament.
Сейчас, ребят, одну секунду. Я кое-что сделаю. Пока не началось.
Them come in and start very, very strong as we are heading into game number 2, our final game of the day on Erangel.
Goes fast. You see it? Well,
Я сейчас попробую игру на второй экран вывести, на всякий случай.
See if maybe Foot off of a good game here. Feeling more confident in trying to kick away Gen G from South Georgia. As you know, again, I said it before, neither team very eager to share, but last game they allowed themselves to.
17 fans in full throat here at the beginning of game number 2, letting their team know that they have their backs. And we did see 17 collect quite a few kills that last game, although they do end up going out, I believe, in 4th overall.
I mean, it's a tricky game to try and make something happen, and it's literally an uphill battle for anyone but Foot Esports, who was already set there. So not taking too
Так, игру я вывел на второй экран. А, уже началась катка.
Just jump into the deep end of the pool, Toby. Although our pool is nice deep, but it's very nice and warm.
Well, yeah, it is.
You jump in and it's like, oh, there's no shock to this. That must be what it feels like for some of these teams jumping into the pool of Group B.
Yeah.
Is there's no shock. There's no cold feeling.
Все, я отслеживаю коды. Да-да, ну я через Twitch включил. На YouTube те коды, скорее всего, на Твиче будут. На Твиче будут, если будут. На YouTube. Не на экране. Раньше на экране появлялись, сейчас вроде в чате. Так зачем это было делать на экране, там на паузу ставить, там, короче, я не знаю. А злые 24 очков. И сын на последнем месте. Вот question mark. Вот этот Fear First, вот этот третий игрок, он, по-моему, с Махачкалы.
But best of luck, just give them that extra oomph. He's gonna hit every single shot. He has a pedigree that goes way back to the origins of the game itself. And he's a powerhouse of a player. So look for him to go out and deal a lot of damage whenever question mark gets up close to an opponent.
Yeah, you get question mark in a good position.
Блин, в первом лице тачка управляет, это испытание такое бывает. Когда суета, стрельба везде, блин, контролировать это так тяжело. В третьем вообще с кайф. И третий это читерный режим, конечно. Сердечко бьется 105, у него 104.
In the esports news, Paperthin and Annie breaking it down, and the Death talk briefly about them too. MML, if you don't know, he is Tian, the former Tianba player, very good at that. Boliang has played an insane career at Infantry.
Я, если что, какой-то рабочий будет, вот, я его в чат скину.
He is a phenomenal player. When infantry gaming was at their prime in the 2019-2020,
Чат скину.
when everything there was to win in those years in China, it was all led.
Но его надо будет резко копировать, игра должна быть включенная, а так не успеете применить.
Played together with MML.
Couple of Tiamba refugees plus Boliang from Infty, and then the Joker, the curious case
of Seuss,
of Mr. Seuss.
Seuss is a enigma.
Kaiser Seuss.
It's definitely is an enigma. Curious to see if we get to see him a little more highlighted here in this match. We now stick in with Suchu.
Что за это? 400 джекоин, что это? Вот иначе. Это как перевести?
Это здесь?
Да. Код, подожди, код для получения 400 граммовой монеты появляется на экране после первой крови в матче. Код на 800 и 5000 джекоин появится на экране после выбывания первой команды в матче. Вы сможете активировать коды на кладе пик. Обратите внимание, что количество применения каждого кода ограничено. Также можете получить 10 тысяч киберспортивных баллов от Twitch Drops. Слышали, да, что я сказал?
Да.
Код для получения 400 граммовой монеты, 400 джекоин появится на экране после первой крови в матче. В первом матче по ходу. Это, я не знаю, только в первом матче было. Поэтому после первой команды опять можно коды на экране появится, прикинь.
Ну да, с экрана надо быстро набирать и вводить код туда.
Сейчас тогда я кое-что сделаю. Ну, у меня второй экран включенный есть, что я там на паузу поставлю. Если увижу.
Is very, very low. Zest trying to defend his teammate as best he can, or trying to find out maybe spot out Pure Boy. Nothing hitting just yet though, and it doesn't look like they have any more offensive throwables.
Yoda really wants to regroup here, but it's not really possible right now with an opponent still around. Yoda, the captain of the team, brought in two of the previous players from BN United.
Жека, привет. Смотри, зрители ушли. Я не знаю, Женис, так можно включать другого стримера, этот стримы? Могут же заблокировать. И я думаю, все равно некрасиво было бы на своем канале чужого стримера включать. Тут это официальный канал, я ретранслирую. Вы можете пойти к АД скину, никаких проблем нет.
From up high, he had him both. He was ready for it. He even swapped back to the AR because he didn't want to waste his one Panzerfaust shot. But little did he know there was an entire team of Brazilians sat on the hill up high.
Oh boy, that's as free as they're going to come too for him. As he had a plan. He had a plan, and looks like the res will come through. K still slowly bleeding out, but E36.
E36 getting all the reses back up now. They know there's someone sat somewhere in the compound still, most likely with a shotgun in hand, so not
Что
really
там за...
eager to make any aggressive plays on that. But now 4v1,
Чё?
even with a shotgun, you're thinking that it's likely that they could come out victorious. Utility spent here. You know what? I don't even blame them for it. Get it smart. Get it done.
Yeah.
And don't take any casualties in doing so.
Yeah, no, you
Если увидите на экране код, на
Пульс
паузу...
игроков даже показывает.
А, у вас с задержкой же идет, это тоже, блин, тоже зароляет. На паузу надо ставить и быстро в игру вводить, но вряд ли вы успеете, если даже он будет. Там таких голодных, знаете, ребят, сколько бывает? Которые бур-бур-бур-бур в секунду все делают.
That's where you have the numbers advantage. You get one player knocked, instantly the second one is there to trade. And don't get fooled by the two great team colors. While it was Legacy before, now 4 AM coming over here to see what...
Тут весов уже
Получается,
одного
они
нету.
прошлую катку вторую сыграли, да? Ну да, потому что у Азлы 24 очка.
Не, они третьими сыграли.
Что?
Они же в топе были, да, эти Е36?
36, да, они же до топа дошли.
Азлы, ну, топ-3, по-моему, не было.
Да, Азлы этот... Азлы топ-1 взяли. Получается, Азлы 2 раза взяли топ-1, у них 24 очка.
Honestly, the longer it takes them, the better, because right now 4 AM still kind of creeping around there as we check in with LG. They're just over the top of Howl.
Недоступные коды скидывают.
Looking over here, they hear the engines, but I think LG may have sniffed this
Быстро и
out. I
обратно
think they were
вниз.
following a little bit close behind them and maybe saw them go down in here.
Oh, there comes the guy with a shotgun. Finds one. Not gonna find more, though. Pureboy actually was the one to take down Sylvia initially. Good thing for Enterforce is that
4 AM
4
already
AM
left.
they already left. So seeing 2 knocks could have meant pull up, but not going to happen. They will live with the scare.
And that is terrifying too, isn't it? I mean, you know
Киньте
you're
коины,
a 4-man
дичка
squad,
очень надо.
you don't want
Вот же одна команда ушла. Был какой-нибудь код? Не было же.
Kudos to them, they managed to pull it off. As we check out an interview here, as we check in with Batulins. Let's see, maybe this interview.
Иди работай бомжара, пишет.
It took 4 days already to fix it. As a team, we discussed how this took
Это твисовский
for us.
пацан.
We prepared for it.
Твис
All
Пайра.
results we want. Another regular things like what hotel, what place of tourney. That's all. We're fully motivated to take first place because we already took third and second.
Не, ну твисы могут нормально отыгрывать.
Thank you for your support.
Вот заруинил тачку, как я. Застрял еще. Пришлось себе эту позицию занять.
Right behind him again, they'll make their way over. So that should be good news for Spiro. The rest of the Twisted Minds boys, you can see Batu actually spotting Blaze. Oh no, Hal actually coming in. You're gonna find Scofeld.
Отлично, Лу.
And Hal just kind of getting picked apart right now.
Давай, 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 закрывайте поинты. Тихо, 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 тихо. Этот пушит уже вперед. Ничего себе. А че он так открыто вышел, этот Батулин? Да ладно, давай уж отойти до его. Хорош.
Definitely covering for his captain there as Batu take a wide swing on that peak. That was very aggressive there, Batu. But all's well as ends well as another 4 points picked up there for Twisted Minds. LG, meanwhile, still slowly
Так, весы, 4 очка, уже 4 поинта есть втроем.
scouting things out for Angry Men. Meanwhile, they have compound of their own just off to the west of Twisted.
Видел, как твисты там закрыли?
Да, видел.
Мои ученики есть еще.
Да?
Ты тоже мой
Я
ученик, но ты чуть не справляешься.
Мученик или ученик?
Ты мученик.
Ты меня мучаешь.
Ты меня тоже.
Я чамам позвонил, сказал, чтобы они тут в хатах сидели, не вылазили.
Эй,
Да.
ты нервную систему мою сегодня испортил, с тебя стоит. И не забывай только, что стрим идет.
Изыди.
LG, ты же хотел телевизор LG или монитор
Получить?
купить.
Ну, не такой же этот, который я тебе скинул. Нормально. Кстати, я по обзорам посмотрел, да и вообще по отзывам, по всему. У этой модели, у этой фирмы очень часто битые пиксели бывают.
У кого? Лайн?
Да, вот этот
Ну а
Line.
что ты хотел? Что там топовое что-то стоит? Конечно будет.
Ну, не топовые, они просто, скорее всего, вот эти бракованные матрицы забирают с пикселями битыми и делают вот такие мониторы.
Кому похер на эти пиксели?
Ну, тебе-то да.
Мне нет. Я бы не хотел, чтобы у меня точка здесь горела на экране.
Не, ну плотность, когда большая, и когда у тебя разрешение этот 2К или 4К, там этот один пиксель, он вообще в глаза не бросается битый. Но когда у тебя Full HD стандартный экран, и там битый пиксель, извини, подвинься. Там он будет таким пятном ярким.
Посмотрите, они в зоне, эти ребята. Наши весы. Смотря куда зона пойдет дальше. Жалко, что их трое, конечно. Ну, то, что трое, они более аккуратнее должны сыграть.
Full control of Gatka, and now Shen Yixin Long trying to make their northern rep. Keep in mind, they came in from around Pochinki out east, and now they're all the way up towards Everest, trying to go for the full 360 here. But I think they're going to be cut a little bit.
Он твой друг масхалатник едет в машине.
They know that there's pressure building from the southern side, and the first one there is going to be Purple Mood.
Yeah, they had a very rough game number one here. Is Purple Mood being real sneaky about how they push up here. They got to be careful. They're a little bit split up. You would like to see them maybe a little bit closer together, especially with us having.
Делай ставки. Чам войдет этот в топ-3?
Ты имеешь в виду в этой карте?
Да, в этой карте.
Не знаю, как они играют. Я вот хочу, чтобы твисы в топ-3 вошли.
Кто?
Твистес Майн.
А, Твистес.
Ну и Киэма.
А ты что, на них поставишь?
Я не поставлю, это СНГ коллектив. Я всегда за них болею. У них раньше как было, я уже не помню, уже к твисам привык. Это по-другому команда называлась, уже забыл. Я один раз на них купон поставил, они третье место взяли. Ну, чем ничего. Хотя бы третье место. Question mark are those knockdown. Данте knockdown.
Imagine that the December 12 thinks, I'm safe, I got a level 3 helmet, I'm chilling. But nope, not gonna happen. Dante finds him through the smoke, and maybe, just maybe, that's gonna allow for Purple Mood to push on forward.
And now they'll at least allow them enough time to get res on to Fluky. So P90 back in play as Tanawa gonna come and rejoin the boys. Duckman's peeking up over the top. They're gonna make sure they leave those smokes down, keep that smoke wall going to protect them from question mark. As the throwables keep going out, Fluky gonna go down again as Nan and the rest of the new Happy Gang holding a strong defense against this push.
This fight is taking way too long, though. Nan does find the triple comes through. Great hold, nice use of utility. But now here is question mark. They're over the hilltop. They had the
Шалит там они у Хэппи в доме, сейчас их... Блин, здесь и сишки нету, Си4. Я представляю, если сишки были бы. Что тут они вытворяли бы с этими Си4? Кто в домах сидит.
But he is just wide out in the open. If any of question mark are able to just peek up over that ridge line, Nan is sure as dead. So he needs to rely on his teammates to cover him. They
Он лежит.
just like
Ага, Фил Ферст.
his teammates weren't looking.
Да,
There
еще
you
в
go.
ног
December
ушел.
12 actually going to trade it back though.
Now they have to hold the line though. They have to try and allow for either Nan to push or crawl all the way back, or for somehow them being able to push on forward.
Смотрите, у нее даже скинов нету, не одевает ничего. Обычные шмотки, что были. Чтоб ничего внимания не привлекало.
To claim them. Smart playing here from PMA to not overstep their boundaries.
No, very good stuff. Very good awareness on the part of PMA. Meanwhile, that circle did pop, and it is going to go south. So this fight has a little bit more time to play out if we want, as we see LG and 17 kind of squaring up a little bit in the kill feed. Meanwhile, question mark. It looks like they're just going to pull away from that fight with New Happy. They realize they're dug in that house like a tick. It's going to take way too long to dig them out. Let's go ahead and make the next move into the zone.
I mean, they're an edge team. They got exactly what they wanted. They came over the hilltop. They got a kill on a team they now know who is. They've wounded them. They say, great, if they're coming to us, we have the numbers advantage. Now let's fall back. Let's go back on our edge. Let's chill things out and let the action unfold before us, and then make our decision on where we want to go.
Exactly. Exactly what you want to see from a team of New Happy's caliber. Legacy, meanwhile, have to send it. They were all the way up on the north, and they're going to be sending it right into.
О, приехали. Двое сразу отлетели. И еще третий, и четвертый сюда. Нормально, еще 4 килла нафармили. И уже на 6-м месте. А почему 6? А что, 2 у них подсосали, что ли? Они же 4 закрыли. Кто там 2 еще подсосал? Что-то не разглядел. Жалко, 2 килла забрали. Резко кто-то подсосал их. Я в дерево врезался.
Well, they're going to continue. Star-Lord's actually going to stop down just to heal up because he's just a hair's breadth away from going down. As E36, they go all the way across the zone and right into question. Well, but Pure Boy will immediately turn on the best of luck.
Solid shot coming through. Issue is they're up against an entire team inside the building. You saw one of them get out of the vehicle early. Not too much he can do in order to try and help. So question mark. With the numbers advantage, finding the first one, now taking down K as well. Sylphia is up close trying to fend off, but Star-Lord is nowhere near.
Looking New Happy, they've started to creep out of their compound. They're going to see if they can maybe return the favor on a question mark with the third-party action here. As E36 is starting to get picked apart here a little bit, and that's going to be it for them as a COD actually going to do it with the final knock onto Star-Lord.
Сейчас зона уйдет. А, они вот сюда сейчас перестроятся. Блин, Дан там ног ушел.
As one will go down on each side. Sixel now has joined the party as well. The new circle has popped and none of this is going on inside the zone. Doozy is very, very low. You see Phil first still holding up the top side, the high side.
Нет, я на этот... Вай, блин, что вы делаете?
Сквад один завалил, видел?
Ошалеть, как они лоханулись. И хэппи, да, могут.
Блин, как он сквад завалил,
да. Кирилл, да, ничего не было. Тот вообще спрыгнул с лестницы и вообще что сделал?
Спрыгнул, да, с лестницы.
Ошалеть, как они отдались. А на YouTube Full HD трансляция? Это официальная трансляция или у кого ты на YouTube смотришь? У Одескина? Главное, хотя бы твисы еще живые. Ну, КМ мы просто отдались, по-моему.
They stole maybe Foot's spot away from it. It looked like Foot was heading out here on foot with AT and Beamy leading the way. T-Bone and Vard now leaving the compound Starting to come over there and join the rest of the squad, but this is wide open field combat, Toby. This is terrible.
Посмотри этот вакан трансляция или Full HD. 3 грен летят. Одна долетела, но он отошел.
Да. Ну, машина сейчас взорвется.
On the side of that hay bale. And now Beamy's going to get spotted out by DG98. So trades coming through here from Gen G and Foot Esports. The one thing they've got going for them is no, well, I say that.
Если Full HD, толку от нее на Твиче буду смотреть. Если 2К еще можно было. Так, твисы в зоне трое. Вот эти в центре. Азла опять. Прикинь, да, Азла опять в центре зоны.
Да, и с домами повезло.
Ну их еще удержать надо.
Ну, они распределились, каждый дом взял.
Да, если нокнут их, уже не помогут. Сейчас посмотрим, что будет дальше. Не сладко. Дедушка Юра, приветствую, Рамис, доброго дня и побед. Привет, но мы смотрим трансляцию PGC. The spirits, at least from now, of that operation with boarding, of course, the IGL, they never take risks. They play it smart, they play it smart, they sit there. Детям скажи потише там. 163 у него, смотри, как там пульсирует, все нормально. Стрелку ложит на пульсе. You've got 4 AM, LG, Twisted Minds down to 3.
Надвинется еще метр 50 восточном направлении, и он окажется на виду людей, находящихся на верхнем этаже. Это очень хорошо. Гейт выходит вперед благодаря этому.
Че за перевод, Швед? По-моему, это такой будет, как флут. Дедушка, если не интересно, то до следующего стрима. Мы начали играть, что-то вообще игра не зашла, я решил спокойно трансляцию посмотреть. Я люблю эти трансляции смотреть. Я первый раз на них стрим запустил, потому что ребята сказали, некоторые будут смотреть. Я думаю, пускай стрим идет. Да, он так рассказывает, как это, да, смешно прям. Вот сюда бы дали они трехочковую какую-нибудь под этих 17-х. Блин, хоть бы они не проиграли, я прям вот...
Видишь, как четко чамы выполняют задания. Живут в зоне, в домиках.
А, живут на последнем месте. Не, на самом деле они на плейсмент играют, нормально. А, ты смотришь? Все, понял. Спасибо, что смотришь, лайкосик. Но здесь очень интересно, если вы поймете, что к чему. Это очень интересно. Вот турниры их, как они тут борются.
Yeah, 17, they're trying to see if they can get anything off of this Twisted Minds, but they have to be super careful about LG, who is just kind of overseeing all of this. Anytime Twisted or 17 just peek up, they have to worry about any of the Luminosity boys.
6 очков у них есть. Вот, блин, двоих там кто подсосал, так не понял. Зона их сейчас выдавливает. Короче, у них сейчас жестко... Они могут не выйти просто. Вот смотрите, LG там в кимпах сидят, а тут еще 17-й мешают. Что будут они делать, я не знаю, но им, по-моему, тяжело будет. А, кстати, они же по туннелю могут друг к другу выйти. А он, смотрите, там щиты поставил. Один сидит на проходе, смотрит. Я сейчас выйду, послушаю.
They have to be aware of Twisted Mind 17. They got to be aware of 4 AM. And then you've got PMA and Sixel on the south side. At some point, they're going to crash into something. You know, I would think that the pentagram compound may be the best option, but you never really know.
We said that 4AM will make a yeet eventually. This might just be the time. They've been sat in that compound for the past 5 circles. We'll see if now is the time. And no, fairness, considering where they are, still 4 alive, have barely taken damage. Take those cars a bit further out, make a smoke trail, and play it out in the open. That might just be the play issue. Is how long is that going to keep you alive? And I think that's what Shen Yixing-Long and PMA are starting to consider now as well. We got to make an aggressive play forward.
And here it comes.
Пока... Врезался в дерево, блин. Вот, весы подсосали. Это 7-й килл.
As Pentagram is just sitting here, just farming. Yep, Teddy gonna go down as well. PMA eliminated just like that. Sixel, they're gonna try to do the same.
Вай.
That fight has finally come to a head.
Yeah, 17 trying to peek on over 4AM, butchered and approach towards the compound now. I mean, Luminosity.
Ногти. Ну, поднимает. Сейчас Грена прилетит. На. Это огонь.
And 17, I mean, trying to get something done with the utility, able to get the knock onto Petulans, can't quite commit to the flush, though. Nice setup here for Twisted Minds to prevent them from going any further forward. But the blue zone is now closing in. They will have to get out of this position.
How on earth did Pentagram manage to hold off the full push from
нокайтесь.
PMA and Sixel all at the same time?
Все, зонами зажали, смотри как четко.
Нок, первый, второй.
Четко.
Один остался. Они сейчас должны его пушить. Потому что Синька идет. Втроем пошли. Еще Грена пришла. Флешка. Хорош! Забрали позицию, отжали. А те Грены кидают, смотри. Ну там... Ну, мне кажется, LG их не выпустят. Уже топ-4.
Как вынесли этих, блин, чамов. Просто как мясо. Поздно они задержались в зону заходить.
They go back to back here, Pentagram. That would have been, that would be, I should say.
Ребят, кто в чате, плюс чат делайте, интересно. Но им очень тяжко будет. Они не в зоне, а там на крыше сидит чел. На этих! Толпой на одного идут! Стерли просто его! Топ-3 уже для Twisted Minds есть. Топ-3.
ДБСом.
О, нокнули LG-шку Спайра.
Азла опять возьмут.
Подошли. Ну, давайте еще. А что не все с одной стороны-то? Синька. Блин, Лунок Батулин 2 нока. Ёлки-палки. Не, все. Все, минус весы. Он поднимает, ты тоже подними, да. Ну... Синька, он уже не резнет. Хорош! Перешел! Аптеку ешь! Блин, умер. Топ-3 для твитцов. Там двое наши... Там двое как нокнулись? От какой синьки, я чуть не понял. Че они ноки словили, этот Батулин? Они же могли, блин.
Он зону кинул, зона его
по-братски, надо, чтобы сейчас LG-шки выиграли. Только не азлы. LG
азлы так и так набрали очки.
Ну какая разница? Ну надо, чтобы они топ-1 не взяли хотя бы.
Ну хоть как-то, да, забрать.
goes down, will go down as he gets his toesies
Не, Азлы
in the
выиграют.
blue zone as the smokes are
Они
laid
выиграют.
down thick for LG, trying to make their way across in. Eventually, the final dot's going to be outside of this compound, though.
I mean, and keep in mind, Pentagram, they had what 5 teams die inside that compound. They got utility 4 days, and now they've spent the most of it. One more down.
Не, нет шансов у LG.
Душат.
Да,
Крышу
у них
высоко
сейчас,
взяли.
прикинь, у них сейчас где-то 60 очков будет.
Join together, qualify for PGC, and come off to a dream start here at PGC. Snakers will find one, but the trade is there. Back to back for Asla Pentagram.
And that is how it's done. They were a little bit,
Как эти азлы толпой просто зашли туда, где Сольвинг был.
Да, и как они этот с ДБСа просто снял. Вот даже зажать не успел. Три топчика подряд. Хорошо разыгрались они.
Какие 3-2? Трекер.
Это разве за 2 у них было этот?
Да. Трекер. Надо кикнуть их. Звоните Левше, ребят. Он по-любому турнир организовал.
Two Orangle maps, 2 victories for Penta. And this is obscene how good they are right now. It feels like a repeat of yesterday.
2 игры, 2 победы.
Now Penta comes out and opens with 2, and they look like they can't be stopped. They're smart. They're making the right plays. That choice not to third party and really play the dot worked incredibly well for them.
They knew that they had the center dot better. The compound was better, and LG was going to be delayed with the fight, so they are not going to be able to have a perfect smoke. The wall up, sit up, and the timing is just completely different, right? So in general, yeah, it's just a perfect.
Но трисы красавчики, они тех закрыли и очки набрали. Вот здесь как эти QM стреляли просто жестко.
I gotta say in general though, this chopstick endings, it's just it's so well known that it's like playing the same chess game over. So how do you do these small changes? Nice played by Twisted Mind.
И Спайра красавчик нормально там их душил. Соло.
I just can't believe it. Honestly, the guys have they have the pedigree, but I wouldn't expect it for this to be the start.
I expect it to turn on quite so quickly, all right? They're putting this roster together. I mean, Toby said at the end, they kind of came together to make this run at PG. See, and sometimes it takes time to get that group back and synergizing correctly, but apparently not, as they played very well. Now, Luminosity also had a good game. Both those teams grabbed a good compound, held very effectively. But again, Luminosity, despite the fact that they had more smokes than I've seen in a very long time, they just weren't able to stop. And part of that was, again, Pentagram just used accuracy through volume. You saw them just laying down fire. There was no chance to get heals. There was no chance to push forward. There was no chance for Luminosity to get that win.
Yeah, and in general, you know, in this situation here, like once you're 4 guys strong, you have that better compound there. It's just another situation like a waiting game, or wait for the third party, wait for those 2 teams to kind of fight it out, and then use the rest of the utility and just hold them out. So super well executed by them in general. This compound that they had, like the way that it's laid out, is also just a better compound, like to hold. You have that small shack in front. You have they were playing the roofs already. Like they have all the advantages in that case.
And that's true.
Почему в танках убрали киберспорт?
That's really what they did while that Twisted Mind fight sort of played out, and it was extended. They couldn't finish that last flush, and that's when I think they took that advantage. And Pentagram said, "Yep, now we get on the roofs. Now we lock up the shack. Now we sort of pre-prep a lot of action." And there was just nothing that LG could do. So again, that's one of those things. Like I think if you're a team that doesn't get the win in that situation, you don't get angry about it because the game do be like that sometimes.
For sure, like it's very often the case. Like if you're in a situation where you have 3 teams left, if you're the last team to initiate, always. Right. Almost always, you are the
unless
team
you're talking about game 1.
Sure, yeah. You're the last team to initiate. Oh, but they were hurting, and that's true. But it's very often a case like this. Like they're all kind of fighting here. As the Pentagram just waiting.
Левша убил его, почему?
13 kills here. There's another 23 points coming in their way. LG and Twisted Minds, of course, also with a lot of good damage and kills. Of course, with LG, they're able to put in out of that damage, playing on the kind of high ground here. But now here, it's up to a card. 6 kills and nearly 700 damage for him. Good to see. that there's another player that's able to step up. Again, the pedigree on this team here is through the roof. It would be crazy to see them to be the best team out of Korea, considering what we've seen from them so far.
It'd be, I mean, as of now, officially, since the start of PGC, so far they're standing in that role, and Akat is going to lead that. His knockouts 3, 6 kills.
Заметьте, такая прическа подойдет.
У меня же такая же. Очков нету, поэтому я плохо играю.
Damage and shifting somebody else into the front line, making sure whoever was peeking had a solid helmet. They were playing good fundamental PUBG, and it results in 23 points on the match leaderboard.
47 points after 2 games.
It's insane.
It's disgusting. Good for LG, of course, to come in Twisted Minds after a little bit of a different start for them. But yeah, some teams on the right side right now that we obviously want to see do a little bit better. Unfortunately for Howl and Genius, 0 points. But here, the overall so far, you need to get top 8. There's no difference. You need to get to the winners. That is top 8 and 47 points. Again, we're talking about the 75 to 85 points cutoff, so that is crazy.
Но QA мы поднялись, ой, Твисы на 7-е место поднялись за FK.
Ну, посмотрим в следующей катке, сколько очков уже будет. Ну, все равно Азла это, блин, жестко сейчас отрываются.
Puts them in their bucket and walks out of the building with nothing left for anyone else. Upside, teams like Genius or Purple Mood, you know, a hometown team that the fans are here to see, they're not out of it because Pentagram getting those first 2 chicken dinners means that it's wide open for teams to make that jump. So pretty excited to see exactly what's going to happen as the games continue to go forward. We're switching off of Erangel. We're going to head to Vikendi next when we come back after this short break. So please stick around because this is PGC 2023. Don't go anywhere.
Unleash my shopping spree. Duty free from big brands. At all King Power stores. And King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Automat's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn.
Так, что там? Викинди сейчас будет. Потом Таэга, 2 Мирамара. То есть матч. Вон, видишь, там это 2 админ, 1. Блин, 2 топ подряд пацаны взяли. Ранили, что ли? Ой, ноутбук.
Что, уже вечером остальные эти будут?
Нет, все подряд сейчас будет.
А почему написано матч 3, 19-20?
Ну, время-то не по нашему времени они играют.
А, все, вижу. Coming up next. Следующий этот будет через 3 минуты.
Это у них время сейчас такое. Они же где там? В Таиланде? Где они там? Где турнир проходит? А чё на 5-м матче активация... А, блин. Это у меня активация Windows горит, что
Ты лошара.
Ну, что за активация Windows на 5-й карте? Ой, блин. Сейчас эти будут весы, они жару дадут. Они настигнут этих там, вот этих. Ну, вот этих, короче. Азлов.
Ты хочешь сказать, твисы сейчас нагнут, да?
Они могут. Ну, они не там супер какие-то, но они и топы берут. И нормально бывает, они выживают вообще. Красавчики, они хорошо играют.
Просто вот этим Азлам в первой катке жестко повезло сразу этот с центром угадать, и зона все время на них прокалась на горе.
Там в прошлом году Нави выиграла. А был шанс у Твисов. Они там QM мы просто в твисов рашнулись, и все. У них бардак пошел, и Нави выиграла там. А были шансы, и, по-моему, даже QM был шанс, или нет. QM не помню, но твисам был шанс выйти в топ-1. Ну, забрать турнир.
Мы когда заявку подадим?
Какую?
На участие в турнире.
Киберспорт?
Ну да.
Да тебя там боты нагнут.
Ну и что? Главное участие.
Media Day. Вот эти твисы. Только что были. Это этот Бангкок или как его? Таиланд. Эту грязную реку увидел я. Это Таиланд.
Это там, где быстро делают смену потолков и пола.
Да. У них электричество дорогое, короче. А так в целом там дорогое только электричество у них. Что-то вот эти Тиглтоны не доживают до этих PGC вообще, блин. Что-то их давно там не видно было. Викенди. В принципе, мне эта карта очень нравится. Викенди. С теплаком вообще.
Ты здесь?
Да.
У тебя тоже подвис турнир?
Нет.
Странно, что у меня подвисла трансляция?
Обнови.
А, все.
Желтая мышка.
Они что, друг над другом так сидят вот на площадке?
Да, да. Вот висит. Что за моники у них? Оно замер, проверь резко. Раз таки вижу.
MCI же.
Ну MCI, ну что за модель? Это толстый монитор. У всех наушники одинаковые. А что за наушники? Что за ВС? Наушники. Ну вот послушать бы хорошими наушниками. Но мышки и клавиатура у них свои. А у этих двоих одинаковая клавиатура. Мышки разные. Да-да, клавы, мышки, короче, у них свои. А остальное железо, короче. У них помимо вот этих наушники, то, что они сверху одели, у них капельки тоже в ушах. Наушники у некоторых. Видел, у него красные проводки были, он еще наушники одел.
Да, вижу, он.
Так, сейчас подойду я.
Давай.
Сейчас, ребят.
It's been wild. It's been wild yesterday, and I hope that we get equally wild games here today.
Oh man, I just love this map. I'm really coming around on this map a lot. I know we've talked about it almost ad nauseum at this point, but you know, regardless of storms, regardless of bears, it's still a fun map.
One of the things that I think is the most interesting thing about Vikendi, as we do get the game set up and ready here, it was just testing, you know, getting everyone up and ready for this one. What I do love is that having talked to players from multiple regions now about Vikendi specifically, many teams said, you know what, initially I wasn't a fan. Didn't like the map, it didn't play the way that I wanted it to. But they're all saying now we're forced. It's part of the map pool. We are forced to focus on it. We are forced to pay attention to Vikendi, and they're all saying, you know what? The more I'm forced to work with it, the more it's actually growing on me.
It's like eating your vegetables.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's good for you if you pay attention. You have to actually get involved with it. But like you said, I think you're starting to see a lot more strategies. You're starting to get formed. You're starting to see a lot of teams just actually kind of get their feet under them and really kind of figure out methodology for how they like to play this thing. So now we are actually going into the game as we see
Да, тут
and the boys sitting there.
звук просто на максимум выкрутил и плохо тебя слышал.
Head on a swivel, Toby.
Head on a swivel. Eyes on pentagram, I suppose. 100% Group B win rate right now. And as you said, Polar Bears, Blizzards, Vikendi has it all. Cable cars, trains, you name it. Dinosaur Land. I mean, it's Dino Land, I should say. It's been chaotic. Now we know that
Погнали.
New Happy has been joining forces, so to speak, down and around Decamesto. But again, neither two teams really eager to fight early on. I would be very surprised to see
Уикенди. Смотрите, они нарисовали на карте, кто куда падает. В Лимберт эти падают, получается, весы. Смотри, Дамир, у каждого свой кемп, короче, типа, кто куда падает.
Это они метки поставили, и за них метки подписали сразу их логотипом.
А, да?
Да, это
Может
метки.
быть. Может быть. Может быть.
I'll say I have, but that was in 2018, so I don't know if it counts.
Fair. That's fair. That's I can't argue that.
Yep,
So.
exactly. The plane has left the map. All the players are landing down on the snowy Vikendi, and so far not seeing too much commotion. Maybe Xiao Yixin Long and Genius are going to vie for a little bit of vehicle fighting. Outside of that,
Бойчамы летят.
Да, вижу.
But again, this is the group of patience. This is the group of cerebralness, which is now a word. I've just made it one.
Вот по кайфу тем, кто в зоне уже, в центре, никуда не надо двигаться.
And
It's okay.
А, минус под.
went for a vehicle and got penalized for it. Again, we saw them on the map. We saw
В воздухе, по-моему, подбил он
the
его.
first time these teams ever really, and I mean, if we don't count scrims, I suppose, get a proper Vikendian against each other and stuff like this is bound to happen.
And we also got to see our circle pop, and it's very good. It's nice. It's clean. It's all on land.
Yeah, it
which
sure is.
the best you can say about
Not
it.
too much water circles coming out of this one. And as we were on Genius there for a second just before, I feel like they're due a highlight. I mean, it's an
А я думал, больше очков будет у этих. 47 очков, да.
I need you to make a team. He looks at who's been done anything.
Ну, извини, подвинься. 24 было, стало 47. Там же за первое место дают очки, плюс за
10,
киллы.
да, 10 за первое и за киллы.
Да, ну тебе 24, 13 очков дали за то, что они, видимо, 3 команды
Надо,
стерли.
чтобы ушатали этих козлов сейчас кто-нибудь.
That's not even true. 2 of 3 Nations Cup teams out of his region in Vietnam. So 2022 had Chloris on, and he played well there too. It wasn't just all a Cerberus show. No, he pulled his numbers. So curious to see how they're gonna fare. It's not exactly been a great showing for them here in the first 2 rankles, but many teams that we expect things from haven't had a great showing in the first 2 matches. So don't let that write them off.
Not just yet. Not just yet. 2 points total.
Slow starters.
For Genius. It is what it is. It is what it is. As we check in with Sixel, making their way around the center of the circle, getting a little bit close to New Happy as CC just kind of off in the distance as check in on the castle. But obviously losing Boliang not ideal here for Sixel, but that's a team that can play with 3.
Oh, definitely. I mean, one of the best games that Twisted Minds has when Batulis died early. So we'll see if maybe that carries over to Shenyi Shinlong. And then again, I mean, Boliang in particular, looking back towards the days of infantry gaming, some of the best games they had was after Boliang died. He just got to sit up and look over the troops for himself. But now let's listen in to Foot Esports and see what they thought coming into the tournament. Now on the other side of things, Foot Esports set up a bridge camp against Exo. Trying to get away from this one, should be able to do just that. But with the low damage being done, he has T-Bone's forced down to reload.
Oh, suppressed orc as well. It's beautiful. Oh, yeah. There's not going to be any stopping for them here. Dante getting sprayed down. He goes down. So does a doozy as well.
It feels
Ну, это то, что мы
very
пропустили.
Inception-esque to have to throw
You
to
think?
yourself.
Yeah, that is a
А
little
когда
bit.
было, где
I've
было,
never
не
thrown to
знаю.
myself before. It felt weird.
That has got to be doing wonders for your ego right now. I can only
Had I
imagine.
only knew prior, this would have made it even better. Yeah. Unlucky.
And now take it away, Toby.
Ну, Видишь, Чамы уже предпоследний.
Well, Foot definitely. We saw a lot of good things from them in game number 1. Could have gone better. Should have gone better, arguably. You know, but right now sitting in 5th overall, and I think they're happy.
20 миллионов джекоинов ивент. Что за ивент?
Checking in with Howl. Saw them.
Они будут раздавать на протяжении этого турнира, что ли? 20 миллионов джекоинов?
Ну, типа того, наверное.
Лям мне закинули, боюсь.
I mean, they lose
Все
two
скины
very,
покупал.
very early on in the first wrangle. Now, one thing that I did catch on their first two wrangles that I haven't
Думаешь,
seen them
тебе
do that
что-нибудь
much
выпало
in
бы?
EMEA is they attempted at least to set up traps in both those games. First it was against PMA, the very next game it's against Luminosity.
Не знаю, копить что ли обратно купоны. Собирать по 300, по 400, а потом их открывать. Чтоб разом опять гореть.
А, ну нормально, давай. Думаю, прикольно будет посмотреть, вот, как ты там 300-400 этих открываешь.
И ничего не выпадет.
Да, вообще сгоришь. А может, тогда я тебе это 500 рублей на стейк задоначу.
500 рублей стейк не стоит, блин. Даже в сыром виде он не стоит 500 рублей.
500 рублей килограмм мяса стоит, ты о чем говоришь?
Мясо стоит, а мы за стейки говорим.
Ну я с килограмма мяса спокойно 3 стейка тебе сделаю по 300 грамм.
Он кому-то... А, там тиммейт его. Вообще-то сегодняшние все косяки можешь свои исправить. Лево, право, право, лево. Понял.
Сиди, я тебе сказал.
Ты 3000 скидку получил? Получил.
Дважды изыди. Нечисть.
Вот, подсказывай им после этого.
Да.
Again, not the greatest start for them so far, but we are only 2 games in still. Plenty more PUBG to be played.
Plenty. Thunders and the Purple Mood gang around the southwestern side of this circle may get a little bit close to E36. We'll see how.
Где суета, где бои?
They continue their
Они мои стримы, походу, не смотрят.
really seen too much out of Purple Mood just yet, but they're right in the thick of things as far as that log jam around 8th to 16 goes. So can't really complain too terribly much.
Not at all. 17 as well. Again, we mentioned them earlier in the day. Not only are they a team that I think many have on their kind of top 3 list of teams to go out and win this whole thing, but also a team that do not like taking unnecessary risks. They pretty much never split further than a 2-2. And this time is no different. They're sat center, they got control, but they're sat very, very close.
Question mark. Куда едут? Бестолочи. Илферс, Данте, Адоунс.
And support the teammates that are currently being suppressed.
Well, shout out to everybody who picked anybody from.
Блин, вот мне вот интересно, им комфортно, да, играть вот, ну, каждый раз там другие компьютеры. Для них что-то меняется, вот мне что интересно, другие кресла, другие наушники, другие мониторы, вот для них конкретно что-то меняется, вот мне интересно этот момент.
Feeling pretty darn proud of yourself. Be smug. Be smug, at least for now.
Indeed, you have Legacy. Yet another team we mentioned just earlier. A few roster changes coming through. Their coach now stepping in as an active player in RBN. And curious to see what play style. I mean, again, 2 games.
Но свои у них только мышки и эти клавиатуры. И плюс этот кто-то берет капельки, наушники поверх, ну, под те одевает. А остальное там у всех одинаковое. Клавиатуры, да. Но мониторы тоже как бы... Вот не знаю, мониторы то, что каждый раз разные, им как, нормально? Или там плюс-минус одинаковая картинка, вообще им без разницы. А, Швед, кстати, ты купил себе клавиатуру, как у меня? Мой друг все пытается ее заказать, уже 2 раза не отправили, он 3-й раз ее заказал.
But instead they're just like, you know what, no, let's just pull back. We like our chances of getting into the late game a little bit better. So again, like you said, tremendous fragging power and team fighting.
Чё не купил-то? Бомбочка. Месяц зарядку будет держать минимум. Кайфово. Подожди, у тебя же вообще ноутбук, нет? Все понял. Короче, ты просто не нуждаешься в ней.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Nations Cup prior too, wasn't it? When they ended up in 3rd and had a shot at first. I mean, that was how they came into the games, wasn't it? They just taking a fight with just about everybody. So
exactly.
We'll see how it plays. I think there's a happy medium to be found there.
У меня 2 ноута дома, игровой комп и сервер. Ну ты же айтишник вроде там, какой-то хакер.
Ага, злобно сняли. Лайтшота, по-моему, вынес.
Я ноутбук мне завтра придет 21-го. Core i5 11-го поколения Huawei. Мне так понравился, такой тонкий он. Взял я его за 47 тысяч.
Tell you what, this circle shift is going to prove how much research and how much work these teams have done on rotation paths.
Yes.
On this map, because immediately everybody kind of centered up in circle 1, but this thing hard cut down to the southeast.
Здесь?
And you're not.
А где я еще буду? Стрим идет.
Они от первого лица играют, что ли?
Ну а нет, от 9-го.
А что ты так агрессируешь?
Ты тупишь, это киберспорт, алё. Ты 3-ю катку смотришь, ты говоришь, они от первого лица играют, что ли?
Ну, за ними камера когда наблюдает, там же этот...
Вот ты догоняешь, это трансляция, забей.
Я понял.
Лево-право, я понимаю, ты затупил, но ты 3-ю катку смотришь, ты сейчас вопрос задаешь, они в первом лице играют, что ли? Я в шоке с тебя.
Ну, естественно. За ними, когда камера наблюдения смотрит, ощущение 3-го лица идет. А когда на них полностью переключается, там 1-е лицо.
А что за фирма у тебя?
Просто у киберкотлет иногда бывает там переход в режим этот не 3-го, а 1-го лица.
Киберспорт, замер 1-го лицо всегда. Ну как этот?
Я в шоке, лево, право.
А, во, Realme, да, я хотел, смотри, швед, название просто вылетело с головы, я хотел этот ноутбук заказать, знаешь, чем он мне не понравился, этот Realme 14-дюймовый, у него экран не широкоформатный получается, а чуть-чуть вверх, высокий, такой чуть более квадратный. И когда ты на YouTube смотришь какие-то ролики, они не на весь экран бывают. Я его сравнивал с... У моего друга и тот есть на продаже. Я их 2 вместе поставил и понял, что Huawei получше будет. Вот там Full HD экран, но зато YouTube на полный экран. Я его взял с таким расчетом, если я его смогу продать, я его продаю. Если я его не смогу продать, я его себе оставляю. Потому что мне с него баллы еще упадут. Вот этот Realme как раз таки я и хотел. Я хотел именно 2К, именно 14 дюймов на тот момент, когда я хотел. И Realme подходил. Потом к другу пришел Realme, и у него был Huawei. Я их 2 вместе поставил. В принципе, все плюс-минус одинаково, но на YouTube то, что не на полный экран было, для вот программирования, может, тебе, да, нормально. Я предпочел Huawei. А так неплохой вот этот Realme, я знаю, за который ты говоришь. А за 26 ты где купил его? Что так дешево? 26 же дешево. Минус Е36-1. А смотрите, на аугах они играют понерфленно. На зоне 26, ну дешево. А сейчас сколько он там стоит? Сейчас я гляну. Ну, мой друг их за 40 взял и 20 тысяч бонусами обратно.
Well, I should say because of that, they never run into opponents when doing these wide wraps. But here's question mark, an edge team, and here's over towards another Twisted Minds, taking the fight to Legacy and V.
Ай, Сабатули.
The RPN immediately there to follow.
So many teams were on the rotation path on this northern side, but
Скинь да ссылку мне, швед, на Озон, на этот ноутбук.
Это весы бьются за 6-е место.
За 6-е не знаю, пускай они в топ заходят, киллы делают.
О, в 5-е ворвались.
Два поинта уже у них есть.
But they're going to avoid that fight. 17 just looking off into the distance, see if they can find anybody peeking their heads. You get Hal as well in the blue right now, just behind. And then you have the same thing occurring on the other side of the circle where you have Pentagram holding.
А у других продавцов сколько стоит? Короче, нормик, я один в один понимаю, что у тебя ноутбук, я его в руках держал. Я его трогал руками. Мой друг понакупал этих, он 55 тысяч сейчас стоит. Да, это вот этот синий, как раз синий у него тоже был. И такой ему 2 пришло, по-моему. Симпатичный ноутбук. Но я хотел себе на i5 процессоре. Что там гены взорвали?
Троих разом, грены.
Again, I mean, Gen G, a team that likes to play edge, they were forced center earlier due to circles. Now they've stuck around, they've waited out. Now they're in their...
Тем за 37 на Озоне брать, его на мегамаркете легче взять.
Finds Crazy as the crowd goes wild.
Big time spray there from Thunders, and 4 AM will be finished off. As I was a little bit worried about them, they were trying to find a way in. They may have rotated themselves to death that time here. As Duckman's down, Thunder's down. It's up to Tanawat and Fluky to try to reset things here for Purple Mood, but it does not look like Luminosity.
А где-то твист этого одного нокнули. Что там происходит?
Второго.
Running over last on approach to this is not how Howell wanted to pull up on this. Not what they wanted at all. Ruin and the Mad though are still alive. Ruin deploying some smoke.
Короче, мой ноут придет, я тебе потом покажу фоточки. Я не знаю, почему именно он 100 тысяч стоит в ДНС. Такими характеристиками другие Huawei от 55 тысяч стоят. Да, они будут играть танки. Там встроенное видео, танки-то они потянут спокойно. И мой, который на i5 процессоре, я, может, потыщу, сколько там танки FPS будет, так вот. Потому что проверить надо будет.
Ответка азлом прилетела.
Все ли работает там нормально. Ну, на выявление заводского брака надо будет что-нибудь, какую-нибудь игрушку погонять. Так же правильно будет, да, швед? Включить просто там и, ну, заводской брак выявить, если будет. Так, весы в полном составе, это радует.
Going to do his best to keep LG a little bit distracted and maybe make sure that his teammates can get the revive off and find their way inside the zone because he...
Танки вообще чем хороши, его, блин, на любой параше можно играть. Вот этом танке хороши, она очень оптимизированная игра. На чем угодно запустить можно их. Попробуй PUBG на чем-нибудь поиграть.
not going to sit around and wait this one out. They want to get into a better position. They want to wrap around and try and see if they can find him. Thunder's now taken out as well. It's just Fluky left alive on the side of Purple Mood.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the circle, we've got 17 and Genius. 13 getting a little bit close to the 17 death ball.
Ну, только при включении винда просит настроить. Не, я буду включать, проверять, все делать буду. На выявление заводского брака. Я с другом такой заказал. А, Замир тоже заказал. И Замир, и другой друг такой же. Мы 3 ноутбука таких заказали. Я его взял за... Стоил он 47, я 4000 баллами сделал. Где-то 43-42 наличкой и кэшбэком 22 тысячи еще вернется. С таким учетом я его взял.
Talk about some nerdy castle stuff while this is all going on, but you know what? You get us instead. As Laza and the Howboys, they are already inside. But look at he's dancing around the can. Can you imagine?
Азлы уже троих нету.
I've been asking for it for a long time. I mean, we don't need blue zones, we don't need mortars. Just activate the cannons. Let there be like the whole oil, like the big oil.
А, подожди, на моем какая винда вообще есть? Нету, глянуть надо. Блин, хоть бы не 11-я винда. Там столько всего настраивать надо. Я понял тебя, о чем ты говоришь.
Вылетели Азлы.
А чё Perfect Expire нокнул? Что он сделал?
We need a heat check on Vard real quick because that was absolutely filthy. Snakers, he doesn't want a piece of this at all. He's just going to go ahead and pull away and try to survive a little bit longer for the LG boys. As it looks like he should be able to do so. Nobody really.
А он будет у меня без Windows. Я 10-ку буду ставить. Швед. Он без Windows будет. Указано, что без Windows. А на Realme у тебя 11 стоит. У Камиля тоже стоял 11. Я 10-ку, наверное, туда буду ставить. Замер, ты на ноут 10-ку будешь ставить?
Нет, 11-й.
Почему?
Ну, более стабильный, я его этот как бы уже привык и настраиваю.
А у тебя на компе какой?
11-й.
Я 10-ку хочу.
Не, 10-ка была не то, я пользовался 10-кой. Сейчас я это тиммейта и LG-шек не понял. Двоих нокнули, третий запрыгнул в машину и соскочил.
Ну,
они
на плейсмент.
Они в сейве были, и он мог их поднять, в принципе.
Я пролюбил этот момент.
А я смотрел. И они вот, он там баррикады себе под мостом сделал, все, засел, столько времени сидел, и потом первый, потом второй откис нокнутый.
Ну, у него нету такой информации, которая у тебя есть. Понимаешь, ты всех видишь.
Ну
он
да.
же не видит всех.
Типа живи, тащи, в топ залазь, да, ради очков.
Ну, Сонику проще выжить, чем когда везде он где-нибудь ляжет, и все, и будет лежать, не двигаться. Да, что-то с ауками бегают.
Ты видел там какие баррикады? 3-4 машины, еще вот этот щит поставил.
Вот, учись.
Ну да.
Ты вечно продаешь меня за 100 рублей.
Говорю, я тебе тачку забери.
Trying to position themselves, realizing that they've got Gen G in that. Oh, Gen G gonna spot 8C again, though. Pio doing some work there for the Gen G boys. And immediately T-Bone back again, trying to see if he can maybe go for the res. But Pure Boy and the rest of E36 also have an angle on this. So you've got Foot and Gen G, and then you've got QM and 17 on the north side.
Yeah, Everyone trying to say, can we just please look the other way for like 10 seconds? Well, how about if we just all get to the castle? Let's just unite for once and breach this castle together. But neither of these teams, of course, are wanting any of that. Xiaowu gets knocked down. Not sure if there's going to be a rest possible with the circle already closing in.
Мы сейчас опа не будут. Попихали сразу.
They come full speed forward. They've done enough damage that there comes.
О, летит зенитка. Блин, того тоже нокнули. Один остался.
Oh, Ghost hiding around the smokes. See if we can maybe do something here. Again, this is getting third party to fourth party.
Блин, Филферс тоже всосал. Тачка, блин, раздавила, блин. Он с фауса выстрелил, что ли? Он с чего стрельнул?
Не знаю.
Из-за чего там тачка так подлетела?
Турнирная таблица так поменялась сразу.
Молодцы, выиграли Киоми там.
When I talk about bridge camping in PUBG, usually I think of Erangel bridges, I think of Miramar bridges, but I guess now we have to consider Vikendi bridges in that conversation too. Foot, well, they're not the ones camping it right now, but they're the ones looking.
А второй ноутбук что за у тебя, Швед?
Still got some utilities work with Beamy. Has been popping hits, but also lost a helmet of his own, so he's going to be a little more cautious. He does know exactly where he has PO. It's all about who gets that angle.
Well, you see that circle, that's Pia's got some big work to do here, but he does have the Grozy, does have the SLR, and he's Pio. So we'll see if he can pull off some magic here. Old Beamy is an alm.
Sure does.
Oh, don't give it to him.
The bolt man. You know what? He's the one that deserves it. He commits to bolt.
Beamy.
It's almost not fair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it is. He's Danish. Give it to him. Give it to him. Give it to him.
Danish.
Question mark now, trying to wrap around on the other side. Vard again. I mean, Pio had a level 3 helmet and full health, but Vard double headshot. Pio down.
Vard is just.
He's on one. He is on one.
Блин, лул в ноке. А ну отползай-ка.
Have the smoke launchers in hand, trying to figure out how they're going to breach this thing. New Happy not making it easy. There you go. Gen G will get finished off by Foot.
Короче, твисы против New Happy сейчас. На, поджог. Блин, New Happy жесткие, они там с этими берилами там.
With the smoke grenade launcher there, spotting Nana up in the Princess Tower. We'll see if he can somehow get him. At least he forces him down.
Главное не нокаться, сейчас Синка идет. Тут уже спрыгнул. Блин, они все в одну сторону. Ну куда он же убегает?
Переключили именно когда твисы зажимали.
Ты посмотри, да они одним пятном идут, блин. Что они делают? А, все, посыпались твисы. Их размотали просто. Они посыпались просто.
Минус твисы.
Они их просто размотали. Я не знаю, почему они проход не контролируют. Почему они под проход открылись? Жалко, ребят, твисы откисли. Дальше QM. Ну не хэппи жесткие, пацаны.
They are the only ones remaining. Foot Esports will take out Interforce 36, but they took a lot of damage in the process. New Happy will find one. That's going to be MML going down. And New Happy 6.
Все, New Happy опередили. Твисов по количеству очков.
Not only do they get to stay alive, but they have to brawl their way through it on equal terms with everyone else and able to do so without taking any casualties.
Что это Филферс роняет постоянно. Руки вытирает, руки потеют.
Spread out on this south side, but Foot has had that on absolute lockdown.
The fact that Foot, again, I mean, we talked about it in previous games how New Happy were able to stay alive at Everest. The fact that Foot are still full up on that bridge, they have been the focus of half the server at one point, and still Able to fight, able to live to see another day, all four of them together. Question mark now, though, the team on the chopping block. Where do you go from here?
Well, this is a big danger. They've been trading shots back and forth with Genius, and now Utah's going to be able to peek out the side.
Ой, как повезло, что он никого не нокнул. Как повезло.
Good shots from Phil first to defend his team as the throwables coming in. The blue zone grenades not landing where they need to in order to do the most amount of damage, but it'll at least force Genius to reposition.
Exactly, it does what it has to. It forces them off. It allows for some space to be made by question mark. Now smokes are deployed too, and Genius, well, they already have a new habit they have to focus on. Maybe it's too much of a risk for them to peek down into the
Так жалко, отвесы в топ-4 не зашел.
the edge of the river there.
Oh man, I could not tell you. I mean, you see those percentages up at the top of your screen. I don't know. I feel like they should all be. Yeah, it's like that's about as close to 25% across the board as you're going to see, because this truly could be anybody's game here. Utah and Zest. Let's see if they can make their way across this street. They're trying to avoid question mark, but they've also got to avoid foot. They're definitely the ones.
New Happy, блин, закинула Данте, ни хрена себе. Ма, да ладно. Минус квест, охренеть. New Happy оттуда укинул. Блин. Эти футы сейчас топ-1 заберут.
The team that wasn't invited to the castle party comes out victorious.
And they are feeling it. You can see them screaming out loud right there. That was a huge, huge win for Foot Esports. And man, Toby, they earned that thing all the way through.
They keep 4 alive through all of that. 4 circles of terror.
Так, еще 2 Мирамара, еще какая-то карта была. Таэга следующая будет, Таэга.
And then AT hitting the most disgusting headshots, just absolutely filthy. But I don't know. That was an amazing game. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to hear what they have to say about it.
They had to be disappointed after game number 1, but they're disappointed no longer as they foot to the top of that mountain and they take themselves a wonderful win. They played out of their mind, but no one played better than Bard. I don't know if he's bought bullets that have head magnets attached to them, but every time he shot, he took someone down.
Bardis is one of the most correct, mechanically skilled players there is in this game here. There's no doubt about it. And I'm so blessed.
Что там твоя команда, что сделала?
The headshots there with the, that's just wild. Like
it was. Let's take a look back. Let's take a look back at the match. Highlights. Everybody's highlights. We're gonna get a lot of Vard highlights. Here's the first. It was just a double tap. It was wild.
The last one was just a single tap. The first one was, yeah.
And then he does it again right afterwards. Shortly, I think he takes PO out almost the exact same way. Foot. They had some knocks. They had to fight. It wasn't a walk in the park. They didn't get to sit in the castle.
Вот здесь, смотри. А чё он спиной стоял, этот Батулин? Чё он?
Everything from the Rapunzel Tower to the castle to the blue zone for escape. They just zone Twisted Minds into a death spiral. And here's the end of that match as Foot eliminates the threat and can just lock down the castle exit, and New Happy really just never stood a chance.
I gotta say, NRG Esports though, they did win the castle TD in the end, but here, Foot, once they have to get out of the castle, it's just impossible, right? It's like getting out of city.
It is, and that shift away. Remember, that's frozen water, not water, which means that it's not going to, there was a chance it goes there. I think we saw some of our teams, QM was saying, you know what, everyone else is going into cover. Let's try to play this outside a little bit longer.
I honestly like the play from Christian Mark, to be honest. The way that they
Рамис, что за мышки у них?
We actually have quite a lot of space here. We can put pressure on these teams here, but then again, they tried to kind of sweep, but they got naded by Ming Ming. They got under so much pressure. Also, the 2 blue zone nades they had, they got
Не знаю, что за
bounced
мышки.
it on the house, so it like kind of went back towards them. that could maybe have given them the more time that they needed. But yeah, in general, Foot here, fantastic game for them. What a great weekend, and I love to see it. Once the end, they're just laughing there. Oh, okay, this was a wild game. That was a good one. It's like you can see it in their eyes. They're like, this is a well fought and hard fought for a win.
It was hard fought, especially after the first game where they also had a really good hard fought battle. They didn't quite come out the win, but they're gonna be happy with that. My name's Tavis. I got Avenger here on the desk. We break down the after action. You saw the highlights. We'll go over all the leaderboards and everything else in a second. But Vikendi seems to have been.
В пятом матче пишет, будут G-коины разыгрываться.
Two Vikendi games played at this event so far. Both have had unique circles, to say the least.
Right. Foot here, of course, in the top 14.
Сейчас 3 матча, да, прошло?
Да, сейчас 4-й будет.
В пятом сказали, будут раздавать G-коины, коды.
Some really good nades and good angles there from Ming Ming first of all. Also Twisted Minds, they had out their timing and their push was just rough.
Сколько джекоинов все заберешь?
700 damage, nearly 1000 from T-Bone.
5000 возьму так для начала.
Джекоины, кто покупает, с 11 до 15 были X2 джекоины. Блин, так дорого их брать, просто...
There were still 5 teams alive, and I think we looked at each other and said, man, I hope Foot wins this because Vard deserves man of the match with how well he has played. This is a team that deserves the respect of everyone in the field. They are made up of every single member has had PGC appearances. Every single member has a pedigree for perfection, and seeing them come out with 2 strong games really right out of the gate is very, very exciting. 22 points.
Kind of expected, I gotta say. Like these guys, they are just that good, and I am stupid me. I had a chat with them before the games today, and I promised them if they want a game, I'll get them beers.
Oh, yeah, so now you got...
Yeah, I'm 6 beers cheap down. That's unfortunate. But still 52 points for Asla Pentagram. That's nuts. They are super.
9-е место, да, от весов.
It's the same case as yesterday here. We're halfway through the day, Toughies, and now we have 2 teams punching at the top again. Another even for 4 AM in the bottom here. If you have 3 points right now, it's only 14 more points up to 17 gaming right now that are luckily now on 17 points. Beautiful. Always love to see like that. But still, it's easy. 1 good game and you are in the top 8. And again, it's not the same case as you saw yesterday.
Even beyond that, a 10-kill win. And you get to be in the top 3. And that's pretty common, right? Literally, last place with 10 kills would move into first. So it really is anybody's
Натуре с табличками.
in large part to the sponges we're seeing at the top, but not
Твои
surprising
поклонницы
that when it comes to group stages. We often see teams that are starting strong, sort of run with that momentum. We'll see how teams adjust. I think we saw some uncomfortable positions. There was that castle with the fact that there was just no cover outside. If you're not using a bridge to get in or have a wall, there's nothing you can do.
The guys described it perfectly. Like it's like a mini urban ending, but it's super compressed, and also the elevation, the levels inside out. Like you can just accommodate so many players and teams.
Он датчики, видишь, у него поправляет.
Then you just have to kind of fight and get as many points as you can.
Розовая мышка, ты же хотел. Красная мышка, желтая мышка, заметь. На эту камеру просто что за штикера там толще, чем сама камера.
The siege is going to get you, but had it shifted into the castle, I think New Happy, that's an easy walk away from them. So again, this is like Foot losing game 1 on the top of the mountain.
А мышки беспроводные у них. Мы видишь, да, слышишь? Замир! Чудовище ушел.
This level here at this stage of the competition, that would have been beautiful. But then again, still, Foot deserved this one. They fought for it, and now they're in a good situation here. We're halfway through the day. I gotta say, this Vikendi game was fantastic. I'm super excited for Tego.
I am excited because that's where we're headed next. We're gonna go to Tego, see how it shakes up, give a chance for the players to get some fresh jumps and maybe some fresh drops. Remember, this is a new map. It has not been in play very long, so sometimes the players aren't gonna know what to expect. They're gonna have to search for those secret dips. They're gonna have to find ways to make tough circles work. What do you want to see out of Tego?
I gotta say, I'm just excited to see if we see any hot drops. Like that's the most interesting. Again, we talked a little bit about the players. They like it. So it's just one of the maps or both of the maps from Vikendi. We're gonna get our points mainly on Erangel and Miramar. So yeah.
Кто там говорил, мышка типа задержку дает, клавиатура задержку дает, он беспроводными играет.
thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much, gentlemen. And we are ready to head over into Tego as we take a look at a beautiful waterfall, Toby. It's a very serene and peaceful place there on the island. But it's about to be very not serene and very not peaceful as it's been much today.
Now I know that these drop spot markers on the map came in a little earlier. I'm not expecting a 4-way hot drop in Yongchong.
You don't think?
3 команды в терминал падают.
A 3-way hot drop in terminal. Having said terminal though, 4 a.m. in China, in PCL, 4 a.m. and 17 Gaming loot right next to each other. 17 Gaming will take terminal, 4 a.m. will sit on the road up towards that northern side, just chilling up there. Now, I'm just saying, if PMA comes in and joins the party with 17,
Гриффин, валикум ассалам.
freest third-party opportunity for 4 a.m.
Мы немного поиграли в PUBG за миром, ничего интересного не было. Подгорел, игра не шла, сейчас PGC смотрю. По факту только турнир пропустил, если интересует. По игре ничего особенного. Они забили на него, уехали. Время не хотят терять из одного поинта.
Wants their IGL alive as he makes his way back to safety. Last like, I have you, I got you, I got him 2.9, and I got a bolt action as well. He's ready to take out all of them.
He's not leaving him out there. Look at that, 96. He's so chill. He's like, you see all these poles I got? There's no way they're killing me. It's easy.
It's just chilling.
Not even concerned.
Chilling. And then he gets run over by Schofield. Oh, no, no, mind.
But yeah, no, 4 a.m. Definitely in need of a little shot to the arm, man. Only 3 points on the day overall. That is, I got to tell you, I wasn't expecting him to light the world on fire here in the first day, but I was at least expecting him to be in the middle of the pack, maybe creeping up towards the top.
Now, in 4AM's defense, the games today have been pretty wild circle-wise too. Having said that, I do believe that I had bigger expectations coming into it, but then we go back and we look through their PCL performance. It was rough. It was just far from pretty. I think 4AM suffers under the same problems that some of the other Chinese teams do. That, in my opinion, the rosters are just too big. Like, they bounce in and out players all the time. Active 8-man rosters where they can take players out for the events to come. And 4AM, I mean, I'm loving the fact that they have Bobo here. Bobo played a phenomenal qualifier, but he's very new. He's very inexperienced. And maybe for global stage, I mean, if they have big gun experienced players, that could be it. If not, believe in Bobo and then go believe that you can go out and make those.
Интересно, они вот там в зале играют, им, ну, наушники подавляют весь шум, который там, получается, в помещении.
At one point, they just haven't gotten it to work within them yet. They have crazy and a phenomenal fragger. And now with Bobo, as I said too, they are a roster that on paper should be one of the best teams in China, arguably one of the best teams in the world. We just have yet to see this specific 4-man roster be able to get it going.
And that's fair. And I think, look, you look at it, again, it's 3 matches in, right? And all it's going to take is 1 match, and all of this is forgotten. And you know, you just look at what the total points are at the end of the day and where they sit on the leaderboard, and that's all that matters. So, you know, a little bit slow a slow 3-game start is not the end of the world by any means.
Oh no, still plenty more games to be played here. And I think for 4AM, one of the things that I had hoped for this group stage in particular is that this lobby caters right into what they want to do. They want to play it slow in the bit initially and then bomb it towards the center. But now let's hop on over and get a little bit of a highlight here from Question Mark and see how they qualified on through.
In a lot of team sides right now as they're sending over nades again. That's a big damage. Oh, Aiden goes down as well. Another nade of Ibby. While all of this has been going on, this is an opportunity for DA to absolutely plow the rest of the lobby. They can just finish off Question.
There you go. You didn't have to hear yourself this time. We got to hear the dulcet tones of one James Carroll. You see beautiful stuff from Question Mark here. Everybody's slowly kind of finding their spot here in Tego. Nothing too spicy early on here, and though we have a number of teams on rotation. But here is a team that I know that everybody wants to hear more about. we're going to take a quick listen in to an interview with 17's Lil
泰
Ghost.
国的天气气候晚上的气候是最舒服的，已经习以为常了。这次参加 PGC 的感受是，希望能弥补上一次的遗憾。我觉得，因为今年的赛事增加了很多的新的地图，但我们对泰格还有雪地还有新的沙漠地图做了很多的研究，花费了很多的时间去熟悉新的地图，加入比赛中。相比较今年来说，我们对游戏上付出的时间更多，在比赛上。这次比赛我们很有信心拿下一个，我们很稳定。
Words from the man himself, the Poltergeist. We are very stable. Well, I am glad you guys are,
Пингвин.
because Lord knows I'm not, Toby.
Замер куда поделался.
Regardless of what I say to that, it's gonna come off wrong. So I'm just not gonna say anything.
Like putting you in these bear trap type
Весы
situations.
перемещаются, да?
That's what I live for, honestly.
You know what? I don't mind it. It's good. It's good. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Look at
Twisted
this.
Minds, yeah.
Twisted Minds, full 4 guys up, and we haven't
Don't
hit 10
jinx
minutes
it.
yet.
Don't jinx it. They still got opponents nearby. Trying to just for
Главное,
once
чтобы они доехали.
keep all
Куда им надо.
through an early game. And again, I mean, Twisted Minds, you mentioned it off camera, but you said they are the undisputed champions of losers bracket. I mean,
Yes,
Twisted Minds, as
they
good as
are.
they are in grand finals, as consistent as they are at getting podium finishes, they are slow starters. But Tulin's brain works in a way that he needs to see games played on the server against the teams he's going to be going up against on the LAN event. And then once he gets that, he's going to go home, he's going to cook up a recipe for success that very few, if any, teams can replicate to the extent that these guys have done it time and time and time and time again, and they'll come back strong for the losers bracket, for the grand finals, almost, actually, always as well.
You know, it's... I'm going to do something that I know chat hates when I do this, but I'm going to...
That's why you have to do it.
I'm going to do it's very similar to baseball, right? The more often a hitter gets to see a pitcher throw balls, the more they get used to getting used to like how they throw it and what to expect and how it looks when it's coming down. So it's kind of, I would imagine, the same as Batu. The more rounds they get to play, the more often they see these teams, the more information they have, the better they feel about going forward. Now, again, you also like to be able to hit the home run off the first pitch too, right? And that's something that Twisted Minds is more than capable of doing at any given moment, is they can come in here and win a game with, 15 kills. But if it doesn't happen, I think you're not as worried if you're a TM fan.
I'm amazed you just took the time talking in baseball references and never threw in the word curveball. That was a perfect opportunity to say, but they've been fed curveballs all tournaments so far.
That's true.
But you know what? I liked it. I liked it. A little bit of baseball analogy. It made perfect sense too, and I couldn't agree with you more.
Okay. Now again, pre-10-minute fighting.
You jinxed
that
it.
might be
This is on you, Paul. This is on you.
Honestly, okay, look, they're so far away from each other. It's fine. Even if they get a knock, it's not like they're gonna get a flush.
Considering who they're surrounded by in question mark, Foot, Twisted Minds themselves, Penta and Sixel, I would be surprised.
Еще ни одного килла не сделали.
Now, one fun thing here is question mark and Foot Esports in the EMEA usually always play into these takeover circles from each their side of the circle. And right now they're set practically kind of at one bus stop from one another. Now, Foot Esports, they're used to or prefer to be the last team to join the party, but they too have a team behind them in purple mood, so we'll see if they run into trouble. Foot, they have had issues losing players early on Takeo in particular on rotation, where again, I mean, the desk broke it down. Teams just don't know this map as well as they know Erangel and Miramar, so you will get caught off sometimes by a player who's in a position you just couldn't have predicted off of, no matter the amount of prep work you had done. And we'll see if Foot, they play a little more cautious here than they have been doing in EMEA.
I'm checking in with ZP on here, the rest of the 4. They are surrounded by PMA and 17 right now, or at least half of 17, as they're in that 2-2 split they normally put. But looking at Foot and looking at Purple Mood, I'm not even sure the Foot was aware that Purple Mood was back there. So 4 a.m. hopping in the vehicles, again, here you see they get a little bit close to PMA, get shot at, move around, should be fine. I am Pete, gonna smoke this off just to make sure. It's a It's a nervous smoke.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. You just heard two vehicles come over the top. You don't know where those remaining players are. Might as well play it safe if you have the smokes to use. Circle down towards the south we go. Expect to see a lot of southern raps on this one.
Там все едут, а там азлы. Сейчас по-любому кого-нибудь нокнут.
4am are pretty much guaranteed to be coming in all the way down from Song M once the circle comes through.
Right off the bat, Twisted Minds tries to get in the
Блин, там question mark еще.
Pentagram's going to be right on their backs, breathing down their throats.
Why Spyra поставили одного?
The other one is a little bit weirder. Question mark, taking a few shots over that as well. Gen G getting involved.
А чё Spyra стопнулся-то?
Like you said, a number of these teams
Добить хотел?
go around the outside, but so many, Toby, you're trying to go right down the middle of this thing.
Короче, продали Spyra.
That adder felt like shooting his teammate in the back of the head, but
ну да.
they get to live through it. Spiro though not quite so because Poro had to jinx them.
Ты же не комментируешь.
Down this game is going to be one of the players from Twisted Minds. That's now 3 games out of 4. Twisted is
Ты же играть не пришел, оставил меня за миром страдать. Там еще один нок дали по твису. Убили. Короче, минус эти. Минус катка у пацанов. Плохой переезд. Печалька.
In the sights, but it looks like Batu is just going to go into the city and
Батулина
just
один
find
будет
a
теперь.
building to hold on. Yeah, he's
nothing for him to do.
He's playing for
И
survival.
азлы же если понукали.
Will go down.
Nothing for him to do here at all. Pentagram again. I mean, they're just speaking of teams that I mean, the whole how you kind of feel it out in the early stages of tournaments. Pentagram is doing the opposite. Is this because they have trillions and trillions of matches played on a global stage before? Most likely, because teams that are uncomfortable, teams that aren't used to the pressure of being on a global stage, usually tend to slow things down a little bit or just completely go kind of headless into fights. Pentagram, they have the perfect in between. They don't go completely overzealous, but they also just don't sit back and hope for the perfect opportunity because you cannot wait for that to come around. You have to make that happen yourself. And again, I mean, Pentagram, they are, at least off of today's games, pretty much perfect in their timing in some of these fights they're taking.
You know, absolutely. I mean, they're not second guessing themselves, right?
Exactly.
They're seeing that they have an advantage situation, and they're saying, you know what, let's go, let's push it, let's get it done quickly and move on. Xabe will find Kit. Kit tried to do a little bit of a seat swap there, didn't work out for him though. And now Xabe inside the compound. Teddy. He's gonna hop in the vehicle. Yeah, just get on.
Okay, bye. That's right. It didn't work out. Shots are still being fired from a bit of a distance as the remaining 2 PMA players are trying to do some damage from afar. But Xabe will be able to stay alive. And Teddy, well, he's going to be coming home, but without his teammate.
He'll be fine. PMA will be playing as 3. Now, the only thing they've got to worry about really is 4 a.m. on their south side that have just entered the zone. And we'll see where they decide to go once this next circle pops. But already, I mean, it feels like there's a lot of real estate, a lot of room in this circle to play, and there's still 60 alive.
And again, this is very 4 a.m.-esque in the, as I said before, them wanting to swing all the way south around into Songam and now potentially looking to try and go somewhere center. Issue is, as we look at this new center circle, well, you got Enterforce 36 in the compound in the crossroads. Outside of that, there isn't really anything to play around.
It's not great. Hosan, that's, I mean, New Happy's going to have to make their way down in there. Genji, Howl, already on the south side of the city. 17 looks like they might be creeping over there. Xiaowu, they've got the vehicle. They're just kind of scouting out, I think, maybe to see if anybody's looking to backfill them. But 17 has some big moves to make. 4 a.m., you can see them just pushing in just north of Songam. They're just, again, forever rapping, just constantly rapping. And I don't know when they think they are going to find a spot to make their way in on a zone like this.
Да, Батулин на них хэппи нарвется, блин, они его уничтожат.
China, them continuing to wait for the perfect hole to get into that circle, rapping, going around team after team after team, just to in the end having lost too many players on their rotations round, that all the air was out of the balloon, all the gas was out of the vehicles, and they fell down.
It's just how, I mean,
rotate themselves to death, essentially.
That's how it's felt so far today anyway. At least we'll see if they can maybe turn things around for the last 2 games on Miramar, or maybe even for this one.
It's
you
not
know,
done
who knows?
yet.
They definitely still
doable.
have time. And fortunately for them, it looks like Purple Mood actually moved out of a spot to go push a little bit closer to foot, so maybe open a door there. New Happy, meanwhile, as we said, making their way down in Hosan. 17 just off to the east of that. They're going to get shot at from range by Genius. But other than that, pretty clean here for 17.
Well, Sushu did get headshot, as you said, so hopefully be able to stop and get healed on up at some point soon. But of course they have to figure out where that place to stop is first, and that's again where lacking map knowledge comes through from the majority of teams. But we heard from 17 Gaming, they've spent a lot of time looking at Tego and McKendy, as of course we would come to expect. So they have found themselves a dip to play from.
Nice little spot too, yeah. And New Happy, I mean, you feel like they're aware that Hal is there, or maybe they've spotted somebody, but they just don't know where they all are. So this is very methodical, very slow for New Happy, because they know that the chances of them getting taken by surprise are pretty high here. But
Я, короче, не хэппи с хавлами зацепиться.
even larger as the grenade's gonna come
О,
out.
Нана сразу нокнули, этого тоже.
Right in the lap of him. He will find Nan though, so that may pause things down enough here for Hal to regroup.
Yep, Ruin now has to try and buy some time here. They do have the mat on a wide flank around. If he can come in and backstep from behind here, that would be insane. He has 2 players pretty much lined up in just about 10 seconds time. You can see Hal trying to throw flashes on over, trying to slow things down and allow for the mat to come through from the blue and potentially find a double knock here. It would be absolutely insane if they're able to buy enough time for that to happen.
Oh, Ruin, you just got to be slow. Play it slow. Play it slow. Laza will get spotted out by December 12th, unfortunately. And there you go. The Mad will finally reveal his position. We'll find December 12th. And now the sandwich is on. CC108 going to just push into Ruin. Oh, what a
Нормально.
Ruin. We'll find that knock, and now it's just down to Ming and Nan.
Nice little lean there off the vehicle.
О, второго.
One more Ming torn apart. Now finally the mat has been dealt with. We'll be able to stay put for now, but Nan is all alone. He's up against one on the side of Howl on the other. That's Ruin trying to get something going.
Аж Хавлы сдохли. Там гены сзади пошли.
Don't mind if we do.
That actually saves New Happy.
It might.
If Nan can actually get these 2 reses, that would be unbelievable. And you can see P.O. and Songyong just kind of looking up over that ridge line, but they don't have an angle on it. They're not seeing it. They know that there's 2 bodies over here.
Exactly.
There we go. They're going to spot out. P.O. will finally see it.
Yep.
And the grenade will come through.
Imagine that it's just a question of time before New Happy will indeed fall down. They will commit to the rest. That nade just a bit too fast. More are being locked on over. But Gen G again, I mean, they're a team that just don't want to go overzealous. They don't have all the info that they want to try and take this fight. So they're backing off a bit, waiting for them to come on through. They know that they have players taken down already, so play it smart and wait it out.
Keep your eyes on the skies when you hear those mortars in the air, because you never know.
Замир.
There one might land right in your lap as 4 a.m. under big time.
Батулин еще живой.
From a number of different teams.
Батулин, кто там с ним остался?
And the Foot Boys, you can see they are trying to find a way inside this zone, and it looks like they have picked 4
Ну хэппи ушатайте да тут же. А зло, футов, всех подряд.
Now it's going to be a smoke deployed as well, trying to grind themselves for more time, but BME knows exactly what to do about that. Love Molly on in, turn around, we'll see if he can find something, as now pressure is coming from behind once more. You're seeing Purple Mood trying to engage from a distance here.
Yeah, Purple Mood has been a thorn in the side of Foot this entire time. Here's Crazy's going to find 8C through the smoke. Had no idea even where he was, just managed to find him. At 4 a.m., still 4 up. Where are the rest of the boys? Are they trying to provide some support here? Beamy, he's got the problem of Purple Mood as well. T-Bone will provide a little bit of relief here.
Yeah, spotted the first one, went for the shot in the second one, and realized there was more than that in front of him. He had to fall back to safety. Thanawat now from the northern side trying to suppress and doing a good job of that too. He's a solo player up on this hillside. He has to force T-Bone down. He cannot allow him to peek on over. And Bobo on the other side is able to do the damage needed. 3 kills now for 4 a.m. as they continue to rack up points.
4 a.m. is doing amazing. I don't even know how Crazy manages to live through all of that. But he does. And
Батулин за зоной. О, сейчас зайдет его шатнуть.
They've cleaned up whatever they like to clean up here on the south beam. He's still alive for Foot, but he
везде open.
Not too much longer for this world. E36 has also found an angle on this.
Сейчас столько команд живых.
inside the
Всего
center
3
of the circle.
команды
Thunder's
отлетели.
landing some shots. You're seeing some blood splatters, but he's not getting the knock. Fluky will though. Zepion gonna go down.
Я там зал орёт.
4am again. I mean, 4am stuck on vehicles and rocks. Nothing else to work with outside the circle. The tires have been popped long ago. I'm not sure how they're planning on getting out of here. It's a long run to the compound. It's a long run to the circle. And I don't think they're going to make it. Fluky does find Beamy. That is foot out in 13th.
Very clean stuff there for Fluky, rather, as Beamy, he knew he was inside. Prepped it with the flashbang, did not take any chances. That was as easy as they come. And 4am still 4 up somehow, some way in this wide open field. They've got Sixel just off to their east, PLM off to their west. And there's Thunder going to find the opening knock on the Zepion, but that should be another revive coming in here. But again, 4am has just been just beaten and battered here so much. You got to imagine they don't have much left in the ways of... oh, now that second knock on a Bobo, actually, that's huge.
I mean, they are going to die. There's no way they come back for the rest of them. If there should be no reason for HSMM to actually try and go for the rest, and no, Purple Mood knows that they have the double knock. Might as well come over and try and see if they can claim those points. All but Fed able to get one, gets the second as well. The crowd once again goes wild as Purple Mood, their hometown heroes, continues to find points here.
Давайте, ушатывайте друг друга. Толпу убили, потом не хэппи убили. Следующие эти, что за команда, вообще не знаю. Есть YXL, LG. Минус Чама за мира. Шалите, суета идет.
And no one is even remotely considering crashing the compound. E36 has the entirety to their own and have had the entirety of that compound to themselves for the entire game. This is absolutely insane. Everyone forcing fights out in the open, feeling like we have to go, because obviously there's going to be like 8 teams waiting for us in there.
Compound is so huge.
Батулина убили.
They're barely even, they're 1-1-2 splitting in phase 6. This should not be happening. But E36 like, you know what, if you're not going to push us, I mean, we'll just maintain control.
The grenades from Boleong, a little bit short it looks like. But that's going to be good news for Purple Mood fans. As we take a look, see where the next zone is going to pop. As you said, just look at this carport that's going on the edge here. Just nothing going on. And again, the compound gets the circle. As you can see what we're talking about. There's so many different ways that this thing could be.
Фига там гены прут на них.
Nobody has tried.
Even the compound is saying, guys, it's over here. Just come take a house. It's free real estate. In the meantime, PO swings on over. Does with the Grocer where the Grocer knows it best. Peeks on forward, finds the double. Should be able to get at least Xiong Yang down before 17 is able to push on through. But these sharks are in the water already, and they smell blood as they creep their way further forward.
Shawu on that.
Uh-oh.
No.
We hear the crowd.
Yeah. he would
Ай, не попал.
miss it though. Songyang will go down though. PO takes a little bit of damage as well. Hasn't spotted out Esther. The grenades are coming through though. Gotta imagine it's only a matter of time.
Нормально так закинули они.
Genji is finished off, and there it is.
Генов просто уничтожили.
Absolutely perfect utility lopped on forward from Lil Ghost there. I'm not sure if he shot the grenade from the Panzerfaust there, but impressive reaction nonetheless. Here comes Luminosity. He's been sat on the northeastern side for a while, just chilling things out. But Boliang is now there to try and help out E36 into the compound breach.
Знакомый кемп, по-моему, за миром мы недавно вот здесь на топчик катку брали. Те же это кемп выживали.
Sylvia is going to find the knock flush. Oh my god, look at the damage he's doing onto Sixel as well. LG trying to hold the line here, but they are just getting picked apart by a combination of Sixel and EG. Mime, the last one alive. Can he get the revive on Dorello?
And this is what everyone was waiting for. That one team that dared to crash, and they said, we will gladly be the third party, but we are the Cerebro lobby. We are the ones that play it smart, and no one is the first team to crash a compound. We'll be the third party pickup. And now, well, welcome sixth party. They're all in the compound now.
Let's see what the duo from LG can get done here as the four-man push coming in from Sixel. Rello will get one. Rello will get two. Almost gets the third. Mime will try to come around from the other side. side, but it might be a little bit too late here. Suzanne Lorena very, very low. Mime has to stop down and try to reset.
In a matter of 15 seconds, every single team left alive crashed straight into this compound. Lorena now, the angle is there, but Thunder's dodge is just underneath.
Thunders will take out Mime. That'll be it for LG. Sixel will be able to get the res off. Back up to 3 strong. Thunders finds Lorena through the window. What a peak battle happening here. Fluky finds MML, and now it's just down to 1. Purple Mood proving everybody wrong as they come in here and absolutely dominate this Chinese powerhouse.
They push in as 2. They get it going now. It might just shut out the Molly as well. That's going to be 1 down. That's 2 down, and down it goes Sixel. Shen Yi Xinlong falls as Purple Mood's duo of Floki and Thunders makes their way into top 4.
They've still got a lot of work left ahead of them, though. They are down to a duo. There are a lot of full teams here left. Legacy, we haven't even talked about them yet. They've managed to make it in here. 6 kills this game so far, and 4 up. They are in the compound. They have, looks like E36 basically pushed into one building of their own. And now 17 has to come in from the north side, but they've got to make their way across a road. This is going to be real, real tough.
17's decision here is, do we push south around? We heard all the commotion down there earlier. Or do we try to take the fight northeast? We have seen players in the E36 building. Do we just wrap towards the west now and then follow on the southern side of the road? That might be the play for them, but you can see them with shotgun in hands now. They might be eyeing a straight-on push towards E36.
Legacy not trying to take more than what has been given to them.
They're grabbing north around?
17. Oh no.
What?
Oh god, they got the cars and they got a Panzerfaust. It's not going to work though. Legacy, Gizero will find one. BHE will find another. LFP will finish him off. Xiaowu gets in there. He's got a shotgun in hand. Not even going to get a chance to use it as E36 just cleans him up.
That seemed a little rushed, in my opinion. I mean, the blue wasn't on them yet. There were still plenty of decisions or plenty of options to do other plays, but this felt like a very last resort commitment in a situation where it wasn't necessarily needed.
Well, either way, Legacy now looking across the street, 8 kills in the bag for them. Huge game. This is a big, big pickup from what's been otherwise a little bit of a slow start to their day.
Yeah.
Tego turning things around. If they can manage to get this win, they will be right up at the top with the rest of the gang here. But Star-Lord and the rest of E36, they've had a banger of a day so far.
Exactly.
Now all they need is that victory to put a little exclamation point on the end of it.
While Japan might not be the biggest fraggers in the world, they're pretty damn good at making a late game presence. And here they are once more, top 3. As you said, it's been a good day for them overall. Let's see if they can potentially bring this one home.
But I can tell you who everybody in this arena wants to win here. And it is the duo of Purple Mood. Can they pull off the impossible?
I feel like they baited the audience here time and time again yesterday. They were oh so close to bringing it home. It just didn't happen. And now, well,
they don't have to leave their compound. They don't have to leave their side of the street.
The thing is, as you're saying, I mean, they are waiting for the fight on the north to happen. I hope they've read the situation and understands that they have the entire south under their control now. Fluky hasn't cleared the furthest west compound or building yet, and I think that's what they're looking to do. But since no shots have been fired, I think they're expecting that the remaining 7 players are all north of this street.
I think the play here, if they could do it, you keep
wait.
an eye on here. You wait forever. You don't make any move until you absolutely have to. But if you can find a knock just anywhere on either team, but it doesn't even matter. Legacy's going to go ahead and push forward. They're taking this thing into their own hands. Star-Lord wasn't even expecting it. Pulls around the side of the wall, gets flashbanged, has to pull back.
I love this aggression. The smoke's deployed means that they're trying to isolate Purple Moon on the southern side. They don't want any third-party interference. They just want to push on forward, take the fight. They have the numbers advantage. Guy Zero finds one, LFP finds the other. Just Exec left alive, and he falls too.
Wow.
Clean sweep from Legacy. This is the strong fighting Brazilian team we've seen before in Nations Cup, in previous tournaments in the NA region as well. And here they are once more, absolutely brawling through into Force 36.
Absolutely textbook, an absolute work of art push from Legacy. It does not get any cleaner than that. But now they have this final duo on the south side of the street to worry about. Luki and Thunder, 7 points already, 7 kills. But Legacy, they do not want to leave this to chance. They want to secure this victory and come home with at least, hopefully, 23 points.
And again, I mean, you can see how Purple Mood is
Right in
holding
the
this.
street.
Thunders is just full-on tunnel visioning the furthest west building. They're expecting that someone is still in and around there. I don't even fault them for not having counted the kill feed probably, because they went hectic at one point, and they were fighting through that same kill feed too. So it would have been very difficult for them to keep track of everything, but now they're committing to it. Now they're trying to push on over. They too want to finish out what could potentially be a fight for second. Little do they know that second place spot is already guaranteed.
I'm trying to look at the utility in the hands here. Yeah, you can see them swapping smokes. There's not a lot of them to go around, but you got to have those smokes ready to go. It's ending in the dead center of that street, and I can't imagine Purple Mood is sitting on much else.
And I feel like utility is what's gonna save him. Fluky, 1 nade. If you can find one like instantly with a nade here, nothing to work with the Thunders. That's what's gonna give them this win. I mean, right now Legacy is just in too good a position for them to fall down. But then again, we have seen Purple Mood hit some good shots today. They took the fight 2v3 to Xiao Yi Shenlong. Let's see if they can by miracle win a 2v4 as well.
That's what I'm looking for. And don't use if you're Legacy, you're throwing the smoke. Oh my goodness. If you're Legacy, you're throwing the smokes over on top of Purple Mood, forcing them to push out of the smoke into you. And look at that. Gizero will find the angle. There it is. Fluky will go down. Thunder's the last one up. RBN gets him down to 1 HP, and he'll finally get finished off. And what a
Нормально катку не сделали.
from Legacy. A valuable 13 kill win.
Это вообще кто такие? Я их вообще не знаю.
They are happy and they have good reason to be just that. The last team to join the compound, the team that waited the longest, able to come out victorious. Great performance, but you cannot take anything away from Purple Mood here either. They fought through foot. They fought through 4 AM. They brawled their way into the compound and clear out Shout Li Jinglong as well. Purple Mood is a team that has gone under many people's radar, but they're here to fight.
Absolutely are, and the Brazilian powerhouse gets their first victory of the day and the first victory of the tournament. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to hear what they have to say.
Кто здесь?
Хозяин твой.
The journey to a true legacy starts with a chicken
Фазенда.
dinner, and they get
Ты где ходил, Эй?
now. Gizero leads the
Поесть
charge,
отходил.
and man, these
Он
guys
сам поел, а обо мне подумал.
I thought it started with a step of 1,000 miles.
Да, вот сейчас думаю о тебе.
one step, but you gotta solidify
4-я катка закончилась?
Да, 2 миромана осталось.
After this game, they are for sure good to see Gizero
Что-то
in the
твои
void
чамы
of
там
the
насасывают.
Brazilian powerhouse coming in. And yeah, that's beautiful. Super well executed. I was like, when are somebody gonna breach this come on here? And they did so perfectly timed.
Там.
Что за повтор лагана?
On the other side kind of stuck, and they got caught up in a firefight. It was just rough here. Beautiful plays coming out of Songyang as well from Genji. I gotta say, nice nades here. That double nade opened it up for Genius there. Completely shut it down from Gizero. Yeah, really good shots from Robin coming in as well. FP, there's so many good shots coming in general from Legacy. They were able to close this out. That aggressive push on E36 as well. The timing on that, perfect.
to take it before they expected it. Like that was really smart. They locked out that corner.
So then they have the space. Like they could widen out, right?
I think that's a symptom. Sometimes teams just wait too long, and that's right. That push, taking Star-Lord off of his defensive position, allowed them to come in. And you saw how fast, once they dropped Star-Lord, E36 was deleted from the game. And so that was just beautiful play. They stand up, they spread their arms, as proud as they can be to walk
LG-шки
away with
выиграли,
that
что ли?
win.
Нет, какая-то новая команда, я даже не знаю.
Congratulations to Legacy. I support you. I stand there as well and say, you guys, I'm proud of you for what you did. I think they'll continue to go forward. Gizero doesn't look like he has any intentions to stop anytime soon.
No, and for 13,000K or 13,000 pick on a fantasy, that's a pickup right there. Super good to see them come in here. 4 games played now. We got Miramar. If they can build a little bit of momentum off this, they might solidify themselves right there. And again, we're talking about a bit jump. They were 10th or so going into this. Not that many points. Huge game for them. They put themselves straight into the top 4, top 3.
I mean, we did say that. We said any team that comes out with a 10-kill win and puts up the numbers can jump into the top because of how the day started today. They do that, and now they are not only in competition, but really in a place where they can play whatever consistency game they want going forward and try.
Так, первый дропс на 10 тысяч епешек забрал.
Епешек.
That is huge for them. That momentum and the morale
уже не действует.
Это за просмотры на Твиче. Если у тебя там привязан аккаунт к Твичу, твой
Аккаунт
пабговский.
пабговский? А каким
Да.
образом его привязать?
Ну ты раньше не делал, когда мы с Исламом смотрели там? Там надо в этот, как его... Короче, твичевскому аккаунту привязать через этот личный кабинет заходить. Не делал ты?
Нет.
Блин, как она называется, этот сайт-то? Ну, личный кабинет, где твой пабговский есть? Знаешь ты? Как она называлась, не помню.
Паб Крепорт, что ли?
Нет.
Played the timing right, and you brought up people needed to crash that compound. The problem was everything around the compound was basically like a moat, just a giant open space. And so you saw with Luminosity, they couldn't try to crash until they got a knock on the team that was holding them, and that seemed to be the case across the board. Gazera does get the man of the match, deservedly so. We saw kill after kill, but also he was willing to be the tip of the spear. He was willing to go in there and kind of follow when he needed to with LFP, but also take some really good shots when it was necessary.
Yeah, good nade as well, open up, and then the follow-up
Сейчас,
as well.
подожди.
Honestly, super well executed. I'm just sad he's not my captain at the moment because Perfective has not been putting up the points. 23 bomb for them coming in. That's going to be huge. They're going to be putting in a lot of points. They had 9 before this. They're going to be 32 and in second place after this year. So it's huge, huge game for them.
I want to give a shout out to Purple Mood Gaming. I mean, this is a team that got second, 13 points total. I thought they were out of it back around 8 or 9 because they were rotating on the outside. They were in
Итак, всех приветствую.
scrap after scrap. And then all of a sudden I see them cleaning up this fight that was between LG and Sixel, and they did it so well. They're going to move up to 9th off the back of that, but here it is. Legacy jumps to 3rd.
Yeah, huge for them. I got to say, though, as well, with the Purple Mood, it felt like they were just feeding off the energy the crowd was giving them because we were multiple times, like when the castles were going on as well, I feel like they were almost dying. Like they almost again, they stayed 2 alive. They squeezed out so many points out of this game that they probably shouldn't have. But yeah, 22 and 9th here, good for them. And again, even if you're Howl on 8 points, all positive mental ends you on 5, like just one good game still, one big game, and you're gonna be in there.
Wide open. Now it's not over just today. We've got 12 games in total to play, but getting that lead when you're in a scenario where top 8 is all that matters. Starting out big on day 1 so that you can rest. You can come in not stressed and not forced with your back against the wall on the final day of play is important. So Legacy gonna be happy with that. But again, Purple Mood, you could hear the crowd come alive inside of this facility.
На крафтоне, крафтон сайт. На крафтон надо зайти. Твой Steam надо к Твичу привязать.
Yes, the players don't know the maps as well, but the maps are also making life very hard for these players.
For sure, like a compound in
Чего,
like
чего?
this here, especially when you have a road,
Крафтон сайт.
intersection road like that. It is
Там
just
Twitch,
super fun.
later,
And you have
Steam надо к
two
Твичу
big
привязать.
teams that are sitting on the other side. You're gonna get absolutely destroyed, right? So yeah, get the most out of it and just wait to make sure you have the right timing in the brief.
Короче, я тебе сейчас видео скину, посмотри.
And I think even with E36, this idea that they had a lot of ground to cover, they probably were shocked to be even like, how do we defend this?
Right.
And I think that that's what a lot of teams are going to be thinking about when it comes to
Сейчас
these
я
two maps in
подойду.
the future. Stick around, we're going
Ага.
back to Miramar in just a few minutes.
Unleash my shopping spree
Duty free from big brands.
at all King Power stores and King Power Online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Automat's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
มันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมันเท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับ 1ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
아침에 일어나서 가장 먼저 무엇을 하나요? 에스프레소와 책 한 권을 읽습니다.
Buenísimo, amigo, era re fácil, amigo.
More weather, more weather.
Bueno, perfecto. 我们声音形容设计师刚组建不久的新队伍，这次能进 PGC 已经大大超乎我们的预期了，我们一定会加油的。
Here's the weather update for the Rondo area. From the Rondo region, if you've been yearning for the sun after yesterday, please check your flight schedules to ensure your travel plans.
Why did you come to Rondo? Stand your ground.
Hello, everybody. We are back once again for our final 2 games of the day. Cody, we are headed over to the dusty dunes of Miramar and wrap things up.
Да, тут я, тут.
Everybody does. Everybody loves Miramar. Who doesn't love Miramar? Well, we got through the insanity of Tego and Vikendi, and we got to see a legacy win here on the final game of Tego. So who do you think, going into Miramar, now that we're getting back a little bit more to what we're, everybody's used to playing, a little bit more comfort zone, what are you kind of expecting to see? Is there anybody that's really kind of been slow to start, maybe, that you're looking to kind of maybe ramp things up here in these final 2 games?
I think, to go off of what you just said, comfort is
comfort is key.
We're due a Chinese win.
Do you think so?
I believe we are. We've seen 17 play better and better into it. We've seen New Happy as well get things going really, really well with this. I don't want to say newer lineup because they have played quite a few tournaments together, but this new play style of New Happy being very cautious. And if there's one thing that works for Miramar, sure, if you get a couple of circles going your way, that is, you can really play Miramar slow. You don't have to aggress, you don't have to bomb at center. You can stay out on those edges for a good while and get things going, and that is going to play right into the pocket of a lot of those Chinese teams.
I think you're right about New Happy. I think 17 was another one that got very, very close that last game, only to have things brutally ripped out of their hands. But I'm going to go with Luminosity.
Fair.
We are going down to Miramar. This is America's territory, baby. And I expect the boys from LG to put on a show here in the final 2 games of the day. We've already seen Legacy represent the Americas regions here. Let's see if we can get a little bit more in there, as we haven't seen anything from Europe either. But again, typically slow as far as group starts go. We did see Foot.
I was going to say,
really
is this where I remind you that Foot won
no,
Vikendi?
no. But, you know, I mean,
Ну что, ты готов?
I guess the argument that would be
Почти.
in a lobby with Twisted Minds, would you be expecting Foot to be the one to be the first European team to get a win?
In group stages, yes.
Okay.
If grand finals come around, I think we're looking more in a tied situations. Foot is known to be a team that usually comes off very strong from the start. They play confident from start to finish. I've had plenty of talks with T-Bone, the IGL from Foot Esports in the past.
Что-то ни одного кода так и не увидел я.
As a newer IGL too, having never played that role in like the beginning of his career, he said the main thing for me is I know my guys can frag. Like they will shoot everything I tell them to, but I have to believe my own calling. Yeah. You talked about second guessing earlier, how we like Pentagram and being able just to commit to decision. This is something Foot has been dealing with, saying we have all these great ideas, but because I'm hesitating, because I can't commit to one decision, we end up kind of choking ourselves. And now T-Bone, well, it seems like he's making those decisions fast, and that's what's been paying off for Foot Esports.
Well, we are headed up to the northwest for a little bit of, well, actually, it's a very empty circle right now. There's a lot of teams kind of heading off the, it was very far south, so this one going a little bit farther north maybe than someone expects. So we'll see a little bit more rotation action going on here as we check in with Tanawat and Purple Mood. They, I think they already had a bunch of fans here already. I think they may have gained a few more in that last game here, at least in studio.
Definitely. They had a good final stand there in the previous one. 4AM here as well. We know as a team who, regardless of the playing path, will do absolutely everything. It's like a Miramar game doesn't start for 4AM before they cross past Hacienda. No matter how far away from Hacienda these planes are, they will get there. And Bobo, well, he's not only going to get to Hacienda, he's going to continue even further north.
And that's the thing. The other thing about it is, like, I think I told you this yesterday. I hate that loot spot. Like, I absolutely hate Hacienda as a loot spot, just because you're surrounded pretty much.
У меня привязан Twitch и Steam.
Ну тогда зайди в Drops. Значит, ты делаешь, тебя спрашивал. На Твиче в правом верхнем углу нажми и Drops зайди и получить сделай.
Where it is on the map.
I was going to say, and in this particular case, with the plane being as far south and 4AM pretty much knowing they're the most northern team, it's going to play an even better for them. I think they're going to be set very solid here. They have easy access to the center of the circle.
Это где уведомления, мой Twitch?
В правом верхнем углу там есть зеленый человечек нарисованный, кружочек. А ты трансляцию смотришь? В правом углу сверху, над чатом получается.
Ну, вообще-то это не зеленый человечек.
У меня там зеленый, у меня зеленый вот этот, ну, мой аккаунт, да, или что это.
Дальше что?
Зайди в Drops и награды. Нажал?
Да, еще это 77% у меня.
Ну, у меня наполнилось уже.
Нет, не наполнилось.
Успеет.
Я же отходил.
Ты выключал, что ли, когда отходил?
Нет, вроде, но этот не посчитало, что ли. На минималку звук убрал, и на минималку этот сделал.
Должна была считать.
Странно, не знаю.
Well, that wasn't Twisted Minds, but it's okay.
They were in the pit, though, kind of.
I heard my voice, and I was like, what's going on here? It's yeah, it's okay.
I thought I got a more manly voice there for a second. It's like, oh, wait, it's Poro.
You get a little southern twang in your Danish there.
I'm still practicing my y'all.
Yeah.
It doesn't come natural to me. Maybe over this tournament I'll get in there every now and again.
We'll get you there. We'll get you there. We'll keep working on it. But there you go. You see Batu and the boys. Very, very split in the center of this zone, but not a position that they are unused to or uncomfortable. Oh my goodness, Ruin just got absolutely picked off by Zest from the high ground.
Again, you gotta come in ready, you gotta come in warm, and that is something genius. Seemingly have finally got themselves dialed in on. We saw it from Vard, the previous Vikendi match, how he was just beaming people with the Mini 14, and now, well, Zest can do it with the MK as well.
Do they get this res, do you think?
Минусанули одного.
In a doubt? Extra
Especially
doubt?
considering he's already dead, so...
Is he?
Yeah.
How'd they pick him off? He was shooting at his toesies. He still had full health.
And then he got headshotted and died.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess he won't get res then.
Если на 12 место скатились обратно.
Ну, Чамы уверенно поднимаются. Были последние уже, этот 14-й.
Although I think this might not be one of them. Well, Purple Mood stopping in.
Я им позвонил, сказал, чтобы они в центре по зоне играли. Все время в центр стремились.
It kind of irritates me now that I have to admit the fact that we name a church after
И на брюхе ползали в кустах до победного.
North American players from the past, and he just happens to be from Europe. That just kind of hurts my soul in a way, but you know what? I love Los HD so much that I don't even care. Meanwhile, we check in with LG 2-2 split. Farthest northmost team.
Коды этот в самом PUBG активируется, да? А что за код там появился в чате?
Yeah, trying to make their way up towards the north. They like to enter these circles from the northern side of the of it, and it makes perfect sense for them to just wide rep on this. Again, Foot, a team like question mark.
Что сказал?
Я говорю, в чате код какой-то появился и спрашивал, коды только в чате активируются, это не в чате, в игре активируются?
Да, в игре. Не знаю, я кодов тут не вижу, я не могу постоянно туда смотреть. Там удаляют, бывает, если кто-то скидывает. Успешно активно, что упало, непонятно, а что за код был. А там вот эти епшки и упали. Сейчас смотри, там за байчу каких.
Taking their time rotating in, but for the most part, been a very calm, cool, and collected early game.
Yeah. It's again, Miramar is going to be, I would imagine, the vast majority of this lobby's favorite map in terms of being allowed to play.
Я написал, я выиграл 10 коинов. Сейчас они с ума будут сходить все там.
Even though we have teams that are kind of known for going center aggressive early on, we don't really have anyone who's claimed that role within this lobby. Yet everyone, if possible, are trying to stick up to the edges for the moment, which is why losers and winners is going to be so much fun. Because even though it's the same teams, you can expect to see a lot of these teams be forced to place very different play styles. What they're doing here in the group stages. It's always so interesting seeing how fast teams have been going from bracket to bracket.
Sure.
Видишь, там код закинули удаленным модератором.
General consensus is these days in EMEA, but I know that in the Americas at least, Miramar is far and away the favorite map of the players, and they are huge fans, big fans of any time that we get to play on it. So that's with or without Sandstorms.
Also, big fan of the changes that they made. Jog stop, amazing. Water treatment that we're seeing here, amazing. I think water treatment slipped a lot of people's kind of eyes in that, wait, water treatment got changed, but yes, it did. Also phenomenal changes. Just accessibility to rotations across the map have been phenomenal. The changes that have come through, really, really like them. There are sure areas still that I think could maybe use a little touch-up, but overall, I think all the changes that we've seen on Miramar have been for the better, which is why I just love seeing the kind of the evolution of these maps.
Даже туда в чат не хочу смотреть.
Я не смотрю в чат. Если появится, он появится на экране.
Нет, туда тоже бывает. Дальше.
It has been quite quiet on the E pickup front. Everybody really just opting for vehicle rotations both days, really, Group A and Group B. So maybe now that we get one day under the waist for both groups, maybe we see a little bit more willingness to do.
Он один пишет, мне дали 10к же коинов.
Это я написал. Что с ним плохо там стало?
Вася Убивашка, это ты?
Нет.
Ну, значит, не ты.
Вася Убивашка.
Ну, там реально Вася Убивашка.
А он троллит всех.
Ну, понятное дело.
Essentially, yeah.
Балабол.
They're going to be able to regroup there pretty easily as well. I think the only pressure they may receive or have received was from Gen G, but they're in a 2-2 split, so it wasn't going to be that much pressure either way. Meanwhile, question mark, remember they were taking their sweet time coming up from the south side. We've got a couple over at Bricks, but they're still stretching their tendrils out, seeing how far they can get in.
Foot now being with
Марат свой i3 получил ноутбук.
And now the most northern one is figuring, well, are we really back to the we don't get
Поздравляю.
situation now? I know we got 9 in one game, but can we please just spread it out maybe a little more across the different games? Because now, well, I mean, they do like playing on the edge, and this time around it's going to be no different.
Look, you know, sometimes you just catch your blessings all at once, and you just have to deal and be thankful regardless.
True.
Laza looks like they are going to be able to get that revive off, and yep, Schofield just spotting out the enemies on the hills. Meanwhile,
Я надеюсь, эту катку все хоть отыграют нормально.
pickup as well, just off in the distance there with LG.
Flying shoulder to shoulder as much as can be. For him, they get, oh, Xiaopian gets forced out of the vehicle, and forced to, but jumps out because of the tree, and now spotting LG.
Резина 15, да, на
16.
15 зимней нет у тебя случайно?
LG with literally no cover to work with, given that they could not have brought any vehicles in here.
За сколько возьмешь?
Так есть оно у тебя? 15 зимняя.
Новая есть.
Новая, а радиус какой? Ну, этот, остальные параметры. Ширина, высота.
185, по-моему.
65 или какие?
65, 185.
65 высокие. 60 максимум. Типа 265. Такие Рио, подплыл. А чё она у тебя новая?
Ну, лежит. Вместе с машиной взял этот, а колеса не забрал.
Как понять, колеса не забрал?
Ну, вот так колеса не забрал.
А где они?
Там у первого хозяина.
Че не забираешь?
Ну, надо же этот их куда-то поставить.
Дома нет места? Потом она тебе скажет, нету резины, куда-то делась. Потом что?
Ничего.
А ты прошлой зимой не ставил, что ли?
Нет.
На летний ездил?
Да.
Забери, я себе поставлю.
Не, я-то могу тебе поставить, но это тебе дорого обойдется.
Пошел. Больше не возьму тебя играть с собой.
Я спрашивать даже не буду, заходить буду.
Ты компенсировать должен мои седые волосы.
Oh, through the okay, through the sandstorm, the knot comes through. Lorena should get revived here, but I mean, you can see this is just not a great situation for Sixel to be in here, and LG started to turn things up here. Mime going to get spotted out by HSM, but as you said, everybody had this kind of 4 or 5 hit idea of dropping right on the same spot, and unfortunately, everybody had that same idea, so now they're all on top of each other, and it's not getting any better, Toby, because now E36 moving in, QM moving in, Purple Mood just kind of hanging out on the edge of the zone as well. Is just everybody going for the exact same spot. It's all on the south side of this road.
These are some of all the teams that we expected to come in playing center heavy, and now they finally decide to do it. Issue is they're doing it at the same game at the same time, and it's causing a lot of chaos. Lorena able to find a double, and now Enterforce 36 loses 3 in an instant. Just K left alive. Solid hold here from Luminosity. That nade did make its way on in, but nothing more will come of it.
Oh, I hope we get to see the Lorena mortar, because that took out 2 of them. That was absolutely filthy. And E36, they just were late to the. They were super late to the party, and unfortunately for them, he will try to survive just a little bit longer. He's got a full compound, just off to the side there.
Can you run there though?
I mean, honestly, like, who's looking?
Yeah, I mean, right now, no hillside. You had PMA up on the kind of the Batulans Mountain, should we call it, as he was the first one kind of famed for sitting up there. But no one's in that position anymore, so might just be able to creep around. But then again, why in the world would XKE1, or just K, expect that compound to be free for the taking?
Oh, the Mad will go down to Mime as LG... They've taken a few knocks over here, but they've managed to get the revive every single time. Not out of the woods just yet, as they're starting to creep a little bit farther over towards the east, see if they can maybe better their situation a little bit. But as you see, I mean, Gen G, LF, Legacy off to the north, they all have angles onto this.
I mean, they're all looking great right now. The circle, again, should shift towards the east. We have unplayable terrain on the southern side. We have some towards the west. There might be a world where it kind of centers up right on top of question mark, but that would be a 1 in a million chance that we get that exact circle generated. So most likely, it's going to go somewhere towards the northeast, and that's going to be good for all those teams that did commit in, because it's only 4 AM that brought vehicles. Everyone else is playing on foot, no cover to work around. They would really want it there. Let's see, we do get the highlight or the replay. Shenji Xinglong, Lorena, able to get the mortar in the air.
Твоим чамом запустили.
Да, видел. Как уронил четко.
Okay, we see 17 still on this southeastern side. They've got places to be, but Twisted Minds is beautifully spread out right now in power grid, waiting for anybody to try to make an entrance. It doesn't look like 17 wants any of it, really. They're just going to continue to wrap down on the south side. 4 AM, meanwhile, still holding their little ridge, their own little spot that they have loved to be in. Now, you can see Legacy making their way over, PMA make their way over. They're going to spot out Key. That's going to be it for Enter Force 36.
Nate slumped on forward now, though, as they put it on forward. But here's Glorious, the 2 times Nations Cup player, able to take out both.
Вот код 800 биткоинов.
Had 2 knocks. They thought that was going to be easy peasy for them, but Glorious is there, puts a foot in the door, says no entry on my territory, and that's going to be 3 of them now back on their feet because of it.
BZC.
He's got that arm again.
5H.
Making things dangerous here for Genius.
39.
As they're just going to opt to try to send it in and see if they can get away with it. Looks like they'll take a few shots, but they're not going to take any knocks. So they will at least get 2 inside this next.
Прикинь, да, отлетел он сразу.
Код больше действительно. Это как
Да
так?
пошли они, блин, черти, блин. Столько ждал, блин.
Код загорелся, появился. Я его сразу набрал быстро. И ввел там.
Да таких как ты там сколько, блин.
Да нет, есть автораспознание, у них копируется сразу и туда заносит. Буквально 2 секунды.
А я... А как это когда автораспознание?
Что?
А я это напечатал и ввел. Как его еще по-другому сделать? 800 джекоинов, да, было?
Да.
Первый раз, блин.
Вон написано же этот первый код от 800 до 5000 джекоинов.
А когда второй будет?
Не знаю.
Ну, если мы сейчас не успели, то и следующий не успеем, потому что плюс-минус максимально посадил. А там их мало просто, этих. Там сколько на трансляциях смотрят.
Ну, смотрят сейчас 23 тысячи трансляций.
Вот, а там из них сколько этих кодов? 8 тысяч коин, что там пишет? 700 было.
Да воздуханы.
При том, что у меня в игре включенный был.
У меня тоже в игре включенный, я просто вставил быстро и нажал активировать. Достигнут максимальный предел.
Гаджи пишет, я успел. Стопудово не успел, ты покажи фотку скрина, блин. Все где-то одного потеряли.
Trying to get his IGL back on his feet, but not gonna happen. Lassa peeks on over, able to take down Boldying.
Okay, Sixel down to 2.
Черт, короче.
See, they have their little mortar station all set up and ready to go. We'll lay a few scopes down. I think that's just to secure his own escape. Snaker's gonna pick up a P90 from that.
Там можно было танец взять с этим, с купоном.
They still have 3 strong, however. And they are just trying to gatekeep whatever they can on this north side. See if they can maybe stop Gen G from coming in. Gen G very split, despite the fact that they have 4 up.
I mean, that's the Gen G way. Take control of as much terrain as you possibly can, even if it's not inside the next circle. Just spread out. And, well, the wider position we maintain control of, the bigger the chance that one of our players spots an entry to the next circle. And that's kind of been the Gen G perils on a necklace sort of splitting that we've seen time and time again. The further apart, the better off they are.
Well, hopefully one of them's been able to see something, because there is just not a whole lot of entryway to be found here on this north side. PMA very wide split. Now Twisted starting to leave.
Так, втроем опять.
By the power grid. They've got Laza right behind him. The snake in the grass. They need
Ну,
to
3
be
кило где-то пофармили. Первый раз дали за весь стрим.
They spot him.
Главное, чамы все целые.
Четвертого ушатали они.
Able to get the peek on in, able to take him out and stay alive. Uh-oh. 3 in a car. I don't like this.
3 in 1 car, and DG98 in the coupe. Where is he trying to send it to? Snakers take a few shots in him. PMA will as well.
Here?
And they've got a little bit of a ridge line to work with, as Esther's going to go down. Smoke's going to lay down as well. See if they can maybe hold PMA off for the time being. If they can get a knock onto that, that would be even better. But now the grenades are coming in from the north side. That's going to be 4.
Сколько гранат прилетело.
LG. Snakers will find the flush onto Esther, as it is just not great stuff here for Gen G. Songyang will find one, but Snakers lights up the entire squad. Gets a full wipe onto PMA, and now Gen G trying to turn their attention over to LG.
Yep, Snakers living up to his name, trying to find them from behind, those successfully that too, but PO instantly there to respond. All of Luminosity eliminated just short of placement points. Now Circle shifted down towards New Happy on the southern side. I said we're due for a Chinese win. New Happy.
Там, знаешь, кто уже какие-то коды применил, они повторно не смогут. И кто первые эти забирает, потом вторые, третьи, они не смогут эти коды забирать.
Ну, чтобы кому-то что-то досталось.
Да.
Но все равно самих кодов мало на активацию. Допустим, вот они скинули вот эти 800 джекоинов. Теоретически
2 миллиона джекоинов написано же было где-то.
Это за все время, наверное.
Да.
Don't get greedy for the flush. Doesn't need to go for it either. Solid shots coming through. Great push up there. Only needed one. There was one there to cover, but RBN wasn't needed in the end of it. Solid plays coming through, but their journey to the next circle is far from over. Now they get to pick their poison. Do you take the fight to Twisted Minds or question mark? You know that the team that you don't fight, it's going to third party you immediately after.
QM coming over here to see if they can find something. Batulins will get the knock and the flush on his grenade over towards 4 a.m. Question mark, just looking to see what they can find off of Legacy. Twisted Minds doing the same thing, and they're actually being a little bit pushed around here by 17. Few shots coming from them will force them to back down a little bit. Now Legacy will be able to get back into their vehicles, get back on the move, and try to find their way into the zone.
Creeping on up, trying to again get a gist of what's happening in front of them. They haven't really played this far south yet, but here comes
А чё они все посыпались? Чё они сделали?
Въехали туда.
Зачем, блин? Сдохли все, бля. Они потом тяжко будут догонять.
9 HP is all that was separating Gizera from losing that fight, and he clutches it out. Huge for Legacy. And he should actually be, it looks like he's going to be able to get both reses back. So Legacy back up to 3 strong, 17. Big wide split. Question mark are going to have to try to send it in. They're backfilling at 4 a.m. And they are going to find 4 a.m. as well. And they are now down as New Happy still hangs out inside their hard cover.
And everything that's happening here is being overlooked.
Чамы тоже отлетели.
Я так упор не ставил ни на кого еще.
They are loving the fact that Thunders and Fluggy are set up on the hillside high and just finding flush after flush as best as they can.
Only 1 kill for Purple Moon so far, at least one secured. But you know that they have been farming damage. They've been sending shots down here. We'll see if this circle gives them any luck whatsoever. They're still going to have to play around New Happy, unfortunately. New Happy does get the res. They had a knock inside their compound. They do
А с экрана копировать нельзя, да, никак?
But 17 on the east side, Purple Mood on the west, question mark and Legacy off to the north. It's not a set thing by any means here for New Happy.
RPN saying, you know what, I used to be the coach, you're the frag, I'll give you my P90, I take you all. It's fair
I would give it to
Есть программки, которые автоматом копируют.
Only because LFP has gone down. Because
Распознают и это делают.
Recently, and that guy has been just bananas. But Gizera is an absolute beast. Give him the P90. Let's see if we can maybe open things up here a little bit for him.
They're getting closer and closer to this next circle. Not too far to go, but even a 50-meter push here can be fatal. You can see Purple Mood here, Duckmans and Thanawat down below, trying to make a little more space, but now with the hilltop being shifted out, all of Purple Mood opting to group up instead. I like this play. No reason to spread out wide.
95%.
You know you have 17 out east. Play up
10
close.
тысяч
I would be
епешек.
surprised if they fully commit to push inside the compound proper, but stay down here on the southern side. You've made your way inside the circle for now.
95% епешки.
Purple Moon tries to push into this New Happy compound. They would like somebody else to try to do that so that they can be in a they're right there to push in just in case that fight does eventually happen. Look at 17 though. They've left Lil Ghost on the south side. Meanwhile, they're wrapping around on the north to try to clean up what's left of Legacy.
Yep, shall be able to find one. Now the cavalry's being called in. You can see
he found the P90. That's a huge
the important one too, exactly. Smokes are being deployed. Those of the rest should be possible. As I say that though, the circles are closing in, and now Nate's been lopped on over. RBN goes down. V8 set down to low HP. That blue zone Nate should at least get the bit of Gazera. We'll see if V8 set falls to it as well as this. Oh, it's all fading out for him now. It should be down hip. Yep, there you go.
Question mark actually going to be the one to pick up a couple there. So that's
Legacy
3 kills
отлетели.
in the bag for them so far. 3 up. Best of luck, Phil first and a doozy. You know, they have a lot of real estate to work around on this north side. If they could pick up a few more, if they could clean up maybe even 1 or 2 off of 17 here, that could be huge.
I'm liking the fact that we're seeing this 3-1 split from 17 Gaming. Usually back in China, it's almost always Xiao Wu that would hold that off angle. That would be the anchor player and let the other 3 push on forward. But they're opting to change things up here. Little Ghost is the anchor player. He's the container on the southern side. He is the one to not allow for Purple Mood to wrap around to the east. And so far, he's successful. He peeked on over. Took a few shots, fired in return, and forced Purple Mood in the other direction. Because right now, I think for 17 Gaming, they're more concerned with question mark up towards the north than they are with Purple Mood on the southern side.
Almost feels like if you know you don't know what's coming, maybe that's Xiao Wu's job. But if you know for a fact you've got Purple Mood and you've got New Happy and you've got one guy that has to keep both of them at bay, let's make it Lil Ghost this time around.
Makes sense. Makes absolutely perfect
And
sense. 17, they commit to the northern side this time around. Don't want to push into Purple Mood. They know that they have a somewhat wounded question mark on the other side, but one player down does not take them out of the equation at all. But this push up the hillside, it ain't far, but it's going to be very much out in the open.
That is about as equal odds across this board as you're going to get for the win there. a little bit of extra percentage going New Happy's way because of the compound, and a little bit less for QM because they're missing one. But other than that, it's all even, baby. We're going to see what we can find here as 17 does bring Lil Ghost back up. They'll just play from the north here. New Happy still just holding on inside the compound, just waiting for an opportunity to take advantage of a knock.
Bestelok needs to find one, preferably two, in order to make some space here. Also, they have to be fast about it because New Happy could be peeking out at any given moment. These blue zone nades are there to, of course, do damage, but primarily there to isolate, to force them to reconsider the direction they've gone in. Xiao Bei is going to take a molly straight to his feet. That might get him knocked. No, it's going to come short.
He's quick on the move there to make sure he didn't take that knock, because that might have been the beginning of the end for 17.
For sure.
As QM is just trying anything they can to try to get at least one knock to open things up here. But nothing doing so far. The final dot gonna land.
I mean,
right
Уж
outside
пошли
New
17.
Happy's compound.
17 is taking their time here. They want to get the peak on open.
А, без толча нокнули. Там сзади пошли.
Open it up, and just like that, question mark taken down. Lil Ghost swings around, finds the double. They have
С двух сторон их.
They just need a brief moment of wait, what's happening behind us? They turn around and they
Да,
instantly find
ПЛМ и эти закрыли их.
play from 17 Gaming.
Yeah, they actually forced the. It feels like they forced QM back.
Эти всю дорогу этот НХшки на этом сидят, на бараках.
Не хэппи.
Down very, very low, but New Happy taking a lot of L's here as well. At 17 now, Suju will get knocked, but Xiao Bei will find another one. New Happy will.
Тут у него такой зажим был, еще 15 пуль осталось.
It is only December 12th, and Ming Ming still alive. It looks like they're trying to go for the res here. Can they get it though? Yet not back on his feet.
Not is back on his feet indeed.
Они хэппи выиграют.
Xiao Bei, Xiao Wu and Lil Ghost, the only two players now on their feet. This should be easy peasy cleanup duty for December 12th. Get those points guaranteed. Of course, that's what you want to go for now. This one is going to be a Chinese win
Нет,
guaranteed.
2-2 уже.
Not spotted on the rooftops.
Xiao Wu immediately going for that up high spot, and he's not picked out in time. But there you go. He's going to get spotted from behind. CC 108 and Lil Ghost. You can see
Один в один.
trying to find each other in the compound.
Два
Lil
в
Ghost will get the flush. CC
Нет, нокнутый.
wants
Он
to
не
make sure he
считается.
flushes out that kill as well. Make sure you get these
Так я
points
тебе говорю, 2 в 1, 2 у них хэппи, 1 у этого.
of the
17.
tournament. At all points in this tournament, December 12th has a shotty in hand. He's going to look for it, doesn't get a chance to use it.
Один в один.
Lil Ghost now. I think it's a 1v1 totally for the win.
Не хэппи выиграет.
1 versus 1, 6 bullet has to go for the reload spots and finds him 3
Блин, решетка тоже регает. Я же сказал, не хэппи выиграет.
New Happy CC 108 able to bring home the win for New Happy. They had the compound, but they had to defend it. And here, while it looked against them, they came out victorious.
Absolutely huge from New Happy, and you got to imagine 17 is just got to be ripping their hair out about that one. But you know what? It felt like New Happy was always in control of that game.
Дима, привет.
17, how on earth did they bring that down to a 1v1? That never should have happened.
I mean, it was pretty much as close as can be. And again, China showing that they are now warm. Chiamba was warm out of the gates yesterday, but these teams here, the more slow and cautious teams, they've had the warmth they needed now.
A lot of huge plays coming from a lot of big teams here, but as you said, at the end of the day, China does get a win here in the form of New Happy. So let's throw it over the desk to hear what they have to say about things.
New winner, New Happy gets the chicken dinner, and it came down to a 1v1, a nail biter at the bitter end. Martin, that was fun. We got to have a little bit of an urban fight. We got to have a lot of open season fight. Tons of strategy at the end of that game.
And I love the emergency pickups plays as well. Some early, some later, and then you have to kind of have these kind of scrappy fights. So there's somewhat of a home turf circle for Twisted Minds. Then it went to West, and then they had to do scrappy fights as well. But yeah, super well played by the New Happy. 17 Gaming. Personally, I gotta say, overall, all of them kind of had that opening chance, but instead of hurting them towards each other and kind of peacocking a little bit, it was just a full three-way fight. They took fights all the sides there. So yeah, it's really cool to see. But Christian Mark was the loser of that top 4.
Yeah, I mean, right now, as we get to that top 4, you saw the amount of chaos that went into making the top 4, and it was almost like 2 sections of an end game. You had to survive that sort of Gen G luminosity mess that was going on, and you get to here. Comes down to a 1v1, and I'm going to be completely honest. I was worried that New Happy had given 17 the chance to make it a 1v1 in the first place. That's the kind of thing that can really set a team back if they had managed to win it, but that reload, the push, it worked out. They got the victory. Congratulations to New Happy. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk as we break down after the action. One more game left to play, but the 5 that we've done so far have been absolutely wild.
Yeah, been wild again. After what we saw yesterday, I was questioning, can this happen again? And yes, it has been. Had some good circles, some home turf, of course. A little bit here with Pentagram.
They let off the gas.
They get let off the gas. I'm a little bit happy for that. But then again, they also had 2 somewhat home turf circles.
True.
They are looting in the God carrier, right? And we had a somewhat of chopsticks ending, but an error risk. So it is close to where they're looting. So you can expect good games for them. They got the most out of it, but let the foot out of gas a little bit, and that kind of opens up a little bit in terms of our top 8.
They might be a bit of an Orangle specialist, perhaps. Whereas yesterday,
if the circles are with them.
Right. Well, yesterday, Tiamba just seemed to be specialized in everything that they did. So a little bit of a shift here today. I will say, I want to give a shout out again. Purple Moon Gaming, for the second time, has put themselves into this mix. They got to that end game. I thought there was a chance there for a moment when they were going to sort of push up against 17 after their fight. I think it was with Foot. It might work out, but it didn't quite happen for them. Let's take a look at the top 4 teams, however. Sorry, it was Legacy. New Happy, 11 kills, going to be feeling very good about that. 17, that 14,000 damage, or 1,400 damage tells you just how much hustle they had to put in. A lot of utility used there. On the other hand, Purple Mood, 900 damage, 2 kills, and just a ton of smokes thrown down.
Yeah, CC 108, 6 kills coming in his way, and a clutch in the end there. That's a huge pat on the back for him. Definitely the man of the match for him. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, good to see overall here. They're able to hold strong, and once you have these kind of shanties in the top, they are somewhat hard to defend. They managed to defend it, managed to get out well here, and of course, as you said, CC with the 6 kills, the man of the match, 600 damage. Very nice.
You don't. Defense doesn't always mean sort of like putting the gates up and pouring the hot oil. Sometimes it means just making sure that everyone else fights themselves, and that's exactly what they did. They held ground. They forced 17, Legacy, PLM, QM to fight each other, and that's what sort of opened the door for them to come out with this win. There's the match leaderboard: 21 points for New Happy, 17 for 16, and Legacy putting up another good score with 9. They're going to be, now that they're up there, they're just going to be grinding out those average points per game to try to make it to the top 8. Now let's take a look at the overall leaderboard.
Nice. 57, of course, here for Asla, but NHG Sports able to jump up to 46, 44. It's kind of getting even out here. Foot also 39, and then there's a little bit of a drop off 9 down to 6. So still, if you're Howl right now, if you're PMA 6 and 9 points, still one good game, like a double-digit kills and a win. You're still able to kind of within that striking distance into the top 8. It is getting closer, though. We have our mid-20s. Our mid-pack is close. And with one good game from them, they can still jump into the top 5 quite easily.
Yeah, I would say at the end of yesterday, when we talk about Group A, everyone went home, and it was still one good game gets you top 4 or 5 even. Here, there's a little more of a spread. There are teams where I think now, if you are Howl or you're one of those teams on the bottom, you're thinking to yourself, I need to have a good last game. I need to set myself up so when I come to the 6 in 2 days, I'm not on this chase. You want to be next to that 8 cutoff going into the final day of play.
A little bit of a cutoff, of course, between Twisted Minds and GNG Sports, the 8 points there. But if Twisted Minds 22, this was a home turf circle. This was the kind of game for them that we wanted to see, the double digit, maybe even a win for it. But yeah, they didn't make it, and we have one more game to go.
We do have one more game. We saw some amazing plays in there. We saw the Panzerfaust by LFP. That was one of the best things I've ever seen. He pushed with the Panzerfaust onto Genji, got the kill, and then just picked up a mini and went right back to battle. Legacy seems to be playing on all cylinders. I look forward to seeing what they can pull off on this one. Also, QM, the blue zone breaking distance. It was beautiful. One more game. Let's get into it. The final match of the day. It's time for Miramar.
Thank you very much, Toppies, and yes, we are ready for the final game of the day, Toby. Our last journey into Miramar for this first day of Group B play. And it is, as the desk has said, it's been a lot of teams all showing up.
Всего 6 матчей будет.
Team just kind of sharking all the points like it is in Group A. It's making things a little bit more interesting here for the cut line.
Sure is. Pentagram still sat in a good position up top, but will that remain to be after this game is over? I'm not quite sure, especially
Вряд ли в этой катке этот код скинут.
Put out early, of course, as we know that they would be up towards Impala. They'll probably fly, allow for Xiaoyi Shenlong to take Porto Paraiso. And again, I mean, a group where, yes, there's been some early commotion, but not really any proper hot drops. And you know what? I like it. Because hot drops are
dumb.
That's the word I was gonna use, but I was trying to see if I could find something more kind. And no, they did. Yeah, I agree with you.
Look, as an American,
we call a spade a spade.
Well, no, I'm just saying, as a fan of you know, North American PUBG, I hate hot drops. I've seen our good North American teams get caught up in hot drop situations way too many times now to ever want to see that happen again. So anything we can do to avoid them, I'm happy about. Say, his genius and twisted minds getting a little close to each other, but yeah, that's about as close as they're going to get is in the air. And our circle is going hard down to the south.
Imagine the first Patona ending of...
You want it?
PGC.
Let's get it.
You know, I mean, or do we save it for grand finals, or do we get it here and in grand finals? You know what? Regardless, I think it'd be fun.
Let's get it here.
Yeah, why not?
Why wait?
Why not?
Get it out of our system a little bit.
Into
why
our
not
system.
Both? Hey, yeah, exactly.
Yep. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. In the meantime, as teams get looted on up, this gives us a little more of a chance to break down some of these teams. And I feel like, you know what? I'm gonna let you. Poro, is there any team before we hop over to a highlight with Legacy that you want to break down that you can then break down after the Team Legacy highlight?
Who do I want to break down?
Yeah. I'm giving you free reign.
I don't
Pick
know,
anyone.
man. Why you gotta do this to me right now?
If there's anyone you wanted to talk about.
Look, hey, I'll tell you what. I'll talk about Legacy. Because,
that's a good idea.
You know, we got highlights from them coming up, but look, that is a team that you look at them and you see 3/4, I think.
Звук вообще уменьшил, так спокойно стало, тихо.
It's 3/4 of PNC Team Brazil, and we've seen how exciting that team can be when they get a snowball rolling.
Oh yeah,
and obviously getting that win here today, that's the first step in a journey that's very, very long, right? But if we get to the point where we're in grand finals and Legacy makes it and they come in on the first day and they find themselves with just a big
Так,
that's the kind of
весы должны топчик взять в этой карте. К серчанию.
Ну они, смотри, вот они отыграли 5 каток, и они на 5 этих поднялись. Позиции, они 12-й. Ну, на 4 так. Будем считать, что на 5.
Но они больше на Эрангеле хорошо играют.
Там кустов больше.
They are so good at putting themselves in a good headspace. You never see those guys tilted. You never see them mad. You never see them yelling at each other. They are always having the best damn time of their lives. And it's even easier to have a great time when you're mechanically cracked and you have a little bit of a snowball going for yourself and you can build off of that.
Which leads back to what we said about them earlier in this tournament, or earlier today, I should say, that we wanted to see them go more aggressive. We wanted to see them play with that confidence. And funnily enough, as soon as they do, hey, they get themselves a win on Tego. You know, I mean, just keep it going. We're all smiles. I'll gladly wave the Brazilian banner if that means that we'll see these boys out there fragging.
Here's another team that, you know, it's been a slow start.
I don't mind this start being slow for
fine with their start.
Luminosity.
It's just from previous tournaments, their group stage has been when they put on the most fireworks.
Yeah.
Right? And obviously it's not a concern to me at all. Like right now it's top 8, right? That's all you need to do. And plus it's only been one day. But it's a little bit slower of a start than I've gotten used to seeing from Legacy, or from Luminosity. So maybe I'm just a little bit disappointed.
Okay. I see that. I can see how you had hoped for. I mean, with the pedigree of the roster, that also, as you said, knowing how well they have played into group stages before, that they would wanna.
And they were so damn good in PAS2 too.
Yeah.
Like they were fragging out. And again, it's not like they're doing anything wrong. It's just we're just not seeing the exciting, you know, the stuff that we kind of got used to seeing.
And that's what you just said there, I think, is the kind of hitting the nail on the head, is that they're not really doing anything wrong.
Я по привычке нажал этот клавишу M, чтобы карту посмотреть.
Definitely.
Молодец.
but we're not seeing them make massive mistakes that, oh no, why would you ever do something like that? We're seeing Luminosity that just has yet to have those. I mean, again, a game of PUBG, it's all about skill, no doubt, but sometimes you just need that little sprinkle of things going your way that is out of your hands to get things going. It doesn't have to be catching 9 circles. It can be, oh wait, these two teams just started fighting right in front of us when we were in a perfect position to engage. Couldn't have asked for anything more. That one thing alone can be your 15-kill win in the making. And while LG might not have had that yet, having seen what they have done that hasn't been with that given, I have all kinds of confidence in Luminosity being able to go out and whenever they get that opportunity, instantly take it.
100%, man. It's sometimes the game just lays itself out in front of you, and we'll see what they can do, if anything will lay itself out in front of them right now. But we promised you some legacy highlights, so we're gonna get them now.
Players, nice outside defense, and oh my! Promise, here's one right for you, Boro.
There it is. Gizero find a quick knock on a Finna.
They're just kind of off to the east, in the center of the circle, in a nice position. What a spray from BHC. Aliens still have a couple members to work with, but stepping on top of that.
Yeah, I got to hear myself again.
You talked about Gizero. You said that he had it in him, and
He's
well,
cracked,
we saw
man.
it right there.
The kid's absolutely cracked. And to be honest, when he first came onto the scene, his first event after he hit 18, he just lit the entire lobby on fire. And then we've been kind of chasing that high ever since, really, because he's done really, really well in other tournaments, and he's consistently a fantastic player, but he's never really reached the high of that intro, and that's not his fault. That's more on us for expecting that. But man, that first tournament for him was just absolutely bananas.
Now, for those of you viewers out there who are watching this tournament don't have the map feed open, I say nay. Get the map feed open as well. Do exclamation mark map and you will see where it is. As Spiro takes out Pio, because Pio does Pio things. It was a little, I don't want to say isolated, because he did actually have TG98 with him, but they ran into a Twisted Minds trap in Chumacera. And get the map open, because there's a crate on Patona, and who knows, maybe that crate is going to predict these circles. That's all I wanted to say.
We're bringing it back.
Then Spiro interrupted me with shooting opponents.
We're bringing it back to crates predicting where the next circle's going to go.
I'm just saying, Batulins takes Pio again.
I believe it. I'm a believer. Yep, but Batulins gets the re-knock, and yet this is just constantly cycling the knock on poor Pio. And now Songyong going to try to come down the hill.
Push.
Perfectix gets a nice spray onto him, but doesn't get the knock. Has to pull back because the rest of the boys aren't really in position for that Songyong crash. And now Spiro just holding angles, and yep, this is just Twisted Minds waiting for the perfect opportunity.
Again, I mean, very, very cautious. I even caught myself there saying push, but then again, they have a guy on the hillside still. They don't have all the info. They need to make a play where they don't lose players. Oh, Batulins almost had a perfect off angle there, but didn't quite get it. Pio will be
Один ген откис.
time he gets knocked, so no one on the
Сейчас гены и твисы столкнулись твои.
Я бы хотел, чтобы твисы их ушатали. 0.
Сейчас увидишь. Прости, как бы не хочется тебя огорчать, но сейчас развалят твоих твисов.
Coming up from the side with the big flanker. Is that Esther running away? That might be Esther just running away for security purposes at this point.
I think he's just trying to reposition, trying to get into, I mean, he was kind of down in that valley. He had his vehicle there, and I think there's a fear of being shot in the back, which makes perfect sense because we still have the likes of Question Mark and Genius out there making their way on in. And again, I mean,
if he's repositioned to the other side of Chumacera.
These are the two worst teams to have in a situation like this because neither of them are in a hurry to get to the circle. So, like, you know, we'll stall here for a while. Circle even goes over towards him. So they are in no way a hurry. Now the question becomes, with the circle having just shifted over here, who wants it more? Who wants the space? Who wants to be able to utilize it for future gains? Well, Luminosity up here, they're hearing the shots, and they want a piece of the pie.
And Batu needs to watch his back here because Snakers certainly is. Here comes the push. DG98 with that DBS in hand, wishing a sucker would come through that door or peek that window, but Twisted Minds not giving him the satisfaction right now. So Gen G able to hold things off for the time being. He will not get clipped by the molly. That's good footwork on the part of DG.
I feel like they hear that and they just back off. They heard the
like,
DPS.
okay, DB,
Nope,
we're
I'm
not doing
leaving. Lou and Spiro instantly run out of the building. I love it. I love it.
That is the smart call.
Like we're not getting any of this. Not at all. Oh, I love it. You can just tell them it's
Весов
like, yeah, you
напряженка,
know
да,
what?
пошла.
That's us leaving. Issue is, can they leave?
Ну, гены
17's
обошли
up here now.
весов.
Luminosity's up here now. Teams that really love third-party opportunities. We talked about it. Luminosity waiting for the perfect chance. This might just be it. And now Genji's Esther from afar. It took him a while to flank. Now finally, the flank has come around.
There you go. Batu gonna get Esther knocked and flushed. Spiro down inside the smoke. The blue zone grenade will get him low, but it's not gonna be enough to finish him off. As DG still holding the line with that big bad shotty in hand. Spiro looks like the res will come out. Batu doing a good job of kind of protecting his man here. As now the see on the mini map the emergency parachute drop.
Один в обход пошел.
Right on top of LG, but we'll see what 17 decides to do about this fight now.
Один крутил, двое там были. Теперь один остался, один вот снаружи. А его контрят сверху, не дают дышать.
We know exactly which room they're in, not just what part of the like what floor on the building. We know exactly where we have him, and that's when you use one or two nades, maybe a molly, a blue zone nade, whatever, to take him out. You don't want to push that DBS up close. Just clear him out with utility. That is, if you have any to use.
Yep. Meanwhile, Gen G just waiting for Twisted Minds to make a mistake. Oh, what a grenade!
Как хорошо рассчитал.
О, весы.
Spiro will finish him off, and now it's down to just Song Yang as he is outside. We'll see how long it takes Twisted Minds to pin him down. I don't think they have any idea where he might
Они не знают его?
Нет, не знаю, там не шевелится. Догадываются, но не знаю.
Give them time and they will do these things to you. Twisted Minds playing very, very wise PUBG right now, not taking any
Сейчас
risks at
услышали.
all. As I say that, the trade isn't there. The drone is there. Oh my god. Song Yang.
Дал почти третьего, ушатал.
Да, четко.
Ай, Спайра добивают!
Что, -1.
А, не, это через дым был, это через дым. Не добил. Он через дым стрелял. Сейчас добьет. Сейчас добьет.
Он сам откиснет.
Нет, его ресы.
But good stuff from Twisted Minds, although, man, Song Yang had him sweating there for a little bit there at the end.
Solid sprays coming through even when they fall. Song Yang will put up a fight, but that's going to be Gen G out as the first team here in this one. No one else in casualties thus far as we hit the 14-minute mark in just a second's time. Howl trying to wrap around again. Hard southern shift on this one all the way down to the southern coast. We didn't go quite down to Partona, but close enough for my liking.
Ладно, фулл состав остались, 4 килла дофарм. Этого мало. Оушены марки едут.
Если они еще пару этих сквадов развалят, то в принципе могут претендовать на хороший результат.
They end up losing one in the process here. Is now 17 getting very, very close to Pentagram's compound. But it looks like they're planning to just breeze through.
Again, I mean, they're hearing all this commotion up north. They're hearing the shots potentially. I mean, maybe not 17, but many teams aware that everyone is taking their time waiting for the perfect opportunity. And, well, you know what? Going in early might just be that perfect opportunity. 17 Gaming might not have the best position, might not have gotten in with all four alive, but them three sat dead center right now. That could just be placement points guaranteed.
A lot of real estate still kind of available here. I don't know how great it is, but you can see that so many of these teams just clustered up, trying to stay together. Looks like 17 took another knock, but that should be rezzed here shortly. Howl, meanwhile, where's Howl? They are, okay, there we go. Got them a little bit confused. So many gray teams on the map right now, but
четко машину поставил.
Это я так припарковал бы ее. И он, главное, там застрял, что самый прикол.
Да.
Ему сейчас там Грену дадут тайминговую и все.
I'm not sure if he's
А
actually
тут
aware of
тиммейты
exactly
его
Тиммейты
хрена
тоже
удалили.
есть. Да, все, и тот тоже стрелял.
flushed as well. I think HSM might have missed Pete. I mean, he is pretty much
Залезть
inside the
обратно в
vehicle,
машину
that
в такую
vertical, so
ситуацию
it makes
нельзя,
sense
что ли?
that it wouldn't be optimal that there's a player there. Kid falls. It's actually going to be to the hands of Phil first. But you imagine that the flush is going to go. Yes, indeed it will. The way of
Как чамы молодцы, хорошо развалили.
Phil first, making that a little bit less, more anticlimactic than I thought it was there at first. That was a hell of a spray, but Phil first doing some work over here on a PMA. Last one alive there, dancing through the streets. Is Tian. He spot out the toesies underneath.
One shot.
And that'll do it. Good shooting.
There you go. Solid shot coming through. As first one full circle, it's gonna pop up north. We go.
Блин, Твинсов там столько команд вокруг. New Happy, блин, LG, они хрен их выпустят. Слева, справа просто. До зоны пройти вообще тяжко будет, да.
Can't deny it.
At 4 a.m. now, trying to track him down, take care of him. Little Batman right down on top of him will be crazy. And that'll be PMA eliminated in 15th place.
4 хаешки, 7 дымов, ничего себе у них лут.
Plenty of time to turn things around.
And now our eyes have to go north. Luminosity, New Heavy, Twisted Minds, and Genius are all trying to get out of what has been a complete traffic jams of teams up on that hillside. Luminosity is going to be the first ones to try and make a move, but they're going straight in between both Enterforce and Pentagram. Now, nice movement for them. Issue is Snakers will fall again. I mean, even if you make it here with 3, you have to kind of count your blessings and go, you know what? Kind of worth. We at least got out of what would have been a death sentence in the north.
Had to be Snakers, didn't it?
Everyone's fantasy teams in shambles.
Yep, well,
Чамы
I
одного
don't care about
потеряли.
everyone's, I care about mine, and now mine's in shambles. But the Mad will help contribute to taking out what's left of Foot Esports, as they will be our 3rd team going down. Not a bad damn day for Foot to start things off here. 39 points, 5th place overall, and a nice win.
Вот
And
Твинсов
really
зажимает.
impressive, actually, by how, when you think of how they were the ones on the outside fighting into Foot Esports, I didn't see exactly how it went down with Xiaoli Shenlong probably playing a bit of a part in that fight, but impressive that it's Howl that come out on top, considering how much of an advantage Foot initially had in that fight against them.
Well, yeah, I mean, by all appearances, yeah, it looked like Foot had all the good angles on him. It looked like Howl had to fight their way through the Foot blockade. But not only do they do so with keeping 4 alive. So very well played by them. We'll see what they do from this southeastern side of the circle. They've got Purple Moon off to the north. CC 108 just has them all dead to rights. Spiro going to try to do a little bit of damage in the back, but December 12th will be right there.
Твинсов развалили минуса.
That Twisted Minds is sent back to the lobby.
Отвалили свои
Ожидаемо.
Ну, New Happy на голову выше по скиллу.
Старт у них не важный, не знаю, как дальше будет.
Hopefully there's either a jammer pack or something to work with. If not, then Ming Ming should be falling momentarily.
He's got places to be. Well, they've got Purple Mood on the screen right now, which means the fans are going bananas. And Hal has him spotted out from range. Ooh, just manages to stay alive. The spray coming through. The Mad will be the one that does it, but Ruin gets knocked low by Tanawat. Needs to be careful he doesn't go down to the blue here.
Что Твинсы слабее геймов даже сейчас. Вот игрой.
So maybe Purple Moon might have an opportunity to reset off of this, really relying on Thunder.
Они как-то скованно играют, что ли, я понять не могу. Это же последняя карта, да?
6-я, да, катка последняя.
Чел. У них особо очков нет.
And Hal's still spotting out Thunders. Thunder's doing so much work here as a solo for this team. The rest of the squad has managed to get back on their feet and healed up, and now they're getting involved, taking the fight right to Hal, who is already getting backstabbed by Sixel. Things just falling apart for Howl here.
Nowhere for them to go here. Maybe get a consolidation point, but not going to happen. Flugy over the top finds two. MML will find the last, and that is going to be Howl out in 11th. Now they do have Xiao Yixin Long down, really wounded. Only one player alive so far, but I don't think Purple Mood, either they don't want to aggress it, considering the fact that they kind of already have an entry to the circle, or they aren't aware of exactly how
Чамов
bad of a state
развалили
Xiao Yixin
незаметно,
Long
там один
actually is
остался.
in. Had they been, then I'm sure they would have made a play here.
Скажи, верните мой купон. Я не на тех поставил. А ты прикинь, они завтра возьмутся, оберутся и просто вынесут всех в каждую карту.
ГЕ минуса.
Looking good.
And that's again, I mean, 17, they left early. They said, we're not a center team, but you know what? Screw it. They lose one on approach, but now they get to reap the rewards. They're one team away to placement points. They're sat dead center in this circle with plenty of control, plenty of space around them, and they were the first ones here too. So they should be well aware of pretty much exactly where they have all their opponents.
I'll tell you what, man, if I had to put my bet on who's going to win this game right now,
Как он в третью каску поймал сразу.
LG for no other reason than the fact that they don't have snakers, and if they win, I'm not going to get a single solitary damn point from them. So
Где этот Чам четвертый? Не вижу по карте.
That's reason enough. You also don't have Xiao Bei, and 17 is in the middle, but I have Xiao Wu alive, so let's go with 17 instead.
Come on, you're killing me here, brother. All right, well, 17 in a great position, LG in a great position as well, but they've got a lot of work to do. E36 on the north side, 4 strong, Pentagram in a compound as well, but they're going to eventually have to leave that. Purple Mood's been looking real feisty as well. 4 kills for them.
Again, we're phase 5 with 27 alive.
Yep.
Things got chaotic once we hit that phase 3 Southern Hard shift, and that's why there's now that much more space to maneuver. Teams were eliminated by the masses just moments ago, and now, well, the circle to follow. A 17 now from the hill up high has to try and prevent any team from getting too close.
All right, Purple Mood already sending Duckmans in a little bit low. Took a few shots over from Pentagram. I'm actually interested to see if Pentagram leaves this compound, and if they do decide to leave that compound, where they decide to send it to, because the longer they stay there, look at that open field around. They've got places to be. Luminosity will get close to question mark here. Shots come through, they do some damage, but it's going to be 17 that gets the credit for it, as Dante will go down. Phil first, and best of luck, at least get to the cliffside.
I mean, question mark getting a lot of help from Mentaforce 36 right now, really just suppressing them up high. You can see Little Ghost was peeking on over, trying to do more damage, trying to get the flush as well, but denied. Now the Nate does do the damage for him. Issue is Phil first lops one in return. I'm not sure though how much more question mark can get off it. I don't think they can really make an aggressive play on forward. As I say that though, the flush does come through.
That man found the first one. He said I could put it right there in the second spot as well. His question mark there, man, they're waiting for the inevitable push here from LG, but LG being very slow about it. They know they're down to 3, and they don't want to take a risk of getting third-partied here by Sixel. I mean, look at the terrain we're having to work with here, Toby. It is just brutal uphill stuff here.
Sure is.
Живучий Чам попался.
That's why it's them doing it and not us. They know how to handle these kind of
Вообще по карте его не вижу, уже 6-я фаза.
Его показывают, он где-то выживает, в конце покажет, если выжил.
Где-то ползает, наверное, в середину
Может
где-то.
не файтится.
Не, ну я хочу просто мельком там его уловить, где он там валяется.
Где мой купон там ходит, да?
Да, где купон валяется там? Спрятался. В какой траве?
Бум.
Бум, минус. Он тоже смотрел, да, как хаешка пролетела? Одна, вторая. Первая оглушила, он вторую поэтому не заметил.
Not so much more HP on that side, but it did what it had to. It got him those 20 feet over towards his teammate.
All right, Pentagram. They've left a COD back in the...
О, наконец-то Азлу одну сняли.
He's just been so sneaky over here. Now Pure Boy and K going to be able to come over here and see if they can get a flank position on Pentagram. I wonder if Pentagram had any idea what they were pushing into here, because they are just aggressing super hard onto E36. They will get a trade there. And
А где Чам? А, все вижу Чам, где на самом углу. Одинешенька.
Absolutely amazing timing on the peaks from E36 here now. They are taking casualties, which is not optimal, especially not when you see Luminosity's remaining players pushing in his direction.
Oh my, 17.
Pentagram will fall in
Нормально так Азлу развалили.
clean up Bully and gets a piece of it as well. 4am falls, and now here comes Xiaowu pushing on forward again. They know they're wounded. They know there's limited players alive down here, and they have to pick a side of the circle. There are only 2 left alive. They cannot just sit dead center and wait things out no more. They have to be wise about it and make some space for themselves.
Чама тоже сняли.
Pushing out far enough just so that he could loot those boxes, get some more utility in the bag, because it is not looking good otherwise. So Starlord will get a chance to stay alive. Looks like E36 should be able to res their man, get back up to 3 strong. Purple Mood, meanwhile, they have complete control over this eastern side, and they are content with just holding on and just making sure that nobody over encroaches onto them.
Yeah. Starlord able to prone on down. No vest for Pure Boy. That's of course not optimal. Maybe there's one waiting for him on one of the other crates. One could only hope. If not, then you'd have to imagine he falls pretty quickly, as these guns do melt you if you don't wear a vest.
Indeed they do. Let's see where E36 decides to send things here. They got Xiaowu just kind of looking down over in that direction to see if he can maybe keep them at bay. LG also on the move on the other side of the circle, trying to find their way in. Looks like they may have spotted out Xiaowu. The utility coming, but it's not going to find the mark, as Xiaowu immediately back on the move here. So E36 may find a way in, but now Purple Mood actually doing a little gatekeeping of their own. On that
Зеваю, блин, пипец.
So that's push on forward. You can see, what is it, 9 smokes deployed to just get a couple of meters further forward, but they claim it. They push back 17 Gaming, and now their hope is that 17 Gaming gets shot at from the other side. Issue is this high ground that they have is going to keep them concealed from everyone else left on the server.
7 дымов на одной точке.
Смотри свои ПЛМы, как эти зад идут. Сейчас они их растеряют с этих.
Хаешка прилетела кому-то.
Just looking to see if he can find the angles.
Purple Mood, I mean, this is your chance to peek on over. This is your chance to aggress.
Минус.
Now that chance might have gone away from you, but here they come full
Я
speed
сказал
forward.
спину
Able to
17.
find the first. It's just Xiaowu left alive against what is now the entirety of Purple Mood over the
Тули
hill.
там орут, блин, эти, блин.
Залетели?
Да, там пару баб сидят.
Может, у них свой пап.
Этот, смотри, под бестолочи стал. 17. А что, он его не слышит, что ли?
We'll see if they can find a way to finish off the win here. Xiaowu actually going to find both of the question mark boys. Gets a few more from Tanawa. Suze gets sit down. 6 kills for Purple Mood.
Purple Mood has the second place. They have
Убили, да, этих question mark, не дожили до топ-4.
off this day in style. The crowd wants it to happen too, as they sit with 4 still alive.
17-й теперь борется за первое место.
A second from now, there's still Xiaowu to deal with too, and he too is a massive threat. And then you have the 3
17 ему выживать просто осталось.
Ну, они знают, где он.
Он уже на первом месте. Уже он в топ-3, и сейчас эти, если зарубятся, в топ-2 им с головой устраивает.
Ну да, он очки заберет и все. И они первые будут.
Не надо кого-то убивать, не надо сидеть там молча. А этот хочет этот килл сделать.
Looks like they're going to pull back. They're going to wait for LG to make their move and then respond.
I was just going to say, Purple Mood has been playing a 3-1 split for the longest time now. Thunders has been waiting for the perfect time to peek on over, but you saw it just there. Flood saw him, shot at him, forced him back down again, but now Luminosity knows we cannot just aggress up the hill, because there is a threat looming out towards the east. The final circle is going to close in just about 15 seconds time, and that's going to force Thunders to make a move. So you'd hope that Purple Mood, now that Thunders' position has kind of been given up, would try to do something to get him back to the teammates so that they could play all 4 together. But look at the angle angle that he has. They cannot get up the hill.
You cannot
LG
stress this enough.
шатает
They
этого
cannot
всего.
forget about Xiaowu. They cannot overpeak,
ПЛМ,
take
скорее
that
всего,
risk,
выиграет.
and possibly take a knock to the snake that's
Ну, у
hiding
них
in the
больше этот
background.
тиммейтов
That would
живых.
just open
У
things
них
up
высота.
immediately for LG. But you can see the
Ну и
terrains they're
высота,
working
да,
with here.
решает.
Look at this mountainside, this cliffside. It's so difficult to try to find the right angles here, Toby.
Yep, he has nowhere to go, Xiaowu. I'm worried. He 30 bullets to work with and a sawn-off. We'll see how much he can get with it. In the meantime now, as I was saying just before, they want to get Thunders back towards the teammates. Smoke wall being set up by them to try and help him out. Xiaowu will fall down to blue. He goes. Purple mood in with a chance to win this one, but they have to take
Топ-3
down
забрал.
Luminosity first.
Но он все равно первое место.
Bulldog of Luminosity. He wants to be right in the front and center. He wants to be the tip of the spear, and he's going to push right in to see if he can find somebody, get them slipping. His damage will come in from the grenade, force Purple Mood to pull off just a little bit. This, Purple Mood keeps giving them a little bit more space. As you said, Thunder's still stuck off in the distance, and LG, they want to take this fight right into their face.
But he's not stuck. He's down there. He's set with the Groza. This is the gun they need up close. Nice headshot coming through from Dogmatch, but they need Thunders up here to help them. It doesn't matter that you hold the flank anymore. They have the hill under control. Get close, get in there so that you can trade for your teammates. Trying to isolate now. They have the dot. The dot is on their side of the hill. It's LG who helps
У
to
них
come
даже
to them.
пуль нет,
But here
13
comes the
пуль в
flank, and
запасе.
here is Thunders in the position to potentially do something about it.
Thunders doesn't have an angle.
Да, все.
He's gonna find mine, though. That's gonna be the original.
На, с дробаша, бля.
С дробаша зачем пули, когда дробаш есть?
What a win for Purple Mood, and look at the fans, the entire family of all the players
Пили Эми.
alongside all the
Какой изи там потная катка у них была.
and what a way to finish off that day for Purple Mood. So close, so many times, and finally against the odds, having to fight their way up the hill, they come out victorious.
I don't think very many people were looking at Purple Mood to be the team to keep an eye on today. I think they were thinking as, you know, great, maybe around the middle of the lobby, maybe things they'll get lucky on a couple of games and find themselves in good position. Not today, though. This has been Purple Mood all day long.
Так, будем заканчивать.
Запомнил, как играть надо? Пошли теперь нормально тащить будешь.
Я хэви. У тебя нервная система неделю это восстанавливается.
Да.
Так, все, наверное. Ой. Спасибо, ребят, кто смотрел. Спасибо за лайк.
Сейчас кто-то мне скинул персональный.
Пойду я
нормально
ужинать.
будет.
Давайте. Пока-пока.
They have indeed super well executed by towards the end here, like a full four-man stronghold.